Section 27 of The Red and the Black by Stendhal, translated by Horace Barnett Samuel. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Peter Dann. Chapter 27. First Experience of Life. The present time, great God, is the ark of the Lord. Cursed be he who touches it. Diderot. The reader will kindly excuse us if we give very few clear and definite facts concerning this period of Julien's life. It is not that we lack facts, quite the contrary, but it may be that what he saw in the seminary is too black for the medium colour which the author has endeavoured to preserve throughout these pages. Those of our contemporaries who have suffered from certain things cannot remember them without a horror which paralyses every other pleasure, even that of reading a tale. Julien achieved scant success in his essays at hypocritical gestures. He experienced moments of disgust and even of complete discouragement. He was not a success, even in a vile career. The slightest help from outside would have sufficed to have given him heart again, for the difficulty to overcome was not very great, but he was alone, like a derelict ship in the middle of the ocean. And when I do succeed, he would say to himself, think of having to pass a whole lifetime in such awful company, gluttons who have no thought but for the large omelette which they will guzzle at dinner-time, or persons like the Abbé Castanede, who finds no crime too black. They will attain power, but, great heavens, at what cost? The will of man is powerful. I read it everywhere, but is it enough to overcome so great a disgust? The task of all the great men was easy by comparison. However terrible was the danger, they found it fine, and who can realize except myself the ugliness of my surroundings? This moment was the most trying in his whole life. It would have been so easy for him to have enlisted in one of the fine regiments at the garrison at Besançon. He could have become a Latin master. He needed so little for his subsistence, but in that case no more career, no more future for his imagination. It was equivalent to death. Here is one of his sad days in detail. I have so often presumed to congratulate myself on being different from the other young peasants. Well, I have lived enough to realize that difference engenders hate, he said to himself one morning. This great truth had just been borne in upon him by one of his most irritating failures. He had been working for 8 days at teaching a pupil who lived in an odour of sanctity. He used to go out with him into the courtyard and listen submissively to pieces of fatuity enough to send one to sleep standing. Suddenly the weather turned stormy. The thunder growled, and the holy pupil exclaimed as he roughly pushed him away, "Listen, everyone for himself in this world. I don't want to be burned by the thunder. God may strike you with lightning like a blasphemer, like a Voltaire." "I deserve to be drowned if I go to sleep during the storm," exclaimed Julien, with his teeth clenched with rage, and with his eyes open towards the sky, now furrowed by the lightning. "Let us try the conquest of some other rogue." The bell rang for the Abbé Castanede's course of sacred history. That day the Abbé Castanede was teaching those young peasants already so frightened by their father's hardships and poverty that the government, that entity so terrible in their eyes, possessed no real and legitimate power except by virtue of the delegation of God's vicar on earth. "Render yourselves worthy, by the holiness of your life and by your obedience, of the benevolence of the Pope. Be like a stick in his hands," he added, "and you will obtain a superb position, where you will be far from all control, and enjoy the king's commands, a position from which you cannot be removed, and where 1/3 of the salary is paid by the government, while the faithful who are moulded by your preaching pay the other 2/3. Castanede stopped in the courtyard after he left the lesson-room. "It is particularly appropriate to say of a curé," he said to the pupils who formed a ring round him, "that the place is worth as much as the man is worth. I myself have known parishes in the mountains where the surplus fees were worth more than that of many town livings. There was quite as much money, without counting the fat capons, the eggs, fresh butter, and 1,001 pleasant details, and there the curé is indisputably the first man. There is not a good meal to which he is not invited, fêted, etc." Castanede had scarcely gone back to his room before the pupils split up into knots. Julien did not form part of any of them. He was left out like a black sheep. He saw in every knot a pupil tossing a coin in the air, and if he managed to guess right in this game of heads or tails, his comrades would decide that he would soon have one of those fat livings. Anecdotes ensued. A certain young priest, who had scarcely been ordained a year, had given a tame rabbit to the maidservant of an old curé, and had succeeded in being asked to be his curate. In a few months afterwards, for the curé had quickly died, he had replaced him in that excellent living. Another had succeeded in getting himself designated as a successor to a very rich town living by being present at all the meals of an old paralytic curé, and by dexterously carving his poultry. The seminarists, like all young people, exaggerated the effect of those little devices which have an element of originality and which strike the imagination. "I must take part in these conversations," said Julien to himself. When they did not talk about sausages and good livings, the conversation ran on the worldly aspect of ecclesiastical doctrine, on the differences of bishops and prefects, of mayors and curés. Julien caught sight of the conception of a second God, but of a God who was much more formidable and much more powerful than the other one. That second God was the Pope. They said amongst themselves, in a low voice, however, and when they were quite sure that they would not be heard by Pirard, that the reason for the Pope not taking the trouble of nominating all the prefects and mayors of France was that he had entrusted that duty to the King of France by entitling him to a senior son of the Church. It was about this time that Julien thought he could exploit, for the benefit of his own reputation, his knowledge of de Maistre's book on the Pope. In point of fact, he did astonish his comrades, but it was only another misfortune. He displeased them by expounding their own opinions better than they could themselves. Chelan had acted as imprudently for Julien as he had for himself. He had given him the habit of reasoning correctly and of not being put off by empty words, but he had neglected to tell him that this habit was a crime in the person of no importance, since every piece of logical reasoning is offensive. Julien's command of language added consequently a new crime to his score. By dint of thinking about him, his colleagues succeeded in expressing the horror with which he would inspire them by a single expression. They nicknamed him Martin Luther. Particularly, they said, because of that infernal logic which makes him so proud. Several young seminarists had a fresher complexion than Julien, and could pass as better looking, but he had white hands, and was unable to conceal certain refined habits of personal cleanliness. This advantage proved a disadvantage in the gloomy house in which chance had cast him. The dirty peasants among whom he lived asserted that he had very abandoned morals. We fear that we may weary our reader by a narration of the 1,001 misfortunes of our hero. The most vigorous of his comrades, for example, wanted to start the custom of beating him. He was obliged to arm himself with an iron compass, and to indicate, though by signs, that he would make use of it. Signs cannot figure in a spy's report to such good advantage as words. End of section 27. Section 28 of The Red and the Black by Stendhal, translated by Horace Barnett Samuel. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dann. Chapter 28. A Procession. All hearts were moved. The presence of God seemed to have descended into these narrow Gothic streets that stretched in every direction and were sanded by the care of the faithful. Young. It was in vain that Julien pretended to be petty and stupid. He could not please. He was too different. Yet all these professors, he said to himself, are very clever people, men in 1,000. Why do they not like my humility? Only one seemed to take advantage of his readiness to believe everything, and apparently to swallow everything. This was the Abbé Char Bernard, the director of the ceremonies of the cathedral, where, for the last 15 years, he had been given occasion to hope for a canonry. While waiting, he taught homiletics at the seminary. During the period of Julien's blindness, this class was one of those in which he most frequently came out top. The Abbé Char had used this as an opportunity to manifest some friendship to him, and when the class broke up, he would be glad to take him by the arm for some turns in the garden. "What is he getting at?" Julien would say to himself. He noticed with astonishment that for hours on end the abbé would talk to him about the ornaments possessed by the cathedral. It had 17 lace chasubles, besides the mourning vestments. A lot was hoped from the old wife of the Judge du Rubempre. This lady, who was 90 years of age, had kept for at least 70 years her wedding dress of superb Lyons material, embroidered with gold. "Imagine, my friend," the Abbé Chas would say, stopping abruptly and staring with amazement, "that this material keeps quite stiff. There is so much gold in it. It is generally thought in Besançon that the will of the judge's wife will result in the cathedral treasure being increased by more than 10 chasubles, without counting 4 or 5 capes of the great feast." "I will go further," said the Abbé Chas, lowering his voice. "I have reasons for thinking the judge's wife will leave us her magnificent silver gilt candlesticks, supposed to have been bought in Italy by Charles the Bold, Duke of Burgundy, whose favourite minister was one of the good lady's ancestors." "But what is the fellow getting at with all this old clothes business?" thought Julien. "These adroit preliminaries have been going on for centuries, and nothing comes of them. He must be very suspicious of me. He is cleverer than all the others, whose secret aim can be guessed so easily in a fortnight. I understand. He must have been suffering for 15 years from mortified ambition." Julien was summoned one evening in the middle of the fencing lesson to the Abbé Pirard, who said to him, "Tomorrow is the feast of Corpus Domini, the Fête Dieu. The Abbé Chas Bernard needs you to help him to decorate the cathedral. Go and obey." The Abbé Pirard called him back and added sympathetically, "That depends on you, whether you will utilize the occasion to go into the town." "Incedo per ignes," answered Julien. "I have secret enemies." Julien went to the cathedral next morning with downcast eyes. The sight of the streets and the activity which was beginning to prevail in the town did him good. In all quarters they were extending the fronts of the houses for the procession. All the time that he had passed in the seminary seemed to him no more than a mere moment. His thoughts were of Vergy and of the pretty Amanda, whom he might perhaps meet, for her café was not very far off. He saw in the distance the Abbé Chas Bernard on the threshold of his beloved cathedral. He was a big man with a jovial face and a frank air. Today he looked triumphant. "I was expecting you, my dear son," he cried as soon as he saw Julien in the distance. "Be welcome. This day's duty will be protracted and arduous. Let us fortify ourselves by a first breakfast. We will have the second at 10 o'clock, during High Mass." "I do not wish, sir," said Julien to him gravely, "to be alone for a single instant. Deign to observe," he added, showing him the clock over their heads, "that I have arrived at 1 minute to 5. "So those little rascals at the seminary frightened you. It is very good of you to think of them," said the Abbé. "But is the road less beautiful because there are thorns in the hedges which border it? Travellers go on their way and leave the wicked thorns to wait in vain where they are. And now to work, my dear friend, to work." The Abbé Chas was right in saying that the task would be arduous. There had been a great funeral ceremony at the cathedral the previous day. They had not been able to make any preparations. They had consequently only one morning for dressing all the Gothic pillars which constitute the 3 naves with a kind of red damask cloth ascending to a height of 30 feet. The bishop had fetched by mail 4 decorators from Paris, but these gentry were not able to do everything, and far from giving any encouragement to the clumsiness of the Besançon colleagues, they made it twice as great by making fun of them. Julien saw that he would have to climb the ladder himself. His agility served him in good stead. He undertook the direction of the decorators from town. The Abbé Chas was delighted as he watched him flit from ladder to ladder. When all the pillars were dressed in damask, 5 enormous bouquets of feathers had to be placed on the green baldachin above the grand altar. A rich coping of gilded wood was supported by 8 big straight columns of Italian marble, but to reach the centre of the baldachin above the tabernacle involved walking over an old wooden cornice which was 40 feet high and possibly worm-eaten. The sight of this difficult crossing had extinguished the gaiety of the Parisian decorators, which up till then had been so brilliant. They looked at it from down below, argued a great deal, but did not go up. Julien seized hold of the bouquets of feathers and climbed the ladder at a run. He placed it neatly on the crown-shaped ornament in the centre of the baldachin. When he came down the ladder again, the Abbé Chas Bernard embraced him in his arms. "Optime!" exclaimed the good priest. "I will tell this to Monseigneur." Breakfast at 10 o'clock was very gay. The Abbé Chas had never seen his church look so beautiful. "Dear disciple," he said to Julien, "my mother used to let out chairs in this venerable building, so I have been brought up in this great edifice. The terror of Robespierre ruined us, but when I was 8 years old, that was my age then, I used to serve masses in private houses, so you see I got my meals on mass days. Nobody could fold a chasuble better than I could, and I never cut the fringes. After the re-establishment of public worship by Napoleon, I had the good fortune to direct everything in this venerable metropolis. 5 times a year do my eyes see it adorned with these fine ornaments. But it has never been so resplendent, and the damask breadths have never been so well tied or so close to the pillars as they are today." "So he is going to tell me his secret at last," said Julien. "Now he is going to talk about himself. He is expanding." But nothing imprudent was said by the man, in spite of his evident exaltation. "All the same, he has worked a great deal," said Julien to himself. "He is happy. What a man! What an example for me! He really takes the cake." This was a vulgar phrase which he had learned from the old surgeon. As the Sanctus of High Mass sounded, Julien wanted to take a surplice to follow the bishop in the superb procession. "And the thieves, my friend, and the thieves!" exclaimed the Abbé Chas. "Have you forgotten them? The procession will go out, but we will watch, will you and I? We shall be very lucky if we get off with the loss of a couple of ells of this fine lace which surrounds the base of the pillars. It is a gift of Madame de Rubempre. It comes from her great-grandfather, the famous Count. It is made of real gold, my friend," added the Abbé in a whisper, and with evident exultation, "and all genuine. I entrust you with the watching of the north wing. Do not leave it. I will keep the south wing and the great nave for myself. Keep an eye on the confessional. It is there that the women accomplices of the thieves always spy. Look out for the moment when we turn our backs." As he finished speaking, 11:45 struck. Immediately afterwards the sound of the great clock was heard. It rang a full peal. These full solemn sounds affected Julien. His imagination was no longer turned to things earthly. The perfume of the incense and of the rose-leaves thrown before the Holy Sacrament by little children disguised as St. John increased his exaltation. Logically, the grave sounds of the bell should only have recalled to Julien's mind the thoughts of the labour of 20 men paid 54 centimes each, and possibly helped by 15 or 20 faithful souls. Logically, he ought to have thought of the wear and tear of the cords and of the framework and of the danger of the clock itself, which falls down every 2 centuries, and to have considered the means of diminishing the salary of the bell-ringers, or of paying them by some indulgence or other grace dispensed from the treasure of the church without diminishing its purse. Julien's soul, exalted by these sounds with all their virile fullness, instead of making these wise reflections, wandered in the realm of imagination. He will never turn out a good priest or a good administrator. Souls which get thrilled so easily are at the best only capable of producing an artist. At this moment the presumption of Julien burst out into full view. Perhaps 50 of his comrades in the seminary, made attentive to the realities of life by their own unpopularity and the Jacobinism which they are taught to see hiding behind every hedge, would have had no other thought suggested by the great bell of the cathedral except the wages of the ringers. They would have analysed with the genius of Bahram whether the intensity of the emotion produced among the public was worth the money which was given to the ringers. If Julien had only tried to think of the material interests of the cathedral, his imagination would have transcended its actual object, and thought of economizing 40 francs on the fabric, and have lost the opportunity of avoiding an expense of 25 centimes. While the procession slowly traversed Besançon on the finest day imaginable, and stopped at the brilliant altar stations put up by the authorities, the church remained in profound silence. There prevailed a semi-obscurity, an agreeable freshness. It was still perfumed with the fragrance of flowers and incense. The silence, the deep solitude, the freshness of the long nave sweetened Julien's reverie. He did not fear being troubled by the Abbé Chas, who was engaged in another part of the building. His soul had almost abandoned its mortal tenement, which was pacing slowly the north wing which had been trusted to his surveillance. He was all the more tranquil when he had assured himself that there was no one in the confessional except some devout women. His eyes looked in front of him, seeing nothing. His reverie was almost broken by the sight of two well-dressed women, one in the confessional and the other on a chair quite near her. He looked without seeing, but noticed, however, either by reason of some vague appreciation of his duties or admiration for the aristocratic but simple dress of the ladies, that there was no priest in the confessional. It is singular, he thought, that if these fair ladies are devout, they are not kneeling before some altar, or that if they are in society, they have not an advantageous position in the first row of some balcony. How well cut that dress is! How graceful! He slackened his pace to try and look at them. The lady who was kneeling in the confessional turned her head a little, hearing the noise of Julien's step in this solemn place. Suddenly she gave a loud cry and felt ill. As the lady collapsed and fell backwards on her knees, her friend who was near her hastened to help her. At the same time Julien saw the shoulders of the lady who was falling backwards. His eyes were struck by a twisted necklace of fine big pearls which he knew well. What were his emotions when he recognized the hair of Madame de Renal? It was she. The lady who was trying to prevent her from falling was Madame de Ville. Julien was beside himself and hastened to their side. Madame de Renal's fall would perhaps have carried her friend along with her if Julien had not supported them. He saw the head of Madame de Renal, pale and entirely devoid of consciousness, floating on his shoulders. He helped Madame de Ville to lean that charming head up against a straw chair. He knelt down. Madame de Ville turned round and recognized him. "Away, monsieur, away," she said to him in a tone of the most lively anger. "Above all, do not let us see you again. The sight of you would be sure to horrify you. She was so happy before you came. Your conduct is atrocious. Flee, take yourself off, if you have any shame left." These words were spoken with so much authority, and Julien felt so weak, that he did take himself off. "She always hated me," he said to himself, thinking of Madame de Ville. At the same moment the nasal chanting of the first priests in the procession, which was now coming back, resounded in the church. The Abbé Char Bernard called Julien, who at first did not hear him, several times. He came at last and took his arm behind a pillar where Julien had taken refuge, more dead than alive. He wanted to present him to the bishop. "Are you feeling well, my child?" said the abbé to him, seeing him so pale and almost incapable of walking. "You have worked too much." The abbé gave him his arm. "Come, sit down behind me here, on the little seat of the dispenser of holy water. I will hide you." They were now beside the main door. "Calm yourself. We have still a good 20 minutes before Monseigneur appears. Try and pull yourself together. I will lift you up when he passes, for in spite of my age I am strong and vigorous." Julien was trembling so violently when the bishop passed that the Abbé Char gave up the idea of presenting him. "Do not take it too much to heart," he said. "I will find another opportunity." The same evening he had 6 pounds of candles, which had been saved, he said, by Julien's carefulness, and by the promptness with which he had extinguished them, carried to the seminary chapel. Nothing could have been nearer the truth. The poor boy was extinguished himself. He had not had a single thought after meeting Madame de Renal. End of section 28. Section 29 of The Red and the Black by Stendhal, translated by Horace Barnett Samuel. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dann. Chapter 29. The First Promotion. He knew his age, he knew his department, and he is rich. The Forerunner. Julien had not emerged from the deep reverie in which the episode in the cathedral had plunged him, when the severe Abbé Pirard summoned him. "Monsieur the Abbé Char Bernard has just written in your favour. I am, on the whole, sufficiently satisfied with your conduct. You are extremely imprudent and irresponsible without outward signs of it. However, up to the present, you have proved yourself possessed of a good and even generous heart. Your intellect is superior. Taking it all round, I see in you a spark which one must not neglect. I am on the point of leaving this house after 15 years of work. My crime is that I have left the seminarists to their free will, and that I have neither protected nor served that secret society of which you spoke to me at the confessional. I wish to do something for you before I leave. I would have done so 2 months earlier, for you deserve it, had it not been for the information laid against you as the result of the finding in your trunk of Amanda Binet's address. I will make you New and Old Testament tutor." Julien was transported with gratitude, and evolved the idea of throwing himself on his knees and thanking God. He yielded to a truer impulse, and approaching the Abbé Pirard, took his hand and pressed it to his lips. "What is the meaning of this?" exclaimed the director angrily, but Julien's eyes said even more than his act. The Abbé Pirard looked at him in astonishment, after the manner of a man who has long lost the habit of encountering refined emotions. The attention deceived the director. His voice altered. "Well, yes, my child, I am attached to you. Heaven knows that I have been so in spite of myself. I ought to show neither hate nor love to anyone. I see in you something which offends the vulgar. Jealousy and calumny will pursue you in whatever place Providence may place you. Your comrades will never behold you without hate, and if they pretend to like you, it will only be to betray you with greater certainty. For this there is only one remedy. Seek help only from God, who, to punish you for your presumption, has cursed you with the inevitable hatred of your comrades. Let your conduct be pure. That is the only resource which I can see for you. If you love truth with an irresistible embrace, your enemies will sooner or later be confounded." It had been so long since Julien had heard a friendly voice that he must be forgiven a weakness. He burst out into tears. The Abbé Pirard held out his arms to him. This moment was very sweet to both of them. Julien was mad with joy. This promotion was the first which he had obtained. The advantages were immense. To realize them, one must have been condemned to pass months on end without an instant's solitude, and in immediate contact with comrades who were at the best importunate and for the most part insupportable. Their cries alone would have sufficed to disorganize a delicate constitution. The noise and joy of these peasants, well fed and well clothed as they were, could only find a vent for itself, or believe in its own completeness, when they were shouting with all the strength of their lungs. Now Julien dined alone, or nearly an hour later than the other seminarists. He had a key of the garden, and could walk in it when no one else was there. Julien was astonished to perceive that he was now hated less. He, on the contrary, had been expecting that their hate would become twice as intense. That secret desire of his that he should not be spoken to, which had been only too manifest before, and had earned him so many enemies, was no longer looked upon as a sign of ridiculous haughtiness. It became, in the eyes of the coarse beings who surrounded him, a just appreciation of his own dignity. The hatred of him sensibly diminished, above all among the youngest of his comrades, who were now his pupils, and whom he treated with much politeness. Gradually he obtained his own following. It became looked upon as bad form to call him Martin Luther. But what is the good of enumerating his friends and his enemies? The whole business is squalid, and all the more squalid in proportion to the truth of the picture. And yet the clergy supply the only teachers of morals which the people have. What would happen to the people without them? Will the paper ever replace the curé? Since Julien's new dignity, the director of the seminary made a point of never speaking to him without witnesses. These tactics were prudent, both for the master and for the pupil, but above all it was meant for a test. The invariable principle of that severe Jansenist Pirard was this: if a man has merit in your eyes, put obstacles in the way of all he desires and of everything which he undertakes. If the merit is real, he will manage to overthrow or get round those obstacles. It was the hunting season. Yet it occurred to Fouquet to send a stag and a boar to the seminary as though they came from Julien's parents. The dead animals were put down on the floor between the kitchen and the refectory. It was there that they were seen by all the seminarists on their way to dinner. They constituted a great attraction for their curiosity. The boar, dead though it was, made the youngest ones feel frightened. They touched its tusks. They talked of nothing else for a whole week. This gift, which raised Julien's family to the level of that class of society which deserves respect, struck a deadly blow at all jealousy. He enjoyed a superiority consecrated by fortune. Giselle, the most distinguished of the seminarists, made advances to him, and always reproached him for not having previously apprised them of his parents' position, and had thus involved them in treating money without sufficient respect. A conscription took place, from which Julien, in his capacity as seminarist, was exempt. This circumstance affected him profoundly. So there is just passed forever that moment which, 20 years earlier, would have seen my heroic life begin. He was walking alone in the seminary garden. He heard the masons who were walling up the cloister walls talking between themselves. "Yes, we must go. There's the new conscription. When the other was alive it was good business. A mason could become an officer then, could become a general then. One has seen such things." "You go and see now. It is only the ragamuffins who leave for the army. Anyone who has anything stays in the country here." "The man who is born wretched stays wretched, and there you are." "I say, is it true what they say, that the other is dead?" put in the third mason. "Oh, well, it's the big men who say that, you see. The other one made them afraid." "What a difference! How the fortification went ahead in his time, and to think of his being betrayed by his own marshals!" This conversation consoled Julien a little. As he went away, he repeated with a sigh, "Le seul roi dont le peuple a gardé la mémoire." The time for the examination arrived. Julien answered brilliantly. He saw that Chazelle endeavoured to exhibit all his knowledge. On the first day the examiners, nominated by the famous Grand Vicar de Frillair, were very irritated at always having to put first, or at any rate second, on their list that Julien Sorel who had been designated to them as the Benjamin of the Abbé Pirard. There were bets in the seminary that Julien would come out first in the final list of the examination, a privilege which carried with it the honour of dining with my Lord Bishop. But at the end of a sitting dealing with the Fathers of the Church, an adroit examiner, having first interrogated Julien on St. Jerome and his passion for Cicero, went on to speak about Horace, Virgil, and other profane authors. Julien had learnt by heart a great number of passages from these authors without his comrade's knowledge. Swept away by his successes, he forgot the place where he was, and recited in paraphrase with spirit several odes of Horace at the repeated request of the examiner. Having for 20 minutes given him enough rope to hang himself, the examiner changed his expression and bitterly reproached him for the time he had wasted on these profane studies and the useless or criminal ideas which he had got into his head. "I am a fool, sir. You are right," said Julien modestly, realizing the adroit stratagem of which he was the victim. This examiner's dodge was considered dirty, even at the seminary, but this did not prevent the Abbé de Frillair, that adroit individual who had so cleverly organized the machinery of the Besançon congregation, and whose dispatches to Paris put fear into the hearts of judges, prefect, and even the generals of the garrison, from placing with his powerful hand the number 198 against Julien's name. He enjoyed subjecting his enemy, Pirard the Jansenist, to this mortification. His chief object for the last 10 years had been to deprive him of the headship of the seminary. The Abbé, who had himself followed the plan which he had indicated to Julien, was sincere, pious, devoted to his duties, and devoid of intrigue, but heaven in its anger had given him that bilious temperament which is by nature so deeply sensitive to insults and to hate. None of the insults which were addressed to him were wasted on his burning soul. He would have handed in his resignation 100 times over, but he believed that he was useful in the place where Providence had set him. "I prevent the progress of Jesuitism and idolatry," he said to himself. At the time of the examinations it was perhaps nearly 2 months since he had spoken to Julien, and nevertheless he was ill for 8 days when, on receipt of the official letter announcing the result of the competition, he saw the number 198 placed beside the name of that pupil whom he regarded as the glory of his town. This stern character found his only consolation in concentrating all his surveillance on Julien. He was delighted that he discovered in him neither anger, nor vindictiveness, nor discouragement. Julien felt a thrill some months afterwards when he received a letter. It bore the Paris postmark. Madame de Rênal is remembering her promises at last, he thought. A gentleman who signed himself Paul Sorel, and who said that he was his relative, sent him a letter of credit for 500 francs. The writer went on to add that if Julien went on to study successfully the good Latin authors, a similar sum would be sent to him every year. "It is she. It is her kindness," said Julien to himself, feeling quite overcome. "She wishes to console me, but why not a single word of affection?" He was making a mistake in regard to this letter, for Madame de Rênal, under the influence of her friend Madame de Ville, was abandoning herself absolutely to profound remorse. She would often think, in spite of herself, of that singular being, the meeting with whom had revolutionized her life, but she carefully refrained from writing to him. If we were to talk the terminology of the seminary, we would be able to recognize a miracle in the sending of these 500 francs, and to say that heaven was making use of M. de Frilair himself in order to give this gift to Julien. 12 years previously, the Abbé de Frilair had arrived in Besançon with an extremely exiguous portmanteau, which, according to the story, contained all his fortune. He was now one of the richest proprietors of the department. In the course of his prosperity, he had bought the one half of an estate, while the other half had been inherited by M. de la Mole. Consequently, there was a great lawsuit between these two personages. M. le Marquis de la Mole felt that, in spite of his brilliant life at Paris and the offices which he held at court, it would be dangerous to fight at Besançon against the Grand Vicar, who was reputed to make and unmake prefects. Instead of soliciting a present of 50,000 francs, which could have been smuggled into the budget under some name or other, and of throwing up this miserable lawsuit with the Abbé Frilair over a matter of 50,000 francs, the Marquis lost his temper. He thought he was in the right, absolutely in the right. Moreover, if one is permitted to say so, who is the judge who has not got a son, or at any rate a cousin, to push in the world? In order to enlighten the blindest minds, the Abbé de Frilair took the carriage of my lord the bishop 8 days after the first decree which he obtained, and went himself to convey the cross of the Legion of Honour to his advocate. M. de la Mole, a little dumbfounded at the demeanour on the other side, and appreciating also that his own advocates were slackening their efforts, asked advice of the Abbé Chalin, who put him in communication with M. Pirard. At the period of our story, the relations between these two men had lasted for several years. The Abbé Pirard imported into this affair his characteristic passion. Being in constant touch with the Marquis's advocates, he studied his case, and finding it just, he became quite openly the solicitor of M. de la Mole against the all-powerful Grand Vicar. The latter felt outraged by such insolence, and on the part of a little Jansenist into the bargain. "See what this court nobility, who pretend to be so powerful, really are," would say the Abbé de Frilair to his intimates. "M. de la Mole has not even sent a miserable cross to his agent at Besançon, and will let him be tamely turned out. None the less, so they write to me, this noble peer never lets a week go by without going to show off his blue ribbon in the drawing-room of the Keeper of Seal, whoever it may be." In spite of all the energy of the Abbé Pirard, and although M. de la Mole was always on the best of terms with the Minister of Justice, and above all with his officials, the best that he could achieve after 6 careful years was not to lose his lawsuit right out. Being, as he was, in ceaseless correspondence with the Abbé Pirard in connection with an affair in which they were both passionately interested, the Marquis came to appreciate the Abbé's particular kind of intellect. Little by little, and in spite of the immense distance in their social positions, their correspondence assumed the tone of friendship. The Abbé Pirard told the Marquis that they wanted to heap insults upon him till he should be forced to hand in his resignation. In his anger against what, in his opinion, was the infamous stratagem employed against Julien, he narrated his story to the Marquis. Although extremely rich, this great lord was by no means miserly. He had never been able to prevail on the Abbé Pirard to accept even the reimbursement of the postal expenses occasioned by the lawsuit. He seized the opportunity of sending 500 francs to his favourite pupil. M. de la Mole himself took the trouble of writing the covering letter. This gave the Abbé food for thought. One day the latter received a little note which requested him to go immediately on an urgent matter to an inn on the outskirts of Besançon. He found there the steward of M. de la Mole. "Monsieur le Marquis has instructed me to bring you his carriage," said the man to him. He hopes that after you have read this letter you will find it convenient to leave for Paris in 4 or 5 days. I will employ the time in the meanwhile in asking you to be good enough to show me the estates of Monsieur le Marquis in the Franche-Comté, so that I can go over them." The letter was short. "Rid yourself, my good sir, of all the chicanery of the provinces, and come and breathe peaceful atmosphere of Paris. I send you my carriage, which has orders to await your decision for 4 days. I will await you myself at Paris until Tuesday. You only require to say so, monsieur, to accept in your own name one of the best livings in the environ of Paris. The richest of your future parishioners has never seen you, but is more devoted than you can possibly think. He is the Marquis de la Mole." Without having suspected it, the stern Abbé Pirard loved this seminary, peopled as it was by his enemies, but to which for the past 15 years he had devoted all his thoughts. Monsieur de la Mole's letter had the effect on him of the visit of the surgeon come to perform a difficult but necessary operation. His dismissal was certain. He made an appointment with the steward for 3 days later. For 48 hours he was in a fever of uncertainty. Finally he wrote to the Monsieur de la Mole, and composed for my lord the bishop a letter, a masterpiece of ecclesiastical style, although it was a little long. It would have been difficult to have found more unimpeachable phrases, and ones breathing a more sincere respect. And nevertheless this letter, intended as it was to get Monsieur de Frilair into trouble with his patron, gave utterance to all the serious matters of complaint, and even descended to the little squalid intrigues which, having been endured with resignation for 6 years, were forcing the Abbé Pirard to leave the diocese. They stole his firewood, they poisoned his dog, etc., etc. Having finished this letter, he had Julien called. Like all the other seminarists, he was sleeping at 8 o'clock in the evening. "You know where the bishop's palace is," he said to him in good classical Latin. "Take this letter to my lord. I will not hide from you that I am sending you into the midst of the wolves. Be all ears and eyes. Let there be no lies in your answers, but realize that the man questioning you will possibly experience a real joy in being able to hurt you. I am very pleased, my child, at being able to give you this experience before I leave you, for I do not hide from you that the letter which you are bearing is my resignation." Julien stood motionless. He loved the Abbé Pirard. It was in vain that Prudence said to him, "After this honest man's departure, the Sacré-Cœur party will disgrace me, and perhaps expel me." He could not think of himself. He was embarrassed by a phrase which he was trying to turn in a polite way, but as a matter of fact he found himself without the brains to do so. "Well, my friend, are you not going?" "It is because they say, monsieur," answered Julien timidly, "that you have put nothing on one side during your long administration. I have 600 francs. His tears prevented him from continuing. "That also will be noticed," said the ex-director of the seminary coldly. "Go to the palace. It is getting late." Chance would so have it that on that evening the Abbé de Frilair was on duty in the salon of the palace. My lord was dining with the prefect, so it was to Monsieur de Frilair himself that Julien, though he did not know it, handed the letter. Julien was astonished to see this abbé boldly open the letter, which was addressed to the bishop. The face of the Grand Vicar soon expressed surprise, tinged with a lively pleasure, and became twice as grave as before. Julien, struck with his good appearance, found time to scrutinize him while he was reading. This face would have possessed more dignity had it not been for the extreme subtlety which appeared in some features, and would have gone to the fact of actually denoting falseness if the possessor of this fine countenance had ceased to school it for a single minute. The very prominent nose formed a perfectly straight line, and unfortunately gave to an otherwise distinguished profile a curious resemblance to the physiognomy of a fox. Otherwise, this abbé, who appeared so engrossed with Monsieur Pirard's resignation, was dressed with an elegance which Julien had never seen before in any priest, and which pleased him exceedingly. It was only later that Julien knew in what the special talent of the Abbé de Frilair really consisted. He knew how to amuse his bishop, an amiable old man made for Paris life, and who looked upon Besançon as exile. This bishop had very bad sight, and was passionately fond of fish. The Abbé de Frilair used to take the bones out of the fish which was served to my lord. Julien looked silently at the abbe, who was rereading the resignation, when the door suddenly opened with a noise. A richly dressed lackey passed in rapidly. Julien had only time to turn round towards the door. He perceived a little old man wearing a pectoral cross. He prostrated himself. The bishop addressed a benevolent smile to him and passed on. The handsome abbe followed him, and Julien was left alone in the salon, and was able to admire at his leisure its pious magnificence. The Bishop of Besançon, a man whose spirit had been tried but not broken by the long miseries of the emigration, was more than 75 years old, and concerned himself infinitely little with what might happen in 10 years' time. "Who is that clever-looking seminarist I think I saw as I passed?" said the bishop. "Oughtn't they to be in bed, according to my regulations?" "That one is very wide awake, I assure you, my lord, and he brings great news. It is the resignation of the only Jansenist residing in your diocese. That terrible Abbé Pirard realizes at last that we mean business." "Well," said the bishop with a laugh, "I challenge you to replace him with any man of equal worth, and to show you how much I prize that man, I will invite him to dinner for tomorrow." The Grand Vicar tried to slide in a few words concerning the choice of a successor. The prelate, who was little disposed to talk business, said to him, "Before we install the other, let us get to know a little of the circumstances under which the present one is going. Fetch me this seminarist. The truth is in the mouth of children." Julien was summoned. "I shall find myself between two inquisitors," he thought. He had never felt more courageous. At the moment when he entered, two valets, better dressed than Monsieur Valenod himself, were undressing my lord. That prelate thought he ought to question Julien on his studies before questioning him about Monsieur Pirard. He talked a little theology, and was astonished. He soon came to the humanities, to Virgil, to Horace, to Cicero. It was those names, thought Julien, that earned me my number 198. I have nothing to lose. Let us try and shine. He succeeded. The prelate, who was an excellent humanist himself, was delighted. At the prefect's dinner, a young girl who was justly celebrated had recited the poems of the Madeleine. He was in the mood to talk literature, and very quickly forgot the Abbé Pirard and his affairs to discuss with the seminarist whether Horace was rich or poor. The prelate quoted several odes, but sometimes his memory was sluggish, and then Julien would recite with modesty the whole ode. The fact which struck the bishop was that Julien never deviated from the conversational tone. He spoke his 20 or 30 Latin verses as though he had been speaking of what was taking place in his own seminary. They talked for a long time of Virgil or Cicero, and the prelate could not help complimenting the young seminarist. "You could not have studied better." "My lord," said Julien, "your seminary can offer you 197 much less unworthy of your high esteem." "How is that?" said the prelate, astonished by the number. "I can support by official proof just what I have had the honour of saying before, my lord. I obtained the number 198 at the seminary's annual examination by giving accurate answers to the very questions which are earning me, at the present moment, my lord's approbation." "Ah, it is the Benjamin of the Abbé Pirard," said the other bishop with a laugh, as he looked at Monsieur de Frillair. "We should have been prepared for this, but it is fair fighting. Did you not have to be woken up, my friend," he said, addressing himself to Julien, "to be sent here?" "Yes, my lord. I have only been out of the seminary alone once in my life, to go and help Monsieur the Abbé Charles Bernard decorate the cathedral on Corpus Christi Day." "Optime," said the bishop. "So it is you who showed proof of so much courage by placing the bouquet of feathers on the baldachin. They make me shudder. They make me fear that they will cost some man his life. You will go far, my friend, but I do not wish to cut short your brilliant career by making you die of hunger." And by the order of the bishop, biscuits and wine were brought in, to which Julien did honour, and the Abbé de Frillair, who knew that his bishop liked to see people eat gaily and with good appetite, even greater honour. The prelate, more and more satisfied with the end of his evening, talked for a moment of ecclesiastical history. He saw that Julien did not understand. The prelate passed on to the moral condition of the Roman Empire under the system of the Emperor Constantine. The end of paganism had been accompanied by that state of anxiety and of doubt which afflicts sad and jaded spirits in the 19th century. My lord noticed Julien's ignorance of almost the very name of Tacitus. To the astonishment of the prelate, Julien answered frankly that that author was not to be found in the seminary library. "I am truly very glad," said the bishop gaily. "You relieve me of an embarrassment. I have been trying for the last 5 minutes to find a way of thanking you for the charming evening which you have given me in a way that I could certainly never have expected. I did not anticipate finding a teacher in a pupil in my seminary. Although the gift is not unduly canonical, I want to give you a Tacitus." The prelate had 8 volumes in a superior binding fetched for him, and insisted on writing himself on the title page of the first volume a Latin compliment to Julien Sorel. The bishop plumed himself on his fine Latinity. He finished by saying to him in a serious tone, which completely clashed with the rest of the conversation, "Young man, if you are good, you will have one day the best living in my diocese, and not 100 leagues from my episcopal palace, but you must be good." Laden with his volumes, Julien left the palace in a state of great astonishment as midnight was striking. My lord had not said a word to him about the Abbé Pirard. Julien was particularly astonished by the bishop's extreme politeness. He had had no conception of such an urbanity in form combined with so natural an air of dignity. Julien was especially struck by the contrast on seeing again the gloomy Abbé Pirard, who was impatiently awaiting him. "Quid tibi dixerunt? What have they said to you?" he cried out to him in a loud voice as soon as he saw him in the distance. "Speak French and repeat my lord's own words without either adding or subtracting anything," said the ex-director of the seminary in his harsh tone and with his particularly inelegant manners, as Julien got slightly confused in translating into Latin the speeches of the bishop. "What a strange present on the part of the bishop to a young seminarist," he ventured to say as he turned over the leaves of the superb Tacitus, whose gilt edges seemed to horrify him. 2 o'clock was already striking when he allowed his favourite pupil to retire to his room after an extremely detailed account. "Leave me the first volume of your Tacitus," he said to him. "Where is my lord bishop's compliment? This Latin line will serve as your lightning conductor in this house after my departure. Erit tibi, fili mi, successor meos tanquam leo querens quem devoret. For my successor will be to you, my son, like a ravening lion seeking someone to devour." The following morning Julien noticed a certain strangeness in the manner in which his comrade spoke to him. It only made him more reserved. This, he thought, is the result of M. Pirard's resignation. It is known over the whole house, and I pass for his favourite. There ought logically to be an insult in their demeanour. But he could not detect it. On the contrary, there was an absence of hate in the eyes of all those he met along the corridors. What is the meaning of this? It is doubtless a trap. Let us play a wary game. Finally, the little seminarist said to him with a laugh, "Corneli taciti opera omnia," complete works of Tacitus. On hearing these words, they all congratulated Julien enviously, not only on the magnificent present which he had received from my lord, but also on the 2 hours' conversation with which he had been honoured. They knew even its minutest details. From that moment envy ceased completely. They courted him basely. The Abbé Castanede, who had manifested towards him the most extreme insolence the very day before, came and took his arm and invited him to breakfast. By some fatality in Julien's character, while the insolence of these coarse creatures had occasioned him great pain, their baseness afforded him disgust, but no pleasure. Towards midday, the Abbé Pirard took leave of his pupils, but not before addressing to them a severe admonition. "Do you wish for the honours of the world?" he said to them. "For all the social advantages, for the pleasure of commanding pleasures, of setting the laws at defiance, and the pleasure of being insolent with impunity to all? Or do you wish for your eternal salvation? The most backward of you have only got to open your eyes to distinguish the true ways." He had scarcely left before the devotee of the Sacré-Cœur de Jésus went into the palace to intone a Te Deum. Nobody in the seminary took the ex-director's admonition seriously. He shows a great deal of temper because he is losing his job, was what was said in every quarter. Not a single seminarist was simple enough to believe in the voluntary resignation of a position which put him into such close touch with the big contractors. The Abbé Pirard went and established himself in the finest inn at Besançon, and making an excuse of business which he had not got, insisted on passing a couple of days there. The bishop had invited him to dinner, and in order to chaff his grand vicar de Frière, endeavoured to make him shine. They were at dessert when the extraordinary intelligence arrived from Paris that the Abbé Pirard had been appointed to the magnificent living of N, 4 leagues from Paris. The good prelate congratulated him upon it. He saw in the whole affair a piece of good play which put him in a good temper, and gave him the highest opinion of the Abbé's talents. He gave him a magnificent Latin certificate, and enjoined silence on the Abbé de Frière, who was venturing to remonstrate. The same evening my lord conveyed his admiration to the Marquis de Rubempré. This was great news for fine Besançon society. They abandoned themselves to all kinds of conjectures over this extraordinary favour. They already saw the Abbé Pirard a bishop. The more subtle brains thought M. de la Mole was a minister, and indulged on this day in smiles at the imperious airs that M. the Abbé de Frière adopted in society. The following day the Abbé Pirard was almost mobbed in the streets, and the tradesmen came to their shop doors when he went to solicit an interview with the judges who had to try the Marquis's lawsuit. For the first time in his life he was politely received by them. The stern Jansenist, indignant as he was with all that he saw, worked long with the advocates whom he had chosen for the Marquis de la Mole, and left for Paris. He was weak enough to tell 2 or 3 college friends who accompanied him to the carriage, whose armorial bearings they admired, that after having administered the seminary for 15 years, he was leaving Besançon with 520 francs of savings. His friends kissed him with tears in their eyes, and said to each other, "The good abbé could have spared himself that lie. It is really too ridiculous." The vulgar, blinded as they are by the love of money, were constitutionally incapable of understanding that it was in his own sincerity that the Abbé Pirard had found the necessary strength to fight for 6 years against Marie Alacoque, the Sacré-Cœur de Jésus, the Jesuits, and his bishops. End of section 29. Section 30 of The Red and the Black by Stendhal, translated by Horace Barnett Samuel. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dann. Chapter 30. An Ambitious Man. There is only one nobility, the title of Duke. A Marquis is ridiculous. The word Duke makes one turn round. Edinburgh Review. The Marquis de la Mole received the Abbé Pirard without any of those aristocratic mannerisms whose very politeness is at the same time so impertinent to one who understands them. It would have been a waste of time, and the Marquis was sufficiently expeditious in big affairs to have no time to lose. He had been intriguing for 6 months to get both the king and people to accept a minister who, as a matter of gratitude, was to make him a duke. The Marquis had been asking his Besançon advocate for years on end for a clear and precise summary of his Franche-Comté lawsuits. How could the celebrated advocate explain to him what he did not understand himself? The little square of paper which the Abbé handed him explained the whole matter. "My dear Abbé," said the Marquis to him, having got through in less than 5 minutes all polite formulae of personal questions, "My dear Abbé, in the midst of my pretended prosperity, I lack the time to occupy myself seriously with 2 little matters which are rather important, my family and my affairs. I manage the fortune of my house on a large scale. I can carry it far. I manage my pleasures, and that is the first consideration in my eyes," he added, as he saw a look of astonishment in the Abbé Pirard's eyes. Although a man of common sense, the Abbé was surprised to hear a man talk so frankly about his pleasures. "Work doubtless exists in Paris," continued the great lord, "but it is perched on the 5th story, and as soon as I take anyone up, he takes an apartment on the 2nd floor, and his wife starts a day at home. The result is no more work and no more efforts, except either to be, or appear to be, a society man. That is the only thing they bother about, as soon as they have got their bread and butter. For my lawsuits, yes, for every single one of them, I have, to put it plainly, advocates who quarrel to death. One died of consumption the day before yesterday. Taking my business all round, would you believe, monsieur, that for 3 years I have given up all hope of finding a man who deigns, during the time he is acting as my clerk, to give a little serious thought to what he is doing. Besides, all this is only a preliminary. I respect you, and would venture to add that, although I only see you for the first time today, I like you. Will you be my secretary, at a salary of 800 francs, or even double? I shall still be the gainer by it, I swear to you, and I will manage to reserve that fine living for you, for the day when we shall no longer be able to agree. The Abbé refused, but the genuine embarrassment in which he saw the Marquis suggested an idea to him towards the end of the conversation. I have left in the depths of my seminary a poor young man who, if I mistake not, will be harshly persecuted. If he were only a simple monk, he would be already in place. So far, this young man only knows Latin and Holy Scriptures, but it is not impossible that he will one day exhibit great talent, either for preaching or for the guiding of souls. I do not know what he will do, but he has the sacred fire. He may go far. I thought of giving him to our bishop, if we had ever had one who was a little of your way of considering men and things. What is your young man's extraction? Said the Marquis. He is said to be the son of a carpenter in our mountains. I rather believe he is the natural son of some rich man. I have seen him receive an anonymous or pseudonymous letter with a bill for 500 francs. Oh, it is Julien Sorel, said the Marquis. How do you know his name? Said the Abbé in astonishment, reddening at his question. That's what I am not going to tell you, answered the Marquis. Well, replied the Abbé, you might try making him your secretary. He has energy. He has a logical mind. In a word, it's worth trying. Why not? Said the Marquis. But would he be the kind of man to allow his palm to be greased by the prefect of police or anyone else, and then spy on me? That is only my objection. After hearing the favourable assurances of the Abbé Pirard, the Marquis took 1,000-franc note. Send this journey money to Julien Sorel. Let him come to me. One sees at once, said the Abbé Pirard, that you live in Paris. You do not know the tyranny which weighs us poor provincials down, and particularly those priests who are not friendly to the Jesuits. They will refuse to let Julien Sorel leave. They will manage to cloak themselves in the most clever excuses. They will answer me that he is ill, that his letters were lost in the post, etc., etc. I will get a letter from the minister to the bishop one of these days, answered the Marquis. I was forgetting to warn you of one thing, said the Abbé. This young man, though of low birth, has a high spirit. He will be of no use if you madden his pride. You will make him stupid. That pleases me, said the Marquis. I will make him my son's comrade. Will that be enough for you? Some time afterwards, Julien received a letter in an unknown writing and bearing the Chalons postmark. He found in it a draft on a Besançon merchant and instructions to present himself at Paris without delay. The letter was signed in a fictitious name, but Julien had felt a thrill in opening it. A leaf of a tree had fallen down at his feet. It was the agreed signal between himself and the Abbé Pirard. Within an hour's time Julien was summoned to the bishop's palace, where he found himself welcomed with a quite paternal benevolence. My lord quoted Horace, and at the same time complimented him very adroitly on the exalted destiny which awaited him in Paris, in such a way as to elicit an explanation by way of thanks. Julien was unable to say anything, simply because he did not know anything, and my lord showed him much consideration. One of the little priests in the bishopric wrote to the mayor, who hastened to bring in person a signed passport where the name of the traveller had been left in blank. Before midnight of the same evening, Julien was at Fouquet's. His friend's shrewd mind was more astonished than pleased with the future which seemed to await his friend. "You will finish up," said that liberal voter, "with a place in the government, which will compel you to take some step which will be calumniated. It will only be by your own disgrace that I shall have news of you. Remember that, even from the financial standpoint, it is better to earn 100 louis in a good timber business, of which one is his own master, than to receive 4,000 francs from a government, even though it were that of King Solomon. Julien saw nothing in this except the pettiness of spirit of a country bourgeois. At last he was going to make an appearance in the atre of great events. Everything was overshadowed in his eyes by the happiness of going to Paris, which he imagined to be populated by people of intellect, full of intrigues and full of hypocrisy, but as polite as the Bishop of Besançon and the Bishop of Agde. He represented to his friend that he was deprived of any free choice in the matter by the Abbé Pérade's letter. The following day he arrived at Verrières about noon. He felt the happiest of men, for he counted on seeing Madame de Rênal again. He went first to his protector, the good Abbé Chalin. He met with a severe welcome. "Do you think you are under any obligation to me?" said Monsieur Chalin to him, without answering his greeting. "You will take breakfast with me. During that time I will have a horse hired for you, and you will leave Verrières without seeing anyone." "Hearing is obeying," answered Julien with a demeanour smacking of the seminary, and the only questions now discussed were theology and classical Latin. He mounted his horse, rode a league, and then, perceiving a wood, and not seeing anyone who could notice him enter, he plunged into it. At sunset he sent away the horse. Later he entered the cottage of a peasant, who consented to sell him a ladder, and to follow him with it to the little wood which commanded the Cour de la Fidélité at Verrières. "I have been following a poor mutineer of a conscript, or a smuggler," said the peasant as he took leave of him, "but what does it matter? My ladder has been well paid for, and I myself have done a thing or two in that line." The night was very black. Towards 1 o'clock in the morning, Julien, laden with his ladder, entered Verrières. He descended as soon as he could into the bed of the stream, which is banked within 2 walls, and traverses Monsieur de Rênal's magnificent gardens at a depth of 10 feet. Julien easily climbed up the ladder. "How will the watchdogs welcome me?" he thought. "It all turns on that." The dogs barked and galloped towards him, but he whistled softly, and they came and caressed him. Then, climbing from terrace to terrace, he easily managed, although all the grilles were shut, to get as far as the window of Madame de Rênal's bedroom, which, on the garden side, was only 8 or 6 feet above the ground. There was a little heart-shaped opening in the shutters which Julien knew well. To his great disappointment, this little opening was not illuminated by the flare of a little night-light inside. "Good God," he said to himself, "this room is not occupied by Madame de Rênal. Where can she be sleeping? The family must be at Verrières, since I have found the dogs here, but I might meet Monsieur de Rênal himself, or even a stranger in this room without a light, and then what a scandal!" The most prudent course was to retreat, but this idea horrified Julien. "If it's a stranger, I will run away for all I'm worth, and leave my ladder behind me, but if it is she, what a welcome awaits me! I can well imagine that she has fallen into a mood of penitence and the most exalted piety, but after all she still has some remembrance of me, since she has written to me." This bit of reasoning decided him. With a beating heart, but resolved none the less to see her or perish in the attempt, he threw some little pebbles against the shutter. No answer. He leaned his long ladder beside the window, and himself knocked on the shutter, at first softly and then more strongly. "However dark it is, they may still shoot me," thought Julien. This idea made the mad adventure simply a question of bravery. "This room is not being slept in tonight," he thought, "or whatever person might be there would have woken up by now. So far as it is concerned, therefore, no further precautions are needed. I must only try not to be heard by the persons sleeping in the other rooms." He descended, placed his ladder against one of the shutters, climbed up again, and, placing his hand through the heart-shaped opening, was fortunate enough to find pretty quickly the wire which is attached to the hook which closed the shutter. He pulled this wire. It was with an ineffable joy that he felt that the shutter was no longer held back, and yielded to his effort. "I must open it bit by bit, and let her recognize my voice." He opened the shutter enough to pass his head through it, while he repeated in a low voice, "It's a friend." He pricked up his ears and assured himself that nothing disturbed the profound silence of the room, but there could be no doubt about it. There was no light, even half extinguished, on the mantelpiece. It was a very bad sign. "Look out for the gunshot," he reflected a little. Then he ventured to knock against the window with his finger. No answer. He knocked harder. I must finish it one way or another, even if I have to break the window. When he was knocking very hard, he thought he could catch a glimpse through the darkness of something like a white shadow that was crossing the room. At last there was no doubt about it. He saw a shadow which appeared to advance with extreme slowness. Suddenly he saw a cheek placed against the pane to which his eye was glued. He shuddered and went away a little, but the night was so black that he could not, even at this distance, distinguish if it were Madame de Rênal. He was frightened of her crying out, at first in alarm. He heard the dogs prowling and growling around the foot of the ladder. "It is I," he repeated fairly loudly. "A friend." No answer. The white phantom had disappeared. "Deign to open to me. I must speak to you. I am too unhappy." And he knocked hard enough to break the pane. A crisp sound followed. The casement fastening of the window yielded. He pushed the casement and leapt lightly into the room. The white phantom flitted away from him. He took hold of its arms. It was a woman. All his ideas of courage vanished. If it is she, what is she going to say? What were his emotions when a little cry gave him to understand that it was Madame de Rênal? He clasped her in his arms. She trembled and scarcely had the strength to push him away. "Unhappy man, what are you doing?" Her agonized voice could scarcely articulate the words. Julien thought that her voice rang with the most genuine indignation. "I have come to see you after a cruel separation of more than 14 months. Go away, leave me at once. Oh, Monsieur Chélan, why did you prevent me from writing to him? I could then have foreseen this horror." She pushed him away with a truly extraordinary strength. "Heaven has deigned to enlighten me," she repeated in a broken voice. "Go away, flee." "After 14 months of unhappiness, I shall certainly not leave you without a word. I want to know all you have done. Yes, I have loved you enough to deserve this confidence. I want to know everything." This authoritative tone dominated Madame de Rênal's heart in spite of herself. Julien, who was hugging her passionately and resisting her efforts to get loose, left off clasping her in his arms. This reassured Madame de Rênal a little. "I will take away the ladder," he said, "to prevent it compromising us in case some servant should be awakened by the noise and go on a round." "Oh, leave me," she cried with an admirable anger. "What do men matter to me? It is God who sees the awful scene you are now making. You are abusing meanly the sentiments which I had for you, but have no longer. Do you hear, Monsieur Julien?" He took away the ladder very slowly, so as not to make a noise. "Is your husband in town, dear?" he said to her, not in order to defy her, but as a sheer matter of habit. "Don't talk to me like that, I beg you, or I will call my husband. I feel only too guilty in not having sent you away before." "I pity you," she said to him, trying to wound his, as she well knew, irritable pride. This refusal of all endearment, this abrupt way of breaking so tender a tie which he thought still subsisted, carried the transport of Julien's love to the point of delirium. "What? Is it possible you do not love me?" he said to her, with one of those accents that come straight from the heart and impose a severe strain on the cold equanimity of the listener. She did not answer. As for him, he wept bitterly. In fact, he had no longer the strength to speak. "So I am completely forgotten by the one being who ever loved me. What is the good of living on henceforth?" As soon as he had no longer to fear the danger of meeting a man, all his courage had left him. His heart now contained no emotion except that of love. He wept for a long time in silence. He took her hand. She tried to take it away, and after a few almost convulsive moments surrendered it to him. It was extremely dark. They were both sitting on Madame de Rênal's bed. What a change from 14 months ago, thought Julien, and his tears redoubled. So absence is really bound to destroy all human sentiments. "Deign to tell me what has happened to you," Julien said at last. "My follies," answered Madame de Rênal in a hard voice, whose frigid intonation contained in it a certain element of reproach, "were no doubt known in the town when you left. Your conduct was so imprudent. Some time afterwards, when I was in despair, the venerable Chélan came to see me. He tried in vain for a long time to obtain a confession. One day he took me to that church at Dijon where I made my first communion. In that place he ventured to speak himself. Madame de Rênal was interrupted by her tears. What a moment of shame! I confessed everything. The good man was gracious enough not to overwhelm me with the weight of his indignation. He grieved with me. During that time I used to write letters to you every day which I never ventured to send. I hid them carefully, and when I was more than usually unhappy, I shut myself up in my room and read over my letters. At last Monsieur Chalin induced me to hand them over to him. Some of them, written a little more discreetly, were sent to you. You never answered. I never received any letters from you, I swear. Great heavens, who can have intercepted them? Imagine my grief until the day I saw you in the cathedral. I did not know if you were still alive. God granted me the grace of understanding how much I was sinning towards him, towards my children, towards my husband, went on Madame de Rênal. He never loved me in the way that I then thought that you had loved me. Julien rushed into her arms, as a matter of fact, without any particular purpose, and feeling quite beside himself. But Madame de Rênal repelled him and continued fairly firmly, "My venerable friend, Monsieur Chalin, made me understand that in marrying I had plighted all my affections, even those which I did not then know, and which I had never felt before a certain fatal attachment. After the great sacrifice of the letters that were so dear to me, my life has flowed on, if not happily, at any rate calmly. Do not disturb it. Be a friend to me, my best friend." Julien covered her hand with kisses. She perceived he was still crying. "Do not cry. You pain me so much. Tell me, in your turn, what you have been doing." Julien was unable to speak. "I want to know the life you lead at the seminary," she repeated, "and then you will go." Without thinking about what he was saying, Julien spoke of the numberless intrigues and jealousies which he had first encountered, and then of the great serenity of his life after he had been made a tutor. It was then, he added, that after a long silence, which was no doubt intended to make me realize what I see only too clearly today, that you no longer loved me and that I had become a matter of indifference to you. Madame de Rênal wrung her hands. "It was then that you sent me the sum of 500 francs. "Never," said Madame de Rênal. "It was a letter stamped Paris and signed Paul Sorel, so as to avoid suspicion." There was a little discussion about how the letter could possibly have originated. The psychological situation was altered. Without knowing it, Julien had abandoned his solemn tone. They were now once more on the footing of a tender affection. It was so dark that they did not see each other, but the tone of their voices was eloquent of everything. Julien clasped her arm round his love's waist. This movement had its dangers. She tried to put Julien's arms away from her. At this juncture he cleverly diverted her attention by an interesting detail in his story. The arm was practically forgotten and remained in its present position. After many conjectures as to the origin of the 500 francs letter, Julien took up his story. He regained a little of his self-control as he spoke of his past life, which, compared with what he was now experiencing, interested him so little. His attention was now concentrated on the final outcome of his visit. "You will have to go," were the curt words he heard from time to time. "What a disgrace for me if I am dismissed. My remorse will embitter all my life," he said to himself. "She will never write to me. God knows when I shall come back to this part of the country." From this moment Julien's heart became rapidly oblivious of all the heavenly delights of his present position. Seated as he was close to a woman whom he adored, and practically clasping her in his arms in this room, the scene of his former happiness, amid a deep obscurity, seeing quite clearly as he did that she had just started crying, and feeling that she was sobbing from the heaving of her chest, he was unfortunate enough to turn into a cold diplomatist, nearly as cold as in those days when in the courtyard of the seminary he found himself the butt of some malicious jokes on the part of one of his comrades who was stronger than he was. Julien protracted his story by talking of his unhappy life since his departure from Verrières. "So," said Madame de Rênal to herself, "after a year's absence, and deprived almost entirely of all tokens of memory while I myself was forgetting him, he only thought of the happy days that he had had in Verrières." Her sobs redoubled. Julien saw the success of his story. He realized that he must play his last card. He abruptly mentioned a letter he had just received from Paris. "I have taken leave of my Lord Bishop." What? Are you not going back to Besançon? You are leaving us forever? Yes, answered Julien resolutely. Yes, I am leaving a country where I have been forgotten, even by the woman whom I loved more than anyone in my life. I am leaving it, and I shall never see it again. I am going to Paris. You are going to Paris, dear, exclaimed Madame de Rênal. Her voice was almost choked by her tears, and showed the extremity of her trouble. Julien had need of this encouragement. He was on the point of executing a manoeuvre which might decide everything against him, and up to the time of this exclamation he could not tell what effect he was producing, as he was unable to see. He no longer hesitated. The fear of remorse gave him complete control over himself. He coldly added as he got up, "Yes, madame, I leave you forever. May you be happy. Adieu." He moved some steps towards the window. He began to open it. Madame de Rênal rushed to him and threw herself into his arms. So it was in this way that, after a dialogue lasting 3 hours, Julien obtained what he desired so passionately during the first 2 hours. Madame de Rênal's return to her tender feelings, and this overshadowing of her remorse, would have been a divine happiness had they come a little earlier, but as they had been obtained by artifice, they were simply a pleasure. Julien insisted on lighting the night-light in spite of his mistress's opposition. "Do you wish me, then," he said to her, "to have no recollection of having seen you? Is the love in those charming eyes to be lost to me forever? Is the whiteness of that pretty hand to remain invisible? Remember that perhaps I am leaving you for a very long time." Madame de Rênal could refuse him nothing. His argument made her melt into tears. But the dawn was beginning to throw into sharp relief the outlines of the pine trees on the mountain east of Verrières. Instead of going away, Julien, drunk with pleasure, asked Madame de Rênal to let him pass the day in her room and leave the following night. "And why not?" she answered. "This fatal relapse robs me of all my respect and will mar all my life." And she pressed him to her heart. "My husband is no longer the same. He has suspicions. He believes I led him the way I wanted in all this business, and shows great irritation against me. If he hears the slightest noise I shall be ruined. He will hound me out like the unhappy woman that I am." "Ah, here we have a phrase of Monsieur Chélin's," said Julien. "You would not have talked like that before my cruel departure to the seminary. In those days you used to love me." Julien was rewarded for the frigidity which he put into those words. He saw his love suddenly forget the danger which her husband's presence compelled her to run, in thinking of the much greater danger of seeing Julien doubt her love. The daylight grew rapidly brighter and vividly illuminated the room. Julien savoured once more all the deliciousness of pride when he saw this charming woman in his arms and almost at his feet, the only woman whom he had ever loved, and who had been entirely absorbed only a few hours before by her fear of a terrible God and her devotion to her duties. Resolutions, fortified by a year's persuasion, had failed to hold out against his courage. They soon heard a noise in the house. A matter that Madame de Rênal had not thought of began to trouble her. "That wicked Elisa will come into the room. What are we to do with this enormous ladder?" she said to her sweetheart. "Where are we to hide it?" "I will take it to the loft," she exclaimed, suddenly, half playfully. "But you will have to pass through the servants' room," said Julien with astonishment. "I will leave the ladder in the corridor, and will call the servant and send him on an errand." "Think of some explanation to have ready in the event of a servant passing the ladder and noticing it in the corridor." "Yes, my angel," said Madame de Rênal, giving him a kiss. "As for you, dear, remember to hide under the bed pretty quickly if Elisa enters here during my absence." Julien was astonished by this sudden gaiety. So, he thought, the approach of a real danger, instead of troubling her, gives her back her spirits before she forgets her remorse. Truly, a superior woman. Yes, that's a heart over which it is glorious to reign. Julien was transported with delight. Madame de Rênal took the ladder, which was obviously too heavy for her. Julien went to her help. He was admiring that elegant figure which was so far from betokening any strength, when she suddenly seized the ladder without assistance and took it up as if it had been a chair. She took it rapidly into the corridor of the 3rd story, where she laid it alongside the wall. She called a servant, and in order to give him time to dress himself, went up into the dovecot. 5 minutes later, when she came back to the corridor, she found no signs of the ladder. What had happened to it? If Julien had been out of the house, she would not have minded the danger in the least, but supposing her husband were to see the ladder just now, the incident might be awful. Madame de Rênal ran all over the house. Madame de Rênal finally discovered the ladder under the roof where the servant had carried it, and even hid it. What does it matter what happens in 24 hours, she thought, when Julien will be gone? She had a vague idea that she ought to take leave of life, but what mattered her duty? He was restored to her after a separation which she had thought eternal. She was seeing him again, and the efforts he had made to reach her showed the extent of his love. "What shall I say to my husband," she said to him, "if the servant tells him he found this ladder?" She was pensive for a moment. "They will need 24 hours to discover the peasant who sold it to you," and she threw herself into Julien's arms and clasped him convulsively. "Oh, if I could only die like this," she cried, covering him with kisses. "But you mustn't die of starvation," she said with a smile. "Come, I will first hide you in Madame de Ville's room, which is always locked." She went and watched at the other end of the corridor, and Julien ran in. "Mind you don't try and open if anyone knocks," she said as she locked him in. "Anyway, it would only be a frolic of the children as they play together." "Get them to come into the garden under the window," said Julien, "so that I may have the pleasure of seeing them. Make them speak." "Yes, yes," cried Madame de Rênal to him as she went away. She soon returned with oranges, biscuits, and a bottle of Malaga wine. She had not been able to steal any bread. "What is your husband doing?" said Julien. "He is writing out the figures of the bargain he is going to make with the peasants." But 8 o'clock had struck, and they were making a lot of noise in the house. If Madame de Rênal failed to put in an appearance, they would look for her all over the house. She was obliged to leave him. Soon she came back, in defiance of all prudence, bringing him a cup of coffee. She was frightened lest he should die of starvation. She managed, after breakfast, to bring the children under the window of Madame de Ville's room. He thought they had grown a great deal, but they had begun to look common, or else his ideas had changed. Madame de Rênal spoke to them about Julien. The elder answered in an affectionate tone and regretted his old tutor, but he found that the younger children had almost forgotten him. Monsieur de Rênal did not go out that morning. He was going up and down stairs, incessantly engaged in bargaining with some peasants to whom he was selling potatoes. Madame de Rênal did not have an instant to give to her prisoner until dinner-time. When the bell had been rung and dinner had been served, it occurred to her to steal a plate of warm soup for him. As she noiselessly approached the door of the room which he occupied, she found herself face to face with the servant who had hid the ladder in the morning. At the time, he too was going noiselessly along the corridor, as though listening for something. The servant took himself off in some confusion. Madame de Rênal boldly entered Julien's room. The news of this encounter made him shudder. "You are frightened," she said to him, "but I would brave all the dangers in the world without flinching. There is only one thing I fear, and that is the moment when I shall be alone after you have left." And she left him and ran downstairs. "Ah," thought Julien ecstatically, "remorse is the only danger which this sublime soul is afraid of." At last evening came. Monsieur de Rênal went to the casino. His wife had given out that she was suffering from an awful headache. She went to her room, hastened to dismiss Elisa, and quickly got up in order to let Julien out. He was literally starving. Madame de Rênal went to the pantry to fetch some bread. Julien heard a loud cry. Madame de Rênal came back and told him that when she went to the dark pantry and got near the cupboard where they kept the bread, she had touched a woman's arm as she stretched out her hand. It was Elisa who had uttered the cry Julien had heard. What was she doing there? "Stealing some sweets, or else spying on us," said Madame de Rênal with complete indifference. "But luckily I found a pie and a big loaf of bread." "But what have you got there?" said Julien, pointing to the pockets of her apron. Madame de Rênal had forgotten that they had been filled with bread since dinner. Julien clasped her in her arms with the most lively passion. She had never seemed to him so beautiful. "I could not meet a woman of greater character, even at Paris," he said confusedly to himself. She combined all the clumsiness of a woman who was but little accustomed to paying attention of this kind, with all the genuine courage of a person who is only afraid of dangers of quite a different sphere and quite a different kind of awfulness. While Julien was enjoying his supper with a hearty appetite, and his sweetheart was rallying him on the simplicity of the meal, the door of the room was suddenly shaken violently. It was Monsieur de Rênal. "Why have you shut yourself in?" he cried to her. Julien had only just time to slip under the sofa. On any ordinary day, Madame de Rênal would have been upset by this question, which was put with true conjugal harshness, but she realized that Monsieur de Rênal had only to bend down a little to notice Julien, for Monsieur de Rênal had flung himself into the chair opposite the sofa, which Julien had been sitting in one moment before. Her headache served as an excuse for everything. While her husband, on his side, went into a long-winded account of the billiards pool which he had won at Casino. "Yes, to be sure, a 19-franc pool," he added. She noticed Julien's hat on a chair 3 paces in front of them. Her self-possession became twice as great. She began to undress, and rapidly passing 1 minute behind her husband, threw her dress over the chair with the hat on it. At last Monsieur de Rênal left. She begged Julien to start over again his account of his life at the seminary. "I was not listening to you yesterday all the time you were speaking. I was only thinking of prevailing on myself to send you away." She was the personification of indiscretion. They talked very loud, and about 2 o'clock in the morning they were interrupted by a violent knock at the door. It was Monsieur de Rênal again. "Open, quickly! There are thieves in the house," he said. "Saint Jean found their ladder this morning." "This is the end of everything," cried Madame de Rênal, throwing herself into Julien's arms. "He will kill both of us. He doesn't believe there are any thieves. I will die in your arms and be more happy in my death than I ever was in my life." She made no attempt to answer her husband, who was beginning to lose his temper, but started kissing Julien passionately. "Save Stanislas's mother," he said to her with an imperious look. "I will jump down into the courtyard through the lavatory window and escape in the garden. The dogs have recognized me. Make my clothes into a parcel and throw them into the garden as soon as you can. In the meanwhile, let him break the door down. But above all, no confession. I forbid you to confess. It is better that he should suspect rather than be certain." "You will kill yourself as you jump," was her only answer and her only anxiety. She went with him to the lavatory window. She then took sufficient time to hide his clothes. She finally opened the door to her husband, who was boiling with rage. He looked in the room and in the lavatory without saying a word, and disappeared. Julien's clothes were thrown down to him. He seized them and ran rapidly towards the bottom of the garden in the direction of the Doubs. As he was running, he heard a bullet whistle past him, and heard at the same time the report of a gun. "It is not Monsieur de Rênal," he thought. "He's far too bad a shot." The dogs ran silently at his side. The second shot apparently broke the paw of one dog, for he began to whine piteously. Julien jumped the wall of the terrace, did 50 paces under cover, and began to fly in another direction. He heard voices calling, and had a distinct view of his enemy, the servant firing a gun. A farmer also began to shoot away from the other side of the garden. Julien had already reached the bank of the Doubs, where he dressed himself. An hour later he was a league from Verrières, on the Geneva road. If they had suspicions, thought Julien, they will look for me on the Paris road. End of section 30. Section 31 of The Red and the Black by Stendhal, translated by Horace Barnett Samuel. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dann. Chapter 31. The Pleasures of the Country. O rus quando ego te espiciam. Horace. "You've no doubt come to wait for the Paris mail, monsieur," said the host of an inn where he had stopped for breakfast. "Today or tomorrow, it matters little," said Julien. The mail arrived while he was still posing as indifferent. There were 2 free places. "Why, it is you, my poor Falco," said the traveller, who was coming from the Geneva side, to the one who was getting in at the same time as Julien. "I thought you were settled on the outskirts of Lyons," said Falcoz, "in a delicious valley near the Rhone." "Nicely settled. I'm running away." "What, you're running away? You Saint Giraud! Have you, who look so virtuous, committed some crime?" said Falco, with a smile. "On my faith, it comes to the same thing. I'm running away from the abominable life which one leads in the provinces. I like the freshness of the woods and the country tranquillity, as you know. You have often accused me of being romantic. I don't want to hear politics talked as long as I live, and politics are hounding me out." "But what party do you belong to?" "To none, and that's what ruins me. That's all there is to be said about my political life. I like music and painting. A good book is an event for me. I'm going to be 44. How much longer have I got to live? 15, 20, 30 years at the outside. Well, I want the ministers in 30 years' time to be a little cleverer than those of today, but quite as honest. The history of England serves as a mirror for our own future. There will always be a king who will try to increase his prerogative. The ambition of becoming a deputy, the fame of Mirabeau and the hundreds of thousand francs which he won for himself will always prevent the rich people in the province from going to sleep. They will call that being liberal and loving the people. The desire of becoming a peer or a gentleman of the chamber will always win over the ultras. On the ship of state everyone is anxious to take over the steering because it is well paid. Will there be never a poor little place for the simple passenger? Is it the last elections which are forcing you out of the province? My misfortune goes further back. 4 years ago I was 40 and possessed 500,000 francs. I am 4 years older today, and probably 50,000 francs to the bad, as I shall lose that sum on the sale of my chateau of Montfleury in a superb position near the Rhone. At Paris I was tired of that perpetual comedy which is rendered obligatory by what you call 19th century civilization. I thirsted for good nature and simplicity. I bought an estate in the mountains near the Rhine. There was no more beautiful place under the heavens. The village clergyman and the gentry of the locality pay me court for 6 months. I invite them to dinner. I have left Paris, I tell them, so as to avoid talking politics or hearing politics talked for the rest of my life. As you know, I do not subscribe to any paper. The less letters the postman brought me, the happier I was. That did not suit the vicar's book. I was soon the victim of 1,000 unreasonable requests, annoyances, etc. I wished to give 200 or 300 francs a year to the poor. I was asked to give it to the Paris associations, that of St. Joseph, that of the Virgin, etc. I refused. I was then insulted in 100 ways. I was foolish enough to be upset by it. I could not go out in the morning to enjoy the beauty of our mountain without finding some annoyance which distracted me from my reveries and recalled unpleasantly both men and their wickedness. On the Rogation processions, for instance, whose chanting I enjoy, it is probably a Greek melody, they will not bless my fields because, say the clergymen, they belong to an infidel. A cow dies belonging to a devout old peasant woman. She says the reason is the neighbourhood of a pond which belongs to my infidel self, a philosopher coming from Paris, and 8 days afterwards I find my fish in agonies, poisoned by lime. Intrigue in all its forms envelops me. The justice of the peace, who is an honest man but frightened of losing his place, always decides against me. The peace of the country proved a hell for me. Once they saw that I was abandoned by the vicar, the head of the village congregation, and that I was not supported by the retired captain, who was the head of the Liberals, they all fell upon me, down to the mason whom I had supported for a year, down to the very wheelwright who wanted to cheat me with impunity over the repairing of my ploughs. In order to find some support, and to win at any rate some of my lawsuits, I became a Liberal, but, as you say, those damned elections came along. They asked me for my vote. For an unknown man? Not at all. For a man whom I knew only too well. I refused. It was terribly imprudent. From that moment I had the Liberals on my hands as well, and my position became intolerable. I believe that if the vicar had got it into his head to accuse me of assassinating my servant, there would be 20 witnesses of the 2 parties who would swear that they had seen me committing the crime. You mean to say you want to live in the country without pandering to the passions of your neighbours, without even listening to their gossip? What a mistake! It is rectified at last. Montfleury is for sale. I will lose 50,000 francs if necessary, but I am overjoyed. I am leaving that hell of hypocrisy and annoyance. I am going to look for solitude and rustic peace in the only place where those things are to be found in France, on a 4th story looking on to the Champs-Élysées. And moreover, I am actually deliberating if I shall not commence my political career by giving consecrated bread to the parish in the rural quarter. All this would not have happened under Bonaparte, said Falcoz, with eyes shining with rage and sorrow. Very good, but why didn't your Bonaparte manage to keep his position? Everything which I suffer today is his work. At this point Julien's attention was redoubled. He had realized from the first word that the Bonapartist Falcoz was the old boyhood friend of M. de Rênal, who had been repudiated by him in 1816, and that the philosopher Saint Giraud must be the brother of that chief of the prefecture of who managed to get the house of the municipality knocked down to him at a cheap price. And all this is the work of your Bonaparte, an honest man, aged 40, and possessed of 500,000 francs, however inoffensive he is, cannot settle in the provinces and find peace there. Those priests and nobles of his will turn him out. Oh, don't talk evil of him, exclaimed Falcoz. France was never so high in the esteem of the nations as during the 13 years of his reign. Then every single act was great. Your emperor, devil take him, replied the man of 44, was only great on his battlefields and when he reorganized the finances about 1802. What is the meaning of all his conduct since then? What with his chamberlains, his pomp, and his receptions in the Tuileries, he has simply provided a new edition of all the monarchical tomfoolery. It was a revised edition and might possibly have lasted for a century or two. The nobles and the priests wished to go back to the old one, but they did not have the iron hand necessary to impose it on the public. Yes, that is just how an old printer would talk. Who has turned me out of my estate? Continued the printer angrily. The priests, whom Napoleon called back by his Concordat instead of treating them like the state treats doctors, barristers and astronomers, simply seeing them ordinary citizens and not bothering about the particular calling by which they are trying to earn their livelihood. Should we be saddled with these insolent gentlemen today if your Bonaparte had not created barons and counts? No, they were out of fashion. Next to the priests, it's the little country nobility who have annoyed me the most and compelled me to become a liberal. The conversation was endless. The theme will occupy France for another half-century. As Saint-Giraud kept always repeating that it was impossible to live in the provinces, Julien timidly suggested the case of M. de Rênal. "Zounds, young man, you're a nice one," exclaimed Falcoz. "He turned spider so as not to be fly, and a terrible spider into the bargain. But I see that he is beaten by that man Valenod. Do you know that scoundrel? He's the villain of the piece. What will your Monsieur de Rênal say if he sees himself turned out one of these fine days, and Valenod put in his place?" "He will be left to brood over his crime," said Saint-Giraud. "Do you know Verrières, young man? Well, Bonaparte, heaven confound him, Bonaparte and his monarchical tomfoolery rendered possible the reign of the Rênals and the Chalins, which brought about the reign of the Valenods and the Maslons." This conversation, with its gloomy politics, astonished Julien and distracted him from his delicious reveries. He appreciated but little the first sight of Paris as perceived in the distance. The castles in the air he had built about his future had to struggle with the still present memory of the 24 hours that he had just passed in Verrières. He vowed that he would never abandon his mistress's children, and that he would leave everything in order to protect them if the impertinence of the priests brought about a republic and the persecution of the nobles. What would have happened on the night of his arrival in Verrières if, at the moment when he had leant his ladder against the casement of Madame de Rênal's bedroom, he had found that room occupied by a stranger, or by Monsieur de Rênal? But how delicious, too, had been those first 2 hours when his sweetheart had been sincerely anxious to send him away, and he had pleaded his cause, sitting down by her in the darkness. A soul like Julien's is haunted by such memories for a lifetime. The rest of the interview was already becoming merged in the first period of their love, 14 months previous. Julien was awakened from his deep meditation by the stopping of the coach. They had just entered the courtyard of the post in the Rue Rousseau. "I want to go to La Malmaison," he said to a cabriolet which approached. "At this time, monsieur? What for?" "What's that got to do with you? Get on." Every real passion only thinks about itself. That is why, in my view, passions are ridiculous at Paris, where one's neighbour always insists on one's considering him a great deal. I shall refrain from recounting Julien's ecstasy at La Malmaison. He wept. What? In spite of those wretched white walls, built this very year, which cut the path up into bits? Yes, monsieur, for Julien, as for posterity, there was nothing to choose between Arcole, Saint Helena, and La Malmaison. In the evening, Julien hesitated a great deal before going to the theatre. He had strange ideas about that place of perdition. A deep distrust prevented him from admiring actual Paris. He was only affected by the monuments left behind by his hero. So here I am in the centre of intrigue and hypocrisy. Here reign the protectors of the Abbé de Frier. On the evening of the third day, his curiosity got the better of his plan of seeing everything before presenting himself to the Abbé Pirard. The Abbé explained to him coldly the kind of life which he was to expect at M. de la Mole's. If you do not prove useful to him at the end of some months, you will go back to the seminary, but not in disgrace. You will live in the house of the Marquis, who is one of the greatest seigneurs of France. You will wear black, but like a man who is in mourning, and not like an ecclesiastic. I insist on your following your theological studies 3 days a week in a seminary where I will introduce you. Every day at 12 o'clock you will establish yourself in the Marquis's library. He counts on making use of you in drafting letters concerning his lawsuits and other matters. The Marquis will scribble on the margin of each letter he gets the kind of answer which is required. I have assured him that at the end of 3 months you will be so competent to draft the answers that out of every dozen you hand to the Marquis for signature, he will be able to sign 8 or 9. In the evening, at 8 o'clock, you will tidy up his bureau, and at 10 you will be free. It may be, continued the Abbé Pirard, that some old lady or some smooth-voiced man will hint at immense advantages, or will crudely offer you gold to show him the letters which the Marquis has received. "Ah, monsieur," exclaimed Julien, blushing. "It is singular," said the Abbé with a bitter smile, "that poor as you are, and after a year at a seminary, you still have any of this virtuous indignation left. You must have been very blind." "Can it be that blood will tell?" muttered the Abbé in a whisper, as though speaking to himself. "The singular thing is," he added, looking at Julien, "that the Marquis knows you. I don't know how. He will give you a salary of 100 louis to commence with. He is a man who only acts by his whim. That is his weakness. He will quarrel with you about the most childish matters. If he is satisfied, your wages may rise in consequence up to 8,000 francs. But you realize," went on the Abbé sourly, "that he is not giving you all this money simply on account of your personal charm. The thing is to prove yourself useful. If I were in your place, I would talk very little, and I would never talk about what I know nothing about." "Ah, yes," said the Abbé. "I have made some inquiries for you. I was forgetting M. de la Mole's family. He has 2 children, a daughter and a son of 19, eminently elegant, the kind of madman who never knows today what he will do tomorrow. He has spirit and valour. He has been through the Spanish War. The Marquis hopes, I don't know why, that you will become a friend of the young Count Norbert. I told him that you were a great classic, and possibly he reckons on your teaching his son some ready-made phrases about Cicero and Virgil. If I were you, I should never allow that handsome young man to make fun of me, and before I accepted his advances, which you will find perfectly polite but a little ironical, I would make him repeat them more than once. I will not hide from you the fact that the young Count de la Mole is bound to despise you at first, because you are nothing more than a little bourgeois. His grandfather belonged to the court, and had the honour of having his head cut off in the Place de Grève on the 26th of April, 1574, on account of a political intrigue. As for you, you are the son of a carpenter of Verrières, and what is more, in receipt of his father's wages. Ponder well over these differences, and look up the family history in Moreri. All the flatterers who dine at their house make from time to time what they call delicate allusions to it. Be careful of how you answer the pleasantries of Monsieur the Comte de la Mole, chief of the squadron of hussars and a future peer of France, and don't come and complain to me later on." "It seems to me," said Julien, blushing violently, "that I ought not even to answer a man who despises me." "You have no idea of his contempt. It will only manifest itself by inflated compliments. If you were a fool, you might be taken in by it. If you want to make your fortune, you ought to let yourself be taken in by it." "Shall I be looked upon as ungrateful," said Julien, "if I return to my little cell, number 108, when I find that all this no longer suits me?" "All the toadies of the house will no doubt calumniate you," said the Abbé, "but I myself will come to the rescue. I will say that I am responsible for that resolution." Julien was overwhelmed by the bitter and almost vindictive tone which he noticed in M. Pirard. That tone completely infected his last answer. The fact is that the abbe had a conscientious scruple about loving Julien, and it was with a kind of religious fear that he took so direct a part in another's life. "You will also see," he added with the same bad grace as though accomplishing a painful duty, "you will also see Madame the Marquise de la Mole. She is a big blonde woman, about 40, devout, perfectly polite, and even more insignificant. She is the daughter of the old Duc de Chaulnes, so well known for his aristocratic prejudices. This great lady is a kind of synopsis in high relief of all the fundamental characteristics of women of her rank. She does not conceal for her own part that the possession of ancestors who went through the Crusades is the sole advantage which she respects. Money only comes a long way afterwards. Does that astonish you? We are no longer in the provinces, my friend. You will see many great lords in her salon talk about our princes in a tone of singular flippancy. As for Madame de la Mole, she lowers her voice out of respect every time she mentions the name of a prince, and above all the name of a princess. I would not advise you to say in her hearing that Philip II or Henry VII were monsters. They were kings, a fact which gives them indisputable rights to the respect of creatures without birth like you and me. Nevertheless, added Monsieur Perard, we are priests, for she would take you for one. That being our capacity, she considers us as spiritual valets necessary for her salvation. Monsieur, said Julien, I do not think I shall be long at Paris. Good, but remember that no man of our class can make his fortune except through the great lords. With that indefinable element in your character, at any rate I think it is, you will be persecuted if you do not make your fortune. There is no middle course for you, make no mistake about it. People see that they do not give you pleasure when they speak to you. In a social country like this, you are condemned to unhappiness if you do not succeed in winning respect. What would have become of you at Besançon without this whim of the Marquis de la Mole? One day you will realize the extraordinary extent of what he has done for you, and if you are not a monster, you will be eternally grateful to him and his family. How many poor abbés more learned than you have lived for years at Paris on the 15 sous they got for their mass, and their 10 sous they got for their dissertations in the Sorbonne? Remember what I told you last winter about the first years of that bad man, Cardinal Dubois. Are you proud enough, by chance, to think yourself more talented than he was? Take, for instance, a quiet and average man like myself. I reckoned on dying in my seminary. I was childish enough to get attached to it. Well, I was on the point of being turned out when I handed in my resignation. You know what my fortune consisted of? I had 520 francs capital, neither more nor less, not a friend, scarcely 2 or 3 acquaintances. Monsieur de la Mole, whom I have never seen, extricated me from that quandary. He had only to say the word, and I was given a living where the parishioners are well-to-do people above all crude vices, and where the income puts me to shame, it is so disproportionate to my work. I refrained from talking to you all this time simply to enable you to find your level a bit. One word more. I have the misfortune to be irritable. It is possible that you and I will cease to be on speaking terms. If the airs of the Marquise or the spiteful pleasantries of her son make the house absolutely intolerable for you, I advise you to finish your studies in some seminary 30 leagues from Paris, and rather north than south. There is more civilization in the north. And, he added, lowering his voice, I must admit that the nearness of the Paris papers puts fear into our petty tyrants. If we continue to find pleasure in each other's society, and if the Marquis's house does not suit you, I will offer you the post of my curate, and will go equal shares with you in what I get from the living. I owe you that, and even more, he added, interrupting Julien's thanks, for the extraordinary offer which you made me at Besançon. If instead of having 520 francs I had had nothing, you would have saved me. The abbé's voice had lost its tone of cruelty. Julien was ashamed to feel tears in his eyes. He was desperately anxious to throw himself into his friend's arms. He could not help saying to him in the most manly manner he could assume, I was hated by my father from the cradle. It was one of my great misfortunes, but I shall no longer complain of my luck. I have found another father in you, monsieur. That is good, said the embarrassed abbé. Then, suddenly remembering, quite appropriately, a seminary platitude, you must never say luck, my child. Always say providence. The fiacre stopped. The coachman lifted up the bronze knocker of an immense door. It was the Hôtel de la Mole, and to prevent the passers-by having any doubt on the subject, these words could be read in black marble over the door. This affectation displeased Julien. They are so frightened of the Jacobins. They see a Robespierre and his tumbril behind every head. Their panic is often gloriously grotesque, and they advertise their house like this, so that in the event of a rising, the rabble can recognize it and loot it. He communicated his thought to the Abbé Pirard. "Yes, poor child, you will soon be my curate. What a dreadful idea you have got into your head." "Nothing could be simpler," said Julien. The gravity of the porter, and above all the cleanness of the court, struck him with admiration. It was fine sunshine. "What magnificent architecture," he said to his friend. The hotel in question was one of those buildings of the Faubourg Saint-Germain with a flat facade built about the time of Voltaire's death. At no other period had fashion and beauty been so far from one another. End of section 31. Section 32 of The Red and the Black by Stendhal, translated by Horace Barnett Samuel. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dann. Chapter 32. Entry into Society. Ludicrous and pathetic memory. The first drawing-room where one appeared alone and without support at the age of 18. The look of a woman sufficed to intimidate me. The more I wished to please, the more clumsy I became. I evolved the most unfounded ideas about everything. I would either abandon myself without any reason, or I would regard a man as an enemy simply because he had looked at me with a serious air. But all the same, in the middle of the unhappiness of my timidity, how beautiful did I find a beautiful day. Kant. Julien stopped in amazement in the middle of the courtyard. "Pull yourself together," said the Abbé Pirard. "You get horrible ideas into your head. Besides, you're only a child. What has happened to the nil mirari of Horace? No enthusiasm. Remember that when they see you established here, this crowd of lackeys will make fun of you. They will see in you an equal who has been unjustly placed above them, and under a masquerade of good advice and a desire to help you, they will try to make you fall into some gross blunder." "Let them do their worst," said Julien, biting his lip, and he became as distrustful as ever. The salons on the first story which our gentleman went through before reaching the Marquis's study would have seemed to you, my reader, as gloomy as they were magnificent. If they had been given to you just as they were, you would have refused to live in them. This was the domain of yawning and melancholy reasoning. They redoubled Julien's rapture. How can anyone be unhappy, he thought, who lives in so splendid an abode? Finally, our gentleman arrived at the ugliest rooms in this superb suite. There was scarcely any light. They found there a little keen man with a lively eye and a blonde wig. The Abbé turned round to Julien and presented him. It was the Marquis. Julien had much difficulty in recognizing him. He found his manner was so polite. It was no longer the grand seigneur with that haughty manner of the Abbé of Bray-le-Haut. Julien thought that his wig had much too many hairs. As a result of this opinion, he was not at all intimidated. The descendant of the friend of Henry III seemed to him at first of a rather insignificant appearance. He was extremely thin and very restless, but he soon noticed that the Marquis had a politeness which was even more pleasant to his listener than that of the Bishop of Besançon himself. The audience only lasted 3 minutes. As they went out, the Abbé said to Julien, "You looked at the Marquis just as you would have looked at a picture. I am not a great expert in what these people here call politeness. You will soon know more about it than I do, but really the boldness of your looks seems scarcely polite." They had got back into the fiacre. The driver stopped near the boulevard. The Abbé ushered Julien into a suite of large rooms. Julien noticed that there was no furniture. He was looking at the magnificent gilded clock, representing a subject which he thought very indecent, when a very elegant gentleman approached him with a smiling air. Julien bowed slightly. The gentleman smiled and put his hand on his shoulder. Julien shuddered and leapt back. He reddened with rage. The Abbé Pirard, in spite of his gravity, laughed till the tears came into his eyes. The gentleman was a tailor. "I give you your liberty for 2 days," said the Abbé as they went out. "You cannot be introduced before then to Madame de la Mole. Anyone else would watch over you as if you were a young girl during these first few moments of your life in this new Babylon. Get ruined at once if you have got to be ruined, and I will be rid of my own weakness of being fond of you. The day after tomorrow this tailor will bring you 2 suits. You will give the man who tries them on 5 francs. Apart from that, don't let these Parisians hear the sound of your voice. If you say a word, they will manage somehow to make fun of you. You have a talent for it. Come and see me the day after tomorrow at noon. Go and ruin yourself. I was forgetting. Go and order boots and a hat at these addresses." Julien scrutinized the handwriting of the addresses. "It is the Marquis's hand," said the Abbé. "He is an energetic man who foresees everything and prefers doing to ordering. He is taking you into his house so that you may spare him that kind of trouble. Will you have enough brains to execute efficiently all the instructions which he will give you with scarcely a word of explanation? The future will show. Look after yourself." Julien entered the shops indicated by the addresses without saying a single word. He observed that he was received with respect, and that the bootmaker, as he wrote his name down in the ledger, put Monsieur de Sorel. When he was in the cemetery of Père-Lachaise, a very obliging gentleman, and what is more, one who was liberal in his views, suggested that he should show Julien the tomb of Marshal Ney, which a sagacious statecraft had deprived of the honour of an epitaph. But when he left this liberal, who with tears in his eyes almost clasped him in his arms, Julien was without his watch. Enriched by this experience, 2 days afterwards, he presented himself to the Abbé Pirard, who looked at him for a long time. "Perhaps you are going to become a fop," said the Abbé to him severely. Julien looked like a very young man in full mourning. As a matter of fact, he looked very well, but the good Abbé was too provincial himself to see that Julien still carried his shoulders in that particular way which signifies in the provinces both elegance and importance. When the Marquis saw Julien, his opinion of his graces differed so radically from that of the good Abbé as he said, "Would you have any objection to Monsieur le Sorel taking some dancing lessons?" The Abbé was thunderstruck. "No," he answered at last. "Julien is not a priest." The Marquis went up the steps of the little secret staircase 2 at a time, and installed our hero in a pretty attic which looked out on the big garden of the Hôtel. He asked him how many shirts he had got at the linen-draper's. 2, answered Julien, intimidated at seeing so great a lord condescend to such details. "Very good," replied the Marquis quite seriously, and with a certain curt imperiousness which gave Julien food for thought. "Very good. Get 22 more shirts. Here are your first quarter's wages." As he went down from the attic, the Marquis called an old man. "Arsène," he said to him, "you will serve Monsieur Sorel." A few minutes afterwards Julien found himself alone in a magnificent library. It was a delicious moment. To prevent his emotion being discovered, he went and hid in a little dark corner. From there he contemplated with rapture the brilliant backs of the books. "I shall be able to read all these," he said to himself. "How can I fail to like it here? Monsieur de Rênal would have thought himself dishonoured forever by doing 1/100th part of what the Marquis de la Mole has just done for me. But let me have a look at the copies I have to make." Having finished this work, Julien ventured to approach the books. He almost went mad with joy as he opened an edition of Voltaire. He ran and opened the door of the library to avoid being surprised. He then indulged in the luxury of opening each of the 80 volumes. They were magnificently bound, and were the masterpiece of the best binder in London. It was even more than was required to raise Julien's admiration to the maximum. An hour afterwards the Marquis came in, and was surprised to note that Julien spelled celle with 2 L's. Celle. Is all that the Abbé told me of his knowledge simply a fairy tale? The Marquis was greatly discouraged, and gently said to him, "You are not sure of your spelling?" "That is true," said Julien, without thinking in the least of the injustice that he was doing to himself. He was overcome by the kindness of the Marquis, which recalled to him through sheer force of contrast the superciliousness of Monsieur de Rênal. "This trial of the little Franc-Comtois Abbé is waste of time," thought the Marquis, "but I had such great need of a reliable man." "You spell celle with 1 L," said the Marquis to him. and when you have finished your copies, look the words whose spelling you are not sure of up in the dictionary." The Marquis sent for him at 6 o'clock. He looked at Julien's boots with manifest pain. "I am sorry for a mistake I made. I did not tell you that you must dress every day at 5:30. Julien looked at him, but did not understand. "I mean to say, put on stockings. Arsène will remind you. Today I will make your apologies." As he finished the sentence, M. de la Mole escorted Julien into a salon resplendent with gilding. On similar occasions, M. de Rênal always made a point of doubling his pace so as to have the privilege of being the first to pass the threshold. His former employer's petty vanity caused Julien to tread on the Marquis's feet, and hurt him a great deal because of his gout. "So he is clumsy to the bargain," he said to himself. He presented him to a woman of high stature and of imposing appearance. It was the Marquise. Julien thought that her manner was impertinent, and that she was a little like Madame de Maugiron, the wife of the sub-prefect of the arrondissement of Verrières, when she was present at the Saint-Charles dinner. Rendered somewhat nervous by the extreme magnificence of the salon, Julien did not hear what M. de la Mole was saying. The Marquise scarcely deigned to look at him. There were several men there, among whom Julien recognized with an inexpressible pleasure the young Bishop of Agde, who had deigned to speak to him some months before at the ceremony of Bray-le-Haut. This young prelate was doubtless frightened by the tender look which the timidity of Julien fixed on him, and did not bother to recognize the provincial. The men assembled in their salon seemed to Julien to have a certain element of gloom and constraint. Conversation takes place in a low voice in Paris, and little details are not exaggerated. A handsome young man with moustaches came in about 6:30. He was very pale and had a very small head. "You always keep us waiting," said the Marquise, as he kissed her hand. Julien realized that it was the Count de la Mole. From the very first he thought he was charming. "Is it possible," he said to himself, "that this is the man whose offensive jests are going to drive me out of the house?" As the result of scrutinizing Count Norbert, Julien noticed that he was in boots and spurs. "And I've got to be in shoes, just like an inferior, apparently." They sat down at table. Julien heard the Marquise raising her voice a little and saying something severe. Almost simultaneously he noticed an extremely blonde and very well-developed young person who had just sat down opposite him. Nevertheless, she made no appeal to him. Looking at her attentively, he thought that he had never seen such beautiful eyes, although they betokened a great coldness of soul. Subsequently, Julien thought that, though they looked bored and sceptical, they were conscious of the duty of being impressive. Madame de Rênal, of course, had very fine eyes, he said to himself. She used to be universally complimented on them, but they had nothing in common with these. Julien did not know enough of society to appreciate that it was the fire of repartee which from time to time gave their brilliancy to the eyes of Mademoiselle Mathilde, for that was the name he heard her called by. When Madame de Rênal's eyes became animated, it was with the fire of passion, or as the result of a generous indignation on hearing of some evil deed. Towards the end of the meal, Julien found a word to express Mademoiselle de la Mole's type of beauty. "Her eyes are scintillating," he said to himself. Apart from her eyes, she was cruelly like her mother, whom he liked less and less, and he ceased looking at her. By way of compensation, he thought Count Norbert admirable in every respect. Julien was so fascinated that the idea never occurred to him of being jealous and hating him because he was richer and of nobler birth than he was himself. Julien thought that the Marquis looked bored. About the second course he said to his son, "Norbert, I ask all your good offices for Monsieur Julien Sorel, whom I have just taken into my staff, and of whom I hope to make a man, si cela se peut." "He is my secretary," said the Marquis to his neighbour, "and he spells cela with 2 L's. Everybody looked at Julien, who bowed to Norbert in a manner that was slightly too marked, but, speaking generally, they were satisfied with his expression. The Marquis must have spoken about the kind of education which Julien had received, for one of the guests tackled him on Horace. "It was just by talking about Horace that I succeeded with the Bishop of Besançon," said Julien to himself. Apparently that is the only author they know. From that instant he was master of himself. This translation was rendered easy because he had just decided that he would never look upon Mademoiselle de la Mole as a woman after his own taste. Since the seminary, he had the lowest opinion of men, and was not to be easily intimidated by them. He would have enjoyed all his self-possession if the dining-room had been furnished with less magnificence. It was, as a matter of fact, 2 mirrors, each 8 feet high, in which he would look from time to time at the man who was speaking to him about Horace, which continued to impress him. His phrases were not too long for a provincial. He had fine eyes, whose brilliancy was doubled by his quavering timidity, or by his happy bashfulness when he had given a good answer. They found him pleasant. This kind of examination gave a little interest to a solemn dinner. The Marquis signalled to Julien's questioner to press him sharply. "Can he possibly know something?" he thought. Julien answered and thought out new ideas. He lost sufficient of his nervousness, not indeed to exhibit any wit, for that is impossible for anyone ignorant of the special language which is used in Paris, but to show himself possessed of ideas which, though presented out of place and ungracefully, were yet original. They saw that he knew Latin perfectly. Julien's adversary was a member of the Academy Inscriptions, who chanced to know Latin. He found Julien a very good humanist, and was not frightened of making him feel uncomfortable, and really tried to embarrass him. In the heat of the controversy, Julien eventually forgot the magnificent furniture of the dining-room. He managed to expound theories concerning the Latin poets which his questioner had never read of anywhere. Like an honest man, he gave the young secretary all due credit for them. As luck would have it, they started a discussion on the question of whether Horace was poor or rich, a good-humoured and careless voluptuary who made verses to amuse himself, like Chapelle, the friend of Molière and de La Fontaine, or a poor devil of a poet laureate who wrote odes for the king's birthday, like Southey, the accuser of Lord Byron. They talked about the state of society under Augustus and under George IV. At both periods the aristocracy was all-powerful, but while at Rome it was despoiled of its power by Maecenas, who was only a simple knight, it had in England reduced George IV practically to the position of a Venetian doge. This discussion seemed to lift the Marquis out of that state of bored torpor in which he had been plunged at the beginning of the dinner. Julien found meaningless such modern names as Southey, Lord Byron, and George IV, which he now heard pronounced for the first time. But everyone noticed that whenever the conversation dealt with events that had taken place in Rome, and about which knowledge could be obtained by a perusal of the works of Horace, Martial, or Tacitus, etc., he showed an indisputable superiority. Julien coolly appropriated several ideas which he had learnt from the Bishop of Besançon in the historic conversation which he had had with that prelate. These ideas were not the least appreciated. When everyone was tired of talking about poets, the Marquise, who always made it a rule to admire whatever amused her husband, deigned to look at Julien. "Perhaps an educated man lies hid beneath the clumsy manners of this young abbé," said the academician, who happened to be near the Marquise. Julien caught a few words of what he said. Ready-made phrases suited the intellect of the mistress of the house quite well. She adopted this one about Julien, and was very pleased with herself for having invited the academician to dinner. "He has amused Monsieur de la Mole," she thought. End of section 32. Section 33 of The Red and the Black by Stendhal, translated by Horace Barnett Samuel. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dann. Chapter 33. The First Steps. This immense valley, filled with brilliant lights and so many thousand of men, dazzles my sight. No one knows me. All are superior to me. I lose my head. Poème de l'Ave, Reina. Julien was copying letters in the library very early the next day when Mademoiselle Mathilde came in by a little dummy door, very well masked by the backs of the books. While Julien was admiring the device, Mademoiselle Mathilde seemed astonished and somewhat annoyed at finding him there. Julien saw that she was in curl-papers and had a hard, haughty, and masculine expression. Mademoiselle de la Mole had the habit of surreptitiously stealing books from her father's library. Julien's presence rendered this morning's journey abortive, a fact which annoyed her all the more as she had come to fetch the second volume of Voltaire's Princess of Babylon, a worthy climax to one of the most eminently monarchical and religious educations which the convent of the Sacred Heart had ever provided. This poor girl of 19 already required some element of spiciness in order to get up an interest in a novel. Count Norbert put in an appearance in the library about 3 o'clock. He had come to study a paper so as to be able to talk politics in the evening, and was very glad to meet Julien, whose existence he had forgotten. He was charming, and offered him a ride on horseback. "My father will excuse us until dinner." Julien appreciated the us and thought it charming. "Great heavens, Monsieur le Comte," says Julien, "if it were a question of felling an 80-foot tree or hewing it out and making it into planks, I would acquit myself all right, I dare say. But as for riding a horse, I haven't done such a thing 6 times in my life." "Well, this will be the 7th, said Norbert. As a matter of fact, Julien remembered the King of Blank's entry into Verrières, and thought he rode extremely well. But as they were returning from the Bois de Boulogne, he fell right in the middle of the Rue du Bac, as he suddenly tried to get out of the way of a cabriolet, and was spattered all over with mud. It was lucky that he had 2 suits. The Marquis, wishing to favour him with a few words at dinner, asked him for news of his excursion. Norbert began immediately to answer him in general terms. "Monsieur le Comte is extremely kind to me," answered Julien. "I thank him for it, and I fully appreciate it. He was good enough to have the quietest and prettiest horse given to me, but after all he could not tie me on to it, and owing to the lack of that precaution, I had a fall right in the middle of that long street near the bridge." Madame Mathilde made a futile effort to hide a burst of laughter, and subsequently was indiscreet enough to ask for details. Julien acquitted himself with much simplicity. He had grace without knowing it. "I prophesy favourably about that little priest," said the Marquis to the academician. "Think of a provincial being simple over a matter like that. Such a thing has never been witnessed before, and will never be witnessed again, and what is more, he describes his misfortune before ladies." Julien put his listeners so thoroughly at their ease over his misfortune that at the end of the dinner, when the general conversation had gone off on to another subject, Mademoiselle Mathilde asked her brother some questions over the details of the unfortunate occurrence. As she put numerous questions, and as Julien met her eyes several times, he ventured to answer himself, although the questions had not been addressed to him, and all 3 of them finished up by laughing, just as though they had all been inhabitants of some village in the depths of a forest. On the following day, Julien attended 2 theology lectures, and then came back to copy out about 20 letters. He found a young man, who, though very carefully dressed, had a mean appearance and an envious expression, established near him in the library. The Marquis entered. "What are you doing here, Monsieur Tambo?" he asked severely to the newcomer. "I thought," answered the young man with a base smile. "No, monsieur, you thought nothing of the kind. This is a try-on, but it is an unfortunate one." Young Tambo got up in a rage and disappeared. He was a nephew of the academician who was a friend of Madame de la Mole, and intended to take up the profession of letters. The academician had induced the Marquis to take him as a secretary. Tambo used to work in a separate room, but having heard of the favour that was vouchsafed to Julien, he wished to share it, and had gone this morning and established his desk in the library. At 4 o'clock Julien ventured, after a little hesitation, to present himself to Count Norbert. The latter was on the point of going riding, and being a man of perfect politeness, felt embarrassed. "I think," he said to Julien, "that you had better go to the riding school, and after a few weeks I should be charmed to ride with you." "I should like to have the honour of thanking you for the kindness which you have shown me. Believe me, monsieur," added Julien very seriously, "that I appreciate all I owe you. But if your horse has not been hurt by the reason of my clumsiness of yesterday, and if it is free, I should like to ride it this afternoon." "Well, upon my word, my dear Sorel, you do so at your own risk and peril. Kindly assume that I have put forth all the objections required by prudence. As a matter of fact, it is 4 o'clock. We have no time to lose." As soon as Julien was on horseback, he said to the young count, "What one must do not to fall off." "Lots of things," answered Norbert, bursting into laughter. "Keep your body back, for instance." Julien put his horse to the trot. They were at the Place Louis XVI. "Oh, you foolhardy youngster," said Norbert. "There are too many carriages here, and they are driven by careless drivers into the bargain. Once you are on the ground, the tilburys will run over your body. They will not risk spoiling their horses' mouths by pulling up short." Norbert saw Julien 20 times on the point of tumbling, but in the end the excursion finished without misadventure. As they came back, the young Count said to his sister, "Allow me to introduce a dashing daredevil." When he talked to his father over the dinner from one end of the table to the other, he did justice to Julien's courage. It was the only thing one could possibly praise about his style of riding. The young Count had heard in the morning the men who groomed the horses in the courtyard making Julien's fall an opportunity for the most outrageous jokes at his expense. In spite of so much kindness, Julien soon felt himself completely isolated in this family. All their customs seemed strange to him, and he was cognizant of none of them. His blunders were the delight of the valets. The Abbé Pirard had left for his living. If Julien is a weak reed, let him perish. If he is a man of spirit, let him get out of his difficulties all alone, he thought. End of section 33. Section 34 of The Red and the Black by Stendhal, translated by Horace Barnett Samuel. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dann. Chapter 34. The Hôtel de la Mole. What is he doing here? Will he like it there? Will he try to please? Ronsard. If everything in the aristocratic salon of the Hôtel de la Mole seemed strange to Julien, that pale young man in his black suit seemed in his turn very strange to those persons who deigned to notice him. Madame de la Mole suggested to her husband that he should send him off on some business on those days when they had certain persons to dinner. "I wish to carry the experiment to its logical conclusion," answered the Marquis. "The Abbé Pirard contends that we are wrong in crushing the self-respect of the people whom we allow around us. One can only lean on what resists. The only thing against this man is his unknown face, apart from that he is a deaf mute." "If I am to know my way about," said Julien to himself, "I must write down the names of the persons whom I see come to the salon together, with a few words on their character." He put at the head of the list 5 or 6 friends of the house who took every opportunity of paying court to him, believing that he was protected by a whim of the Marquis. They were poor dull devils. But it must be said, in praise of this class of men, such as they are found today in the salons of the aristocracy, that everyone did not find them equally tame. One of them was now allowing himself to be bullied by the Marquis, who was venting his irritation at a harsh remark which had been addressed to him by the Marquise. The masters of the house were too proud or too prone to boredom. They were too much used to finding their only distraction in the addressing of insults to enable them to expect true friends. But except on rainy days, and in rare moments of savage boredom, they always showed themselves perfectly polite. If the 5 or 6 toadies who manifested so paternal an affection towards Julien had deserted the Hôtel de la Mole, the Marquise would have been exposed to long spells of solitude, and in the eyes of women of that class, solitude is awful. It is the symbol of disgrace. The Marquis was charming to his wife. He saw that her salon was sufficiently furnished, though not with peers, for he did not think his new colleagues were sufficiently noble to come to his house as friends, or sufficiently amusing to be admitted as inferiors. It was only later that Julien fathomed these secrets. The governing policy of a household, though it forms the staple of conversation in bourgeois families, is only alluded to in families of the class of that of the Marquis in moments of distress. So paramount, even in this bored century, is the necessity of amusing one's self, that even on the days of dinner parties the Marquis had scarcely left the salon before all the guests ran away. Provided that one did not make any jests about either God, or the priests, or the king, or the persons in office, or the artists who enjoyed the favour of the court, or of anything that was established, provided that one did not praise either Béranger or the opposition papers, or Voltaire or Rousseau, or anything which involved any element of free speech, provided that, above all, one never talked politics, one could discuss everything with freedom. There is no income of 100,000 crowns a year and no blue ribbon which could sustain a contest against such a code of salon etiquette. The slightest live idea appeared a crudity. In spite of the prevailing good form, perfect politeness, and desire to please, ennui was visible in every face. The young people who came to pay their calls were frightened of speaking of anything which might make them suspected of thinking, or of betraying that they had read something prohibited, and relapsed into silence after a few elegant phrases about Rossini and the weather. Julien noticed that the conversation was usually kept alive by 2 viscounts and 5 barons, whom M. de la Mole had known at the time of the emigration. These gentlemen enjoyed an income of from 600,000 to 800,000 francs. 4 swore by the Quotidienne and 3 by the Gazette de France. One of them had every day some anecdote to tell about the chateau, in which he made lavish use of the word admirable. Julien noticed that he had 5 crosses. The others, as a rule, only had 3. By way of compensation, 6 footmen in livery were to be seen in the ante-room, and during the whole evening ices or tea were served every quarter of an hour, while about midnight there was a kind of supper with champagne. This was the reason that sometimes induced Julien to stay till the end. Apart from this, he could scarcely understand why anyone could bring himself to take seriously the ordinary conversation in this magnificently gilded salon. Sometimes he would look at the talkers to see if they themselves were not making fun of what they were saying. My Monsieur de Maistre, whom I know by heart, he thought, has put it 100 times better, and all the same he is pretty boring. Julien was not the only one to appreciate this stifling moral atmosphere. Some consoled themselves by taking a great quantity of ices, others by the pleasure of saying all the rest of the evening, "I have just come from the Hôtel de la Mole, where I learnt that Russia," etc. Julien learnt from one of the toadies that scarcely 6 months ago Madame de la Mole had rewarded more than 20 years of assiduous attention by promoting the poor Baron Le Bourguignon, who had been a sub-prefect since the Restoration, to the rank of prefect. This great event had whetted the zeal of all these gentlemen. Previously there were few things to which they would have objected. Now they objected to nothing. There was rarely any overt lack of consideration, but Julien had already caught at meals 2 or 3 little short dialogues between the Marquis and his wife, which were cruel to those who were seated near them. These noble personages did not conceal their sincere contempt for everyone who was not sprung from people who were entitled to ride in the carriages of the king. Julien noticed that the word crusade was the only word which gave their face an expression of deep seriousness, akin to respect. Their ordinary respect had always a touch of condescension. In the middle of this magnificence and this boredom, Julien was interested in nothing except M. de la Mole. He was delighted to hear him protest one day that he had nothing to do with the promotion of that poor Le Bourguignon. It was an attention to the Marquise. Julien knew the truth from the Abbé Pirard. The Abbé was working in the Marquis's library with Julien one morning at the eternal de Frière lawsuit. "Monsieur," said Julien suddenly, "is dining every day with Madame la Marquise one of my duties, or a special favour that they show to me?" "It's a special honour," replied the scandalized Abbé. "Monsieur the academician, who has been cultivating the family for 15 years, has never been able to obtain so much for his Monsieur Tambo." "I find it, sir, the most painful part of my employment. I was less bored at the seminary. Sometimes I see even Mademoiselle de la Mole yawn, and yet she ought to be accustomed to the social charms of the friends of the house. I am frightened of falling asleep. As a favour, obtain permission for me to go and get a 40-sou dinner in some obscure inn." The Abbé, who was a true snob, was very appreciative of the honour of dining with a great lord. While he was endeavouring to get Julien to understand this point of view, a slight noise made them turn round. Julien saw Mademoiselle de la Mole listening. He reddened. She had come to fetch a book and had heard everything. She began to entertain some respect for Julien. He has not been born servile, she thought, like that old Abbé. Heavens, how ugly he is. At dinner, Julien did not venture to look at Mademoiselle de la Mole, but she was kind enough to speak to him. They were expecting a lot of visitors that day, and she asked him to stay. The young girls of Paris are not at all fond of persons of a certain age, especially when they are slovenly. Julien did not need much penetration to realize that the colleagues of M. Le Bourguignon who remained in the salon had the privilege of being the ordinary butt of Mademoiselle de la Mole's jokes. On this particular day, whether or not by reason of some affectation on her part, she proved cruel to bores. Mademoiselle de la Mole was the centre of a little knot which used to form nearly every evening behind the Marquise's immense armchair. There were to be found there the Marquis de Coignot, the Comte de Caylus, the Vicomte de Luce, and 2 or 3 other young officers, the friends of Norbert or his sister. These gentlemen used to sit down on a large blue sofa. At the end of the sofa, opposite the part where the brilliant Mathilde was sitting, Julien sat in silence on a little rather low straw chair. This modest position was envied by all the toadies. Norbert kept his father's young secretary in countenance by speaking to him, or mentioning him by name once or twice in the evening. On this particular occasion, Mademoiselle de la Mole asked him what was the height of the mountain on which the citadel of Besançon is planted. Julien had never any idea if this mountain was higher or lower than Montmartre. He often laughed heartily at what was said in this little knot, but he felt himself incapable of inventing anything analogous. It was like a strange language which he understood but could not speak. On this particular day, Mathilde's friends manifested a continuous hostility to the visitors who came into the vast salon. The friends of the house were the favoured victims at first, inasmuch as they were better known. You can form your opinion as to whether Julien paid attention. Everything interested him, both the substance of things and the manner of making fun of them. "And there is Monsieur Descoules," says Mathilde. "He doesn't wear a wig any more. Does he want to get a prefectship through sheer force of genius? He is displaying that bold forehead which he says is filled with lofty thoughts." "He is a man who knows the whole world," said the Marquis de Croisenois. "He also goes to my uncle, the Cardinal's. He is capable of cultivating a falsehood with each of his friends for years on end, and he has 200 or 300 friends. He knows how to nurse friendship. That is his talent. He will go out just as you see him in the worst winter weather, and be at the door of one of his friends by 7 o'clock in the morning. He quarrels from time to time, and he writes 7 or 8 letters for each quarrel. Then he has a reconciliation, and he writes 7 or 8 letters to express his bursts of friendship. But he shines most brilliantly in the frank and sincere expansiveness of the honest man who keeps nothing up his sleeve. This manoeuvre is brought into play when he has some favour to ask. One of my uncle's grand vicars is very good at telling the life of Monsieur Descoules since the Restoration. I will bring him to you." "Bah, I don't believe all that. It's professional jealousy among the lower classes," said the Comte de Caylus. "Monsieur Descoules will live in history," replied the Marquis. "He brought about the Restoration together with the Abbé de Prat and Messieurs de Talleyrand and Pozzo di Borgo." "That man has handed millions," said Norbert, "and I can't conceive why he should come here to swallow my father's epigrams, which are frequently atrocious. How many times have you betrayed your friends, my dear Descoules?" he shouted at him one day from one end of the table to the other. "But is it true that he has played the traitor?" asked Mademoiselle de la Mole. "Who has not played the traitor?" "Why," said the Comte de Caylus to Norbert, "do you have that celebrated liberal, Monsieur St. Clair, in your house? What the devil's he come here for? I must go up to him and speak, and make him speak. He is said to be so clever." "But how will your mother receive him?" said Monsieur de Croisenois. "He has such extravagant, generous, and independent ideas." "Look," said Madame de la Mole, "look at the independent man who bows down to the ground to Monsieur Descoules while he grabs hold of his hand. I almost thought he was going to put it to his lips." "Descoules must stand better with the powers that be than we thought," answered Monsieur de Croisenois. "St. Clair comes here in order to get into the academy," said Norbert. "See how he bows to the Baronel, Croisenois." "It would be less base to kneel down," replied Monsieur de Luz. "My dear Sorel," said Norbert, "you are extremely smart, but you come from the mountains. Mind you never bow like that great poet is doing, even to God the Father." "Ah, there's a really witty man. Monsieur the Baron Baton," said Mademoiselle de la Mole, imitating a little the voice of the flunkey who had just announced him. "I think that even your servants make fun of him. What a name, Baron Baton," said Monsieur de Caylus. "What's in a name?" he said to us the other day, went on Mathilde. "Imagine the Duke of Bouillon announced for the first time. So far as I am concerned, the public only need to get used to me." Julien left the vicinity of the sofa. Still insufficiently appreciative of the charming subtleties of a delicate raillery to laugh at a joke, he considered that a jest ought to have some logical foundation. He saw nothing in these young people's conversation except a vein of universal scandal-mongering, and was shocked by it. His provincial or English prudery went so far as to detect envy in it, though in this he was certainly mistaken. Count Norbert, he said to himself, who has had to make 3 drafts for a 20-line letter to his colonel, would be only too glad to have written once in his life 1 page as good as Monsieur St. Clair. Julien approached successively the several groups, and attracted no attention by reason of his lack of importance. He followed the Baron Danton from a distance, and tried to hear him. This witty man appeared nervous, and Julien did not see him recover his equanimity before he had hit upon 3 or 4 stinging phrases. Julien thought that this kind of wit had great need of space. The Baron could not make epigrams. He needed at least 4 sentences of 6 lines each in order to be brilliant. "That man argues, he does not talk," said someone behind Julien. He turned round and reddened with pleasure when he heard the name of the Comte Chalvet. He was the subtlest man of the century. Julien had often found his name in the memorial of St. Helena and in the portions of history dictated by Napoleon. The diction of Comte Chalvet was laconic. His phrases were flashes of lightning, just, vivid, deep. If he talked about any matter, the conversation immediately made a step forward. He imported facts into it. It was a pleasure to hear him. In politics, however, he was a brazen cynic. "I am independent, I am," he was saying to a gentleman with 3 stars, of whom apparently he was making fun. "Why insist on my having today the same opinions I had 6 weeks ago? In that case my opinion would be my master." 4 grave young men who were standing round scowled. These gentlemen did not like flippancy. The Comte saw that he had gone too far. Luckily he perceived the honest Monsieur Ballon, a veritable hypocrite of honesty. The Count began to talk to him. People closed up, for they realized that poor Ballon was going to be the next victim. Monsieur Ballon, although he was horribly ugly and his first steps in the world were almost unmentionable, had by dint of his morals and his morality married a very rich wife who had died. He subsequently married a second very rich one who was never seen in society. He enjoyed, in all humility, an income of 60,000 francs, and had his own flatterers. Comte Chalvet talked to him pitilessly about all this. There was soon a circle of 30 persons around them. Everybody was smiling, including the solemn young men who were the hope of the century. "Why does he come to Monsieur de la Mole, where he is obviously only a laughing-stock?" thought Julien. He approached the Abbé Pirard to ask him. Monsieur Ballon made his escape. "Good," said Norbert. "There is one of the spies of my father gone. There is only the little limping Napier left." "Can that be the key of the riddle?" thought Julien. "But if so, why does the Marquis receive Monsieur Ballon?" The stern Abbé Pirard was scowling in a corner of the salon, listening to the lackeys announcing the names. "This is nothing more than a den," he was saying like another Basil. "I see none but shady people come in." As a matter of fact, the severe abbé did not know what constitutes high society. But his friends, the Jansenites, had given him some very precise notions about those men who only get into society by reason of their extreme subtlety in the service of all parties, or of their monstrous wealth. For some minutes that evening he answered Julien's eager questions fully and freely, and then suddenly stopped short, grieved at having always to say ill of everyone, and thinking he was guilty of a sin. Bilious Jansenist as he was, and believing as he did in the duty of Christian charity, his life was a perpetual conflict. "How strange that Abbé Pirard looks," said Mademoiselle de la Mole as Julien came near the sofa. Julien felt irritated, but she was right all the same. Monsieur Pirard was unquestionably the most honest man in the salon, but his pimply face, which was suffering from the stings of conscience, made him look hideous at this particular moment. Trust physiognomy after this, thought Julien. It is only when the delicate conscience of the Abbé Pirard is reproaching him for some trifling lapse that he looks so awful, while the expression on that notorious spy Napier shows a pure and tranquil happiness. The Abbé Pirard, however, had made great concessions to his party. He had taken a servant, and was very well dressed. Julien noticed something strange in the salon. It was that all eyes were being turned towards the door, and there was a semi-silence. The flunkey was announcing the famous Baron Tolly, who had just become publicly conspicuous by reasons of the elections. Julien came forward and had a very good view of him. The Baron had been the president of an electoral college. He had the brilliant idea of spiriting away the little squares of paper which contained the votes of one of the parties. But, to make up for it, he replaced them with an equal number of other little pieces of paper containing a name agreeable to himself. This drastic manoeuvre had been noticed by some of the voters, who had made an immediate point of congratulating the Baron de Tolly. The good fellow was still pale from this great business. Malicious persons had pronounced the word galleys. M. de la Mole received him coldly. The poor Baron made his escape. "If he leaves us so quickly, it's to go to M. Comte's," said Comte Chalvet, and everyone laughed. Little Tanber was trying to win his spurs by talking to some silent noblemen and some intriguers who, though shady, were all men of wit, and were on this particular night in great force in M. de la Mole's salon, for he was mentioned for a place in the ministry. If he had not as yet any subtlety of perception, he made up for it, as one will see, by the energy of his words. "Why not sentence that man to 10 years' imprisonment?" he was saying at the moment when Julien approached his knot. "Those reptiles should be confined in the bottom of a dungeon. They ought to languish to death in jail, otherwise their venom will grow and become more dangerous. What is the good of sentencing him to a fine of 1,000 crowns? He is poor, so be it, all the better, but his party will pay for him." What the case required was a 500 francs fine and 10 years in a dungeon. "Well, to be sure, who is the monster they are speaking about?" thought Julien, who was viewing with amazement the vehement tone and hysterical gestures of his colleagues. At this moment the thin, drawn little face of the academician's nephew was hideous. Julien soon learnt that they were talking of the greatest poet of the century. "You monster!" Julien exclaimed half aloud, while tears of generosity moistened his eyes. "You little rascal," he thought. "I will pay you out for this." Yet, he thought, those are the unborn hopes of the party of which the Marquis is one of the chiefs. How many crosses and how many sinecures would that celebrated man whom he is now defaming have accumulated if he had sold himself, I won't say to the mediocre ministry of M. de Nerval, but to one of those reasonably honest ministries which we have seen follow each other in succession? The Abbé Pirard motioned to Julien from some distance off. M. de la Mole had just said something to him. But when Julien, who was listening at the moment with downcast eyes to the lamentations of the bishops, had at length got free and was able to get near his friend, he found him monopolized by the abominable little Tanbeau. The little beast hated him as the cause of Julien's favour with the Marquis, and was now making up to him. "When will death deliver us from that aged rottenness?" It was in these words of a biblical energy that the little man of letters was now talking of the venerable Lord Holland. His merit consisted in an excellent knowledge of the biography of living men, and he had just made a rapid review of all the men who could aspire to some influence under the reign of the new King of England. The Abbé Pirard passed into an adjacent salon. Julien followed him. "I warn you, the Marquis does not like scribblers. It is his only prejudice. No Latin and Greek if you can manage it, the history of the Egyptians, Persians, etc. He will honour and protect you as a learned man, but don't write a paragraph of French, especially on serious matters which are above your position in society, or he will call you a scribbler and take you for a scoundrel. How is it that, living as you do in the Hôtel of a great lord, you don't know the Duc de Castri's epigram on Alembert and Rousseau? The fellow wants to reason about everything, and hasn't got an income of 1,000 crowns. Everything leaks out here, thought Julien, just like the seminary. He had written 8 or 6 fairly drastic pages. It was a kind of historical eulogy of the old Surgeon Major who had, he said, made a man of him. The little notebook, said Julien to himself, has always been locked. He went up to his room, burnt his manuscript, and returned to the salon. The brilliant scoundrels had left it. Only the men with the stars were left. 7 or 8 very aristocratic ladies, very devout, very affected, and from 30 to 35 years of age, were grouped round the table that the servants had just brought in, ready served. The brilliant Maréchal de Fervaques came in, apologizing for the lateness of the hour. It was more than midnight. She went and sat down near the Marquise. Julien was deeply touched. She had the eyes and the expression of Madame de Rênal. Mademoiselle de la Mole's circle was still full of people. She was engaged with her friends in making fun of the unfortunate Comte de Tale. He was the only son of that celebrated Jew who was famous for the riches that he had won by lending money to kings to make war on the peoples. The Jew had just died, leaving his son an income of 100,000 crowns a month and a name that was only too well known. This strange position required either a simple character or force of willpower. Unfortunately, the Comte was simply a fellow who was inflated by all kinds of pretensions which had been suggested to him by all his toadies. M. de Caylus asserted that they had induced him to make up his mind to ask for the hand of Mademoiselle de la Mole, to whom the Marquis de Croisenois, who would be a duke with 100,000 francs a year, was paying his attentions. "Oh, do not accuse him of having a mind," said Norbert pitifully. Willpower was what the poor Comte d'Italie lacked most of all. So far as this side of his character went, he was worthy of being a king. He would take counsel from everybody, but he never had the courage to follow any advice to the bitter end. His physiognomy would be sufficient in itself, Mademoiselle de la Mole was fond of saying, to have inspired her with a holy joy. It was a singular mixture of anxiety and disappointment, but from time to time one could distinguish gusts of self-importance, and above all that trenchant tone suited to the richest man in France, especially when he had nothing to be ashamed of in his personal appearance, and was not yet 36. "He is timidly insolent," M. de Croisenois would say. The Comte de Caylus, Norbert, and 2 or 3 mustachioed young people made fun of him to their heart's content without him suspecting it, and finally packed him off as 1 o'clock struck. "Are those your famous Arab horses waiting for you at the door in this awful weather?" said Norbert to him. "No, it is a new pair, which are much cheaper," said M. d'Italie. "The horse on the left cost me 5,000 francs, while the one on the right is only worth 100 louis, but I would ask you to believe me when I say that I only have him out at night. His trot, you see, is exactly like the other ones." Norbert's remark made the Comte think it was good form for a man like him to make a hobby of his horses, and that he must not let them get wet. He went away, and the other gentlemen left a minute afterwards, making fun of him all the time. So thought Julien as he heard them laugh on the staircase. "I have the privilege of seeing the exact opposite of my own situation. I have not got 20 louis a year, and I found myself side by side with a man who has 20 louis an hour, and they made fun of him. Seeing a sight like that cures one of envy." End of section 34. Section 35 of The Red and the Black by Stendhal, translated by Horace Barnett Samuel. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dann. Chapter 35. Sensibility and a Great Pious Lady. An idea which has any life in it seems like a crudity, so accustomed are they to colourless expression. Woe to him who introduces new ideas into his conversation. Faublas. This was the stage Julien had reached when, after several months of probation, the steward of the household handed him the 3rd quarter of his wages. M. de la Mole had entrusted him with the administration of his estates in Brittany and Normandy. Julien made frequent journeys there. He had chief control of the correspondence relating to the famous lawsuit with the Abbé de Frier. M. Pirard had instructed him. On the data of the short notes which the Marquis would scribble on the margin of all the various papers which were addressed to him, Julien would compose answers which were nearly all signed. At the theology school, his professors complained of his lack of industry, but they did not fail to regard him as one of their most distinguished pupils. This varied work, tackled as it was with all the ardour of suffering ambition, soon robbed Julien of that fresh complexion which he had brought from the provinces. His pallor constituted one of his merits in the eyes of his comrades, the young seminarists. He found them much less malicious, much less ready to bow down to a silver crown than those of Besançon. They thought he was consumptive. The Marquis had given him a horse. Julien, fearing that he might meet people during his rides on horseback, had given out that this exercise had been prescribed by the doctors. The Abbé Pirard had taken him into several Jansenist societies. Julien was astonished. The idea of religion was indissolubly connected in his mind with the ideas of hypocrisy and covetousness. He admired these austere, pious men who never gave a thought to their income. Several Jansenists became friendly with him and would give him advice. A new world opened before him. At the Jansenists he got to know a Comte Altamira, who was nearly 6 feet high, was a liberal, a believer, and had been condemned to death in his own country. He was struck by the strange contrast of devoutness and love of liberty. Julien's relations with the young Comte had become cool. Norbert had thought that he answered the jokes of his friends with too much sharpness. Julien had committed 1 or 2 breaches of social etiquette, and vowed to himself that he would never speak to Mademoiselle Mathilde. They were always perfectly polite to him in the Hôtel de la Mole, but he felt himself quite lost. His provincial common sense explained this result by the vulgar proverb, tout beau, tout nouveau. He gradually came to have a little more penetration than during his first days. Or it may have been that the first glamour of Parisian urbanity had passed off. As soon as he left off working, he fell a prey to a mortal boredom. He was experiencing the withering effects of that admirable politeness so typical of good society, which is so perfectly modulated to every degree of the social hierarchy. No doubt the provinces can be reproached with a commonness and lack of polish in their tone, but they show a certain amount of passion when they answer you. Julien's self-respect was never wounded at the Hôtel de la Mole, but he often felt at the end of the day as though he would like to cry. A cafe waiter in the provinces will take an interest in you if you happen to have some accident as you enter his cafe, but if this accident has everything about it which is disagreeable to your vanity, he will repeat 10 times in succession the very word which tortures you, as he tells you how sorry he is. At Paris they make a point of laughing in secret, but you always remain a stranger. We pass in silence over a number of little episodes which would have made Julien ridiculous if he had not been to some extent above ridicule. A foolish sensibility resulted in his committing innumerable acts of bad taste. All his pleasures were precautions. He practised pistol shooting every day. He was one of the promising pupils of the most famous maître d'armes. As soon as he had an instant to himself, instead of employing it in reading as he did before, he would rush off to the riding school and ask for the most vicious horses. When he went out with the master of the riding school, he was almost invariably thrown. The Marquis found him convenient by reason of his persistent industry, his silence, and his intelligence, and gradually took him into confidence with regard to all his affairs which were in any way difficult to unravel. The Marquis was a sagacious business-man on all those occasions when his lofty ambition gave him some respite. Having special information within his reach, he would speculate successfully on the exchange. He would buy mansions and forests, but he would easily lose his temper. He would give away hundreds of louis, and would go to law for a few hundred francs. Rich men with a lofty spirit have recourse to business not so much for results as for distraction. The Marquis needed a chief of staff who would put all his money affairs into clear and lucid order. Madame de la Mole, although of so even a character, sometimes made fun of Julien. Great ladies have a horror of those unexpected incidents which are produced by a sensitive character. They constitute the opposite pole of etiquette. On 2 or 3 occasions the Marquis took his part. If he is ridiculous in your salon, he triumphs in his office. Julien, on his side, thought he had caught the Marquise's secret. She deigned to manifest an interest in everything the minute the Baron de la Jeunette was announced. He was a cold individual with an expressionless physiognomy. He was tall, thin, ugly, very well dressed, passed his life in his chateau, and generally speaking said nothing about anything. Such was his outlook on life. Madame de la Mole would have been happy for the first time in her life if she could have made him her daughter's husband. End of section 35. Section 36 of The Red and the Black by Stendhal, translated by Horace Barnett Samuel. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dann. Chapter 36. Pronunciation. If fatuity is pardonable, it is in one's first youth, for it is then the exaggeration of an amiable thing. It needs an air of love, gaiety, nonchalance. But fatuity coupled with self-importance, fatuity with a solemn and self-sufficient manner, this extravagance of stupidity was reserved for the 19th century. Such are the persons who want to unchain the hydra of revolutions. Le Johannesburg pamphlet. Considering that he was a new arrival who was too disdainful to put any questions, Julien did not fall into unduly great mistakes. One day, when he was forced into a café in the Rue Saint-Honoré by a sudden shower, a big man in a beaver coat, surprised by his gloomy look, looked at him in return just as Mademoiselle Amanda's lover had done before at Besançon. Julien had reproached himself too often for having endured the other insult to put up with this stare. He asked for an explanation. The man in the tailcoat immediately addressed him in the lowest and most insulting language. All the people in the café surrounded them. The passers-by stopped before the door. Julien always carried some little pistols as a matter of precaution. His hand was grasping them nervously in his pocket. Nevertheless, he behaved wisely, and confined himself to repeating to his man, "Monsieur, your address. I despise you." The persistency in which he kept repeating these 6 words eventually impressed the crowd. "By Jove, the other who's talking all to himself ought to give him his address," they exclaimed. The man in the tailcoat, hearing this repeated several times, flung 5 or 6 cards in Julien's face. Fortunately, none of them hit him in the face. He had mentally resolved not to use his pistols except in the event of his being hit. The man went away, though not without turning round from time to shake his fist and hurl insults at him. Julien was bathed in sweat. "So," he said angrily to himself, "the meanest of mankind has it in his power to affect me as much as this. How am I to kill so humiliating a sensitiveness?" Where was he to find a second? He did not have a single friend. He had several acquaintances, but they regularly left him after 6 weeks of social intercourse. "I am unsociable," he thought, "and I am now cruelly punished for it." Finally, it occurred to him to rout out an old lieutenant of the 96th, named Liévin, a poor devil with whom he often used to fence. Julien was frank with him. "I am quite willing to be your second," said Liévin, "but on one condition. If you fail to wound your man, you will fight with me straight away." "Agreed," said Julien, quite delighted, and they went to find M. de Beauvoisis at the address indicated on his card at the end of the Faubourg Saint-Germain. It was 7 o'clock in the morning. It was only when he was being ushered in that Julien thought that it might quite well be the young relation of Madame de Rênal, who had once been employed at the Rome or Naples embassy, and who had given the singer Geronimo a letter of introduction. Julien gave one of his cards, which had been flung at him the previous evening, together with one of his own, to a tall valet. He and his second were kept waiting for a good 3/4 of an hour. Eventually they were ushered into an elegantly furnished apartment. They found there a tall young man who was dressed like a doll. His features presented the perfection and the lack of expression of Greek beauty. His head, which was remarkably straight, had the finest blonde hair. It was dressed with great care, and not a single hair was out of place. "It was to have his hair done like this. That is why this damned fop has kept us waiting," thought the lieutenant of the 96th. The variegated dressing-gown, the morning trousers, everything down to the embroidered slippers, was correct. He was marvellously well groomed. His blank and aristocratic physiognomy betokened rare and orthodox ideas, the ideal of a Metternichian diplomatist. Napoleon as well did not like to have in his entourage officers who thought. Julien, to whom his lieutenant of the 96th had explained that keeping him waiting was an additional insult after having thrown his card so rudely in his face, entered brusquely M. de Beauvois's room. He intended to be insolent, but at the same time to exhibit good form. Julien was so astonished by the niceness of M. de Beauvois's manners, and by the combination of formality, self-importance, and self-satisfaction in his demeanour, by the admirable elegance of everything that surrounded him, that he abandoned immediately all idea of being insolent. It was not his man of the day before. His astonishment was so great at meeting so distinguished a person instead of the rude creature whom he was looking for, that he could not find a single word to say. He presented one of his cards, which had been thrown at him. "That's my name," said the young diplomatist, not at all impressed by Julien's black suit at 7 o'clock in the morning. but I do not understand the honour." His manner of pronouncing these last words revived a little of Julien's bad temper. "I have come to fight you, monsieur," and he explained in a few words the whole matter. Monsieur Charles de Beauvoisis, after mature reflection, was fairly satisfied with the cut of Julien's black suit. "It comes from Staub, that's clear," he said to himself as he heard him speak. "That waistcoat is in good taste. Those boots are all right, but on the other hand, just think of wearing a black suit in the early morning. It must be to have a better chance of not being hit," said the Chevalier de Beauvoisis to himself. After he had given himself this explanation, he became again perfectly polite to Julien, and almost treated him as an equal. The conversation was fairly lengthy, for the matter was a delicate one, but eventually Julien could not refuse to acknowledge the actual facts. The perfectly mannered young man before him did not bear any resemblance to the vulgar fellow who had insulted him the previous day. Julien felt an invincible repugnance towards him. He noted the self-sufficiency of the Chevalier de Beauvoisis, for that was the name by which he had referred to himself, shocked as he was when Julien called him simply Monsieur. He admired his gravity, which, though tinged with a certain modest fatuity, he never abandoned for a single moment. He was astonished at his singular manner of moving his tongue as he pronounced his words, but after all this did not present the slightest excuse for picking a quarrel. The young diplomatist very graciously offered to fight, but the ex-lieutenant of the 96th, who had been sitting down for an hour with his legs wide apart, his hands on his thigh and his elbows stuck out, decided that his friend, Monsieur de Sorel, was not the kind to go and pick a quarrel with a man because someone else had stolen that man's visiting cards. Julien went out in a very bad temper. The Chevalier de Beauvoisis's carriage was waiting for him in the courtyard before the steps. By chance, Julien raised his eyes and recognized in the coachman his man of the day before. Seeing him, catching hold of him by his big jacket, tumbling him down from his seat, and horsewhipping him thoroughly, took scarcely a moment. Two lackeys tried to defend their comrade. Julien received some blows from their fists. At the same moment he cocked one of his little pistols and fired on them. They took to flight. All this took about a minute. The Chevalier de Beauvoisis descended the staircase with the most pleasing gravity, repeating with his lordly pronunciation, "What is this? What is this?" He was manifestly very curious, but his diplomatic importance would not allow him to evince any greater interest. When he knew what it was all about, a certain haughtiness tried to assert itself in that expression of slightly playful nonchalance which should never leave a diplomatist's face. The lieutenant of the 96th began to realize that Monsieur de Beauvoisis was anxious to fight. He was also diplomatic enough to wish to reserve for his friend the advantage of taking the initiative. "This time," he exclaimed, "there is ground for duel." "I think there's enough," answered the diplomat. "Turn that rascal out," he said to his lackeys. "Let someone else get up." The door of the carriage was open. The Chevalier insisted on doing the honours to Julien and his friend. They sent for a friend of Monsieur de Beauvoisis, who chose them a quiet place. The conversation on their way went, as a matter of fact, very well indeed. The only extraordinary feature was the diplomatist in a dressing-gown. These gentlemen, although very noble, are by no means as boring, thought Julien, as the people who come and dine at Monsieur de la Mole's, and I can see why, he added a moment afterwards. They allow themselves to be indecent. They talked about the dancers that the public had distinguished with its favour at the ballet presented the night before. The two gentlemen alluded to some spicy anecdotes of which Julien and his second, the lieutenant of the 96th, were absolutely ignorant. Julien was not stupid enough to pretend to know them. He confessed his ignorance with a good grace. This frankness pleased the Chevalier's friend. He told him these stories with the greatest detail, and extremely well. One thing astonished Julien inordinately. The carriage was pulled up for a moment by an altar which was being built in the middle of the street for the procession of Corpus Christi Day. The two gentlemen indulged in the luxury of several jests. According to them, the curé was the son of an archbishop. Such a joke would never have been heard in the house of Monsieur de la Mole, who was trying to be made a duke. The duel was over in a minute. Julien got a ball in his arm. They bandaged it with handkerchiefs which they wetted with brandy, and the Chevalier de Beauvoisis requested Julien with great politeness to allow him to take him home in the same carriage that had brought him. When Julien gave the name of Monsieur de la Mole's Hôtel, The young diplomat and his friend exchanged looks. Julien's fiacre was here, but they found these gentlemen's conversation more entertaining than that of the good lieutenant of the 96th. By Jove, so a duel is only that, thought Julien. What luck! I found that coachman again. How unhappy I should have been if I had had to put up with that insult as well. The amusing conversation had scarcely been interrupted. Julien realized that the affectation of diplomatists is good for something. So ennui, he said to himself, is not a necessary incident of conversation among well-born people. These gentlemen make fun of the Corpus Christi procession and dare to tell extremely obscene anecdotes, and what is more, with picturesque details. The only thing they really lack is the ability to discuss politics logically, and that lack is more than compensated by their graceful tone and the perfect aptness of their expressions. Julien experienced a lively inclination for them. How happy I should be to see them often! They had scarcely taken leave of each other before the Chevalier de Beauvoisis had inquiries made. They were not brilliant. He was very curious to know his man. Could he decently pay a call on him? The little information he had succeeded in obtaining from him was not of an encouraging character. "Oh, this is awful," he said to his second. "I can't possibly own up to having fought a duel with a mere secretary of M. de la Mole simply because my coachman stole my visiting cards. There is no doubt that all this may make you look ridiculous." That very evening the Chevalier de Beauvoisis and his friends said everywhere that this Monsieur Sorel, who was, moreover, quite a charming young man, was a natural son of an intimate friend of the Marquis de la Mole. This statement was readily accepted. Once it was established, the young diplomatist and friend deigned to call several times on Julien during the fortnight. Julien owned to them that he had only been to the opera once in his life. "That is awful," said one. "That is the only place one does go to. Your first visit must be when they are playing the Comte d'Ory." The Chevalier de Beauvoisis introduced him at the opera to the famous singer Geronimo, who was then enjoying an immense success. Julien almost paid court to the Chevalier. His mixture of self-respect, mysterious self-importance, and fatuous youthfulness fascinated him. The Chevalier, for example, would stammer a little, simply because he had the honour of seeing frequently a very noble lord who had this defect. Julien had never before found combined in one and the same person the drollery which amuses and those perfect manners which should be the object of a poor provincial's imitation. He was seen at the opera with the Chevalier de Beauvoisis. This association got him talked about. "Well," said M. de la Mole to him one day, "so here you are, the natural son of a rich gentleman of Franche-Comté, an intimate friend of mine." The Marquis cut Julien short as he started to protest that he had not in any way contributed to obtaining any credence for this rumour. M. de Beauvoisis did not fancy having fought a duel with the son of a carpenter. I know it, said M. de la Mole. "It is my business now to give some consistency to this story, which rather suits me. But I have one favour to ask you, which will only cost you a bare half-hour of your time. Go and watch every opera day at 11:30 all the people in society coming out in the vestibule. I still see you have certain provincial mannerisms. You must rid yourself of them. Besides, it would do no harm to know, at any rate by sight, some of the great personages to whom I may one day send you on a commission. Call in at the box office to get identified. Admission has been secured for you." End of section 36. Section 37 of The Red and the Black by Stendhal, translated by Horace Barnett Samuel. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dann. Chapter 37. An Attack of Gout. "And I got advancement not on my merit, but because my master had the gout." Bertolotti. The reader is perhaps surprised by this free and almost friendly tone. We had forgotten to say that the Marquis had been confined to his house for 6 weeks by the gout. Mademoiselle de la Mole and her mother were at Hyères, near the Marquise's mother. The Comte Norbert only saw his father at stray moments. They got on very well, but had nothing to say to each other. M. de la Mole, reduced to Julien's society, was astonished to find that he possessed ideas. He made him read the papers to him. Soon the young secretary was competent to pick out the interesting passages. There was a new paper which the Marquis abhorred. He had sworn never to read it, and spoke about it every day. Julien laughed. In his irritation against the present time, the Marquis made him read Livy aloud. The improvised translation of the Latin text amused him. The Marquis said one day, in that tone of excessive politeness which frequently tried Julien's patience, "Allow me to present you with a blue suit, my dear Sorel. When you find it convenient to wear it and to come and see me, I shall look upon you as the younger brother of the Comte de Chaulnes, that is to say, the son of my friend, the old Duke." Julien did not quite gather what it was all about, but he tried a visit in the blue suit that very evening. The Marquis treated him like an equal. Julien had a spirit capable of appreciating true politeness, but he had no idea of nuances. Before this freak of the Marquis's, he would have sworn that it was impossible for him to have been treated with more consideration. "What an admirable talent," said Julien to himself. When he got up to go, the Marquis apologized for not being able to accompany him by reason of his gout. Julien was preoccupied by this strange idea. Perhaps he is making fun of me, he thought. He went to ask advice of the Abbé Pirard, who, being less polite than the Marquis, made no other answer except to whistle, and changed the subject. Julien presented himself to the Marquis the next morning in his black suit, with his letter case and his letters for signature. He was received in the old way, but when he wore the blue suit that evening, the Marquis's tone was quite different, and absolutely as polite as on the previous day. "As you are not exactly bored," said the Marquis to him, "by these visits which you are kind enough to pay to a poor old man, you must tell him about all the little incidents of your life. But you must be frank, and think of nothing except narrating them clearly and in an amusing way. For one must amuse oneself," continued the Marquis. "That's the only reality in life. I can't have my life saved in a battle every day, or get a present of 1,000,000 francs every day. But if I had Rivarol here by my sofa, he would rid me every day of an hour of suffering and boredom. I saw a lot of him at Hamburg during the emigration." And the Marquis told Julien the stories of Rivarol and the inhabitants of Hamburg, who needed the combined efforts of 4 individuals to understand an epigram. M. de la Mole, being reduced to the society of this little abbé, tried to teach him. He put Julien's pride on its mettle. As he was asked to speak the truth, Julien resolved to tell everything, but to suppress 2 things: his fanatical admiration for the name which irritated the Marquis, and that complete scepticism which was not particularly appropriate to a prospective curé. His little affair with the Chevalier de Beauvoisis came in very handy. The Marquis laughed till the tears came into his eyes at the scene in the café in the Rue Saint-Honoré with the coachman who had loaded him with sordid insults. The occasion was marked by a complete frankness between the Marquis and the protégé. M. de la Mole became interested in this singular character. At the beginning he had encouraged Julien's droll blunders in order to enjoy laughing at them. Soon he found it more interesting to correct very gently this young man's false outlook on life. "All other provincials who come to Paris admire everything," thought the Marquis. "This one hates everything. They have too much affectation. He has not affectation enough, and fools take him for a fool." The attack of gout was protracted by the great winter cold, and lasted some months. "One gets quite attached to a fine spaniel," thought the Marquis. "Why should I be so ashamed of being attached to this little abbé? He is original. I treat him as a son. Well, where's the bother? The whim, if it lasts, will cost me a diamond and 500 louis in my will." Once the Marquis had realized his protégé's strength of character, he entrusted him with some new business every day. Julien noticed with alarm that this great lord would often give him inconsistent orders with regard to the same matter. That might compromise him seriously. Julien now made a point, whenever he worked with him, of bringing a register with him in which he wrote his instructions which the Marquis initialed. Julien had now a clerk who would transcribe the instructions relating to each matter in a separate book. This book also contained a copy of all the letters. This idea seemed at first absolutely boring and ridiculous, but in 2 months the Marquis appreciated its advantages. Julien suggested to him that he should take a clerk out of a banker's who was to keep proper bookkeeping accounts of all the receipts and of all the expenses of the estates which Julien had been charged to administer. These measures so enlightened the Marquis as to his own affairs that he could indulge the pleasure of undertaking 2 or 3 speculations without the help of his nominee, who always robbed him. "Take 3,000 francs for yourself," he said one day to his young steward. "Monsieur, I should lay myself open to calumny." "What do you want, then?" retorted the Marquis irritably. "Perhaps you will be kind enough to make out a statement of account and enter it in your own hand in the book. That order will give me a sum of 3,000 francs. Besides, it's Monsieur the Abbé Pirard who had the idea of all this exactness in accounts." The Marquis wrote out his instructions in the register, with the bored air of the Marquis de Montcard listening to the accounts of his steward, Monsieur Poisson. Business was never talked when Julien appeared in the evening in his blue suit. The kindness of the Marquis was so flattering to the self-respect of our hero, which was always morbidly sensitive, that in spite of himself he soon came to feel a kind of attachment to this nice old man. It is not that Julien was a man of sensibility, as the phrase is understood at Paris, but he was not a monster, and no one since the death of the old Major had talked to him with so much kindness. He observed that the Marquis showed a politeness and consideration for his own personal feelings which he had never found in the old surgeon. He now realized that the surgeon was much prouder of his cross than was the Marquis of his blue ribbon. The Marquis's father had been a great lord. One day, at the end of a morning audience for the transaction of business, when the black suit was worn, Julien happened to amuse the Marquis, who kept him for a couple of hours, and insisted on giving him some banknotes which his nominee had just brought from the house. "I hope, Monsieur le Marquis, that I am not deviating from the profound respect which I owe you, if I beg you to allow me to say a word." "Speak, my friend." "Monsieur le Marquis will deign to allow me to refuse this gift. It is not meant for the man in the black suit, and it would completely spoil those manners which you have kindly put up with in the man in the blue suit." He saluted with much respect and went out without looking at his employer. This incident amused the Marquis. He told it in the evening to the Abbé Pirard. "I must confess one thing to you, my dear Abbé. I know Julien's birth, and I authorize you not to regard this confidence as a secret." "His conduct this morning is noble," thought the Marquis, "so I will ennoble him myself." Sometimes afterwards the Marquis was able to go out. "Go and pass a couple of months in London," he said to Julien. "Ordinary and special couriers will bring you the letters I have received, together with my notes. You will write out the answers and send them back to me, putting each letter inside an answer. I have ascertained that the delay will be no more than 5 days." As he took the post down the Calais route, Julien was astonished at the triviality of the alleged business on which he had been sent. We will say nothing about the feeling of hate and almost horror with which he touched English soil. His mad passion for Bonaparte is already known. He saw in every officer a Sir Hudson Lowe, in every great noble a Lord Bathurst, ordering the infamies of St. Helena and being recompensed by 6 years of office. At London he really got to know the meaning of sublime fatuity. He had struck up a friendship with some young Russian nobles who initiated him. "Your future is assured, my dear Sorel," they said to him. "You naturally have that cold demeanour, 1,000 leagues away from the sensation one has at the moment, that we have been making such efforts to acquire." "You have not understood your century," said the Prince Korasoff to him. "Always do the opposite of what is expected of you. On my honour, there you have the sole religion of the period. Don't be foolish or affected, for then follies and affectations will be expected of you, and the maxim will not longer prove true." Julien covered himself with glory one day in the salon of the Duke of Fitzfolk, who had invited him to dinner together with the Prince Korasoff. They waited for an hour. The way in which Julien conducted himself in the middle of 20 people who were waiting is still quoted as a precedent among the young secretaries of the London embassy. His demeanour was unimpeachable. In spite of his friends, the dandies, he made a point of seeing the celebrated Philip Vane, the one philosopher that England has had since Locke. He found him finishing his 7th year in prison. The aristocracy doesn't joke in this country, thought Julien. Moreover, Vane is disgraced, calumniated, etc. Julien found him in cheery spirits. The rage of the aristocracy prevented him from being bored. "There's only one merry man I've seen in England," thought Julien to himself as he left the prison. "The idea which tyrants find most useful is the idea of God," Vane had said to him. "We suppress the rest of the system as being cynical." "What amusing notions do you bring me from England?" asked M. de la Mole to him on his return. He was silent. "What notion do you bring me, amusing or otherwise?" repeated the Marquis sharply. "In the first place," said Julien, "the sanest Englishman is mad 1 hour every day. He is visited by the demon of suicide, who is the local god. In the second place, intellect and genius lose 25% of their value when they disembark in England. In the third place, nothing in the world is so beautiful, so admirable, so touching as the English landscapes." "Now it is my turn," said the Marquis. "In the first place, why do you go and say at the ball at the Russian ambassador's that there were 300,000 young men of 20 in France who passionately desired war? Do you think that is nice for the kings?" "One doesn't know what to do when talking to great diplomats," said Julien. "They have a mania for starting serious discussions. If one confines oneself to the commonplaces of the papers, one is taken for a fool. If one indulges in some original truth, they are astonished and at a loss for an answer, and you get informed by the first secretary of the embassy at 7 o'clock next day that your conduct has been unbecoming." "Not bad," said the Marquis, laughing. "Anyway, I will wager, Monsieur Deep One, that you have not guessed what you went to do in England." "Pardon me," answered Julien. "I went there to dine once a week with the King's ambassador, who is the most polite of men." "You went to fetch this cross you see here," said the Marquis to him. "I do not want to make you leave off your black suit, and I have got accustomed to the more amusing tone I have assumed with the man who wears the blue suit. So understand this until further orders. When I see this cross, you will be my friend, the Duke of Shorn's younger son, who has been employed in the diplomatic service the last 6 months without having any idea of it. Observe," added the Marquis very seriously, cutting short all manifestations of thanks, "that I do not want you to forget your place. That is always a mistake and a misfortune both for patron and for dependent. When my lawsuits bore you, or when you no longer suit me, I will ask a good living like that of our good friend the Abbé Pirard's for you, and nothing more," added the Marquis dryly. This put Julien's pride at its ease. He talked much more. He did not so frequently think himself insulted and aimed at by those phrases which are susceptible of some interpretation which is scarcely polite, and which anybody may give utterance to in the course of an animated conversation. This cross earned him a singular visit. It was that of the Baron de Valenod, who came to Paris to thank the minister for his barony and arrive at an understanding with him. He was going to be nominated Mayor of Verrières and to supersede M. de Rênal. Julien did not fail to smile to himself when Mr. Valenod gave him to understand that they had just found out that M. de Rênal was a Jacobin. The fact was that the new baron was the ministerial candidate at the election for which they were all getting ready, and that it was M. de Rênal who was the Liberal candidate at the great electoral college of the department, which was, in fact, very ultra. It was in vain that Julien tried to learn something about Madame de Rênal. The baron seemed to remember their former rivalry and was impenetrable. He concluded by canvassing Julien for his father's vote at the election which was going to take place. Julien promised to write. "You ought, Monsieur le Chevalier, to present me to Monsieur the Marquis de la Mole." "I ought, as a matter of fact," thought Julien, "but a rascal like that—" "As a matter of fact," he answered, "I am too small a personage in the Hôtel de la Mole to take it upon myself to introduce anyone." Julien told the Marquis everything. In the evening he described Valenod's pretensions, as well as his deeds and feats since 1814. "Not only will you present the new Baron to me," replied Monsieur de la Mole very seriously, "but I will invite him to dinner for the day after tomorrow. He will be one of our new prefects." "If that is the case, I ask for my father the post of director of the workhouse," answered Julien coldly. "With pleasure," answered the Marquis gaily. "It shall be granted. I was expecting a lecture. You are getting on." Monsieur de Valenod informed Julien that the manager of the lottery office at Verrières had just died. Julien thought it humorous to give that place to Monsieur de Chalin, the old dotard whose position he had once picked up in de la Mole's room. The Marquis laughed heartily at the petition, which Julien recited as he made him sign the letter which requested that appointment of the Minister of Finance. Monsieur de Chalin had scarcely been nominated when Julien learnt that the post had been asked by the department for the celebrated geometrician, Monsieur Gout. That generous man had an income of only 1,400 francs, and every year had lent 600 to the late manager who had just died, to help him bring up his family. Julien was astonished at what he had done. "That's nothing," he said to himself. "It will be necessary to commit several other injustices if I mean to get on, and also to conceal them beneath pretty sentimental speeches. Poor Monsieur Gout! It is he who deserves the cross. It is I who have it, and I ought to conform to the spirit of the government which gives it to me." End of section 37. Section 38 of The Red and the Black by Stendhal, translated by Horace Barnett Samuel. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dann. Chapter 38. What is the decoration which confers distinction? "Thy water refreshes me not," said the transformed genie. "'Tis nevertheless the freshest well in all Diyarbekir." Pellico. One day Julien had just returned from the charming estate of Villequier on the banks of the Seine, which was the especial subject of Monsieur de la Mole's interest, because it was the only one of all his properties which had belonged to the celebrated Boniface de la Mole. He found the Marquise and her daughter, who had just come back from Hyères, in the Hôtel. Julien was a dandy now, and understood the art of Paris life. He manifested a perfect coldness towards Mademoiselle de la Mole. He seemed to have retained no recollection of the day when she had asked him so gaily for details of his fall from his horse. Mademoiselle de la Mole thought that he had grown taller and paler. There was no longer anything in the provincial in his figure or his appearance. It was not so with his conversation. Too much of the serious and too much of the positive element was still noticeable. In spite of these sober qualities, his conversation, thanks to his pride, was destitute of any trace of the subordinate. One simply felt that there were still too many things which he took seriously, but one saw that he was the kind of man to stick to his guns. "He lacks lightness of touch, but not brains," said Mademoiselle de la Mole to her father, as she rallied him on the cross that he had given Julien. "My brother has been asking you for it for 16 months, and he is a la Mole." "Yes, but Julien has surprises, and that's what the de la Mole whom you were referring to has never been guilty of." Monsieur the Duc de Retz was announced. Mathilde felt herself seized by an irresistible attack of yawning. She knew so well the old gildings and the old habitués of her father's salon. She conjured up an absolutely boring picture of the life which she was going to take up at Paris, and yet, when at Hyères, she had regretted Paris. "And yet I am 19, she thought. "That's the age of happiness, say all those gilt-edged ninnies." She looked at 8 or 10 new volumes of poetry which had accumulated on the table in the salon during her journey to Provence. She had the misfortune to have more brains than Mademoiselles de Cranaud, de Caylus, de Luz, and her other friends. She anticipated all that they were going to tell her about the fine sky of Provence, poetry, the South, etc., etc. These fine eyes, which were the homes of the deepest ennui, and worst still, of the despair of ever finding pleasure, lingered on Julien. At any rate, he was not exactly like the others. "Monsieur Sorel," she said in that short, sharp voice, destitute of all femininity, which is so frequent among young women of the upper class. Monsieur Sorel, are you coming tonight to Monsieur de Retz's ball? Mademoiselle, I have not had the honour of being presented to Monsieur the Duke. One would have said that these words and that title seared the mouth of the proud provincial. He asked my brother to take you there, and if you go, you could tell me some details about the Villequier estate. We are thinking of going there in the spring, and I would like to know if the chateau is habitable, and if the neighbouring places are as pretty as they say. There are so many unmerited reputations. Julien did not answer. Come to the ball with my brother, she added very dryly. Julien bowed respectfully. So, I owe my duty to the members of the family, even in the middle of a ball. Am I not paid to be their business man? His bad temper added, God knows, moreover, if what I tell the daughter will not put out the plans of the father, brother, and mother. It is just like the court of a sovereign prince. You have to be absolutely negative, and yet give no one any right to complain. How that big girl displeases me, he thought, as he watched the walk of Mademoiselle de la Mole, whom her mother had called to present to several women friends of hers. She exaggerates all the fashions. Her dress almost falls down to her shoulders. She is even paler than before she went away. How nondescript her hair has grown as a result of being blonde. You would say that the light passed through it. What a haughty way of bowing and of looking at you! What queenly gestures! Mademoiselle de la Mole had just called her brother at the moment when he was leaving the salon. The Comte de Norbert approached Julien. "My dear Sorel," he said to him, "where would you like me to pick you up tonight for Monsieur's ball? He expressly asked me to bring you." "I know well whom I have to thank for so much kindness," answered Julien, bowing to the ground. His bad temper, being unable to find anything to lay hold of in the polite and almost sympathetic tone in which Norbert had spoken to him, set itself to work on the answer he had made to that courteous invitation. He detected in it a trace of subservience. When he arrived at the ball in the evening, he was struck with the magnificence of the Hôtel de Retz. The courtyard at the entrance was covered with an immense tent of crimson with golden stars. Nothing could have been more elegant. Beyond the tent, the court had been transformed into a wood of orange trees and of pink laurels in full flower. As they had been careful to bury the vases sufficiently deep, the laurel trees and the orange trees appeared to come straight out of the ground. The road which the carriages traversed was sanded. All this seemed extraordinary to our provincial. He had never had any idea of such magnificence. In a single instant this thrilled imagination had left his bad temper 1,000 leagues behind. In the carriage, on their way to the ball, Norbert had been happy, while he saw everything in black colours. They had scarcely entered the courtyard before the roles changed. Norbert was only struck by a few details which, in the midst of all that magnificence, had not been able to be attended to. He calculated the expense of each item, and Julien remarked that the nearer he got to a sum total, the more jealous and bad-tempered he appeared. As for himself, he was fascinated and full of admiration when he reached the first of the salon where they were dancing. His emotion was so great that it almost made him nervous. There was a crush at the door of the second salon, and the crowd was so great that he found it impossible to advance. The decorations of the second salon presented the Alhambra of Granada. "That's the queen of the ball, one must admit," said a young man with a moustache, whose shoulders stuck into Julien's chest. "Mademoiselle Formand, who has been the prettiest all the winter, realizes that she will have to go down to the second place. See how strange she looks." In truth, she is straining every nerve to please. Just look at that gracious smile, now that she is doing the figure in that quadrille, all alone. On my honour, it is unique. Mademoiselle de la Mole looks as if she controlled the pleasure which she derives from her triumph, of which she is perfectly conscious. One might say that she fears to please anyone who talks to her. Very good. That is the art of alluring. Julien vainly endeavoured to catch sight of the alluring woman. 7 or 8 men who were taller than he prevented him from seeing her. "There is quite a lot of coquetry in that noble reserve," said the young man with the moustache. "And in those big blue eyes, which are lowered so slowly when one would think they were on the point of betraying themselves," answered his neighbour. "On my faith, nothing could be cleverer." "See the pretty Formand looking quite common next to her," said the first. "That air of reserve means how much sweetness would I spend on you if you were the man who was worthy of me." "And who could be worthy of the sublime Matilda?" said the first man. "Some sovereign prince, handsome, witty, well made, a hero in war, and 20 years old at the most." "The natural son of the Emperor of Russia, who would be made a sovereign in honour of his marriage, or quite simply the Comte de Taille, who looks like a dressed-up peasant." The door was free, and Julien could go in. "Since these puppets consider her so remarkable, it is worthwhile for me to study her," he thought. "I shall then understand what these people regard as perfection." As his eyes were trying to find her, Matilda looked at him. "My duty calls me," said Julien to himself, but it was only his expression which was bad-humoured. His curiosity made him advance with a pleasure which the extremely low-cut dress on Matilda's shoulder very quickly accentuated in a manner which was scarcely flattering for his own self-respect. "Her beauty has youth," he thought. 5 or 6 people, whom Julien recognized as those who had been speaking at the door, were between her and him. "Now, monsieur, you have been here all the winter," she said to him. "Is it not true that this is the finest ball of the season?" He did not answer. "This quadrille of Coulon strikes me as admirable, and those ladies dance it perfectly." The young men turned round to see who was the happy man, an answer from whom was positively insisted on. The answer was not encouraging. "I shall not be able to be a good judge, mademoiselle. I pass my life in writing. This is the first ball of this magnificence which I have ever seen." The young men with moustaches were scandalized. "You are a wise man, Monsieur Sorel," came the answer with a more marked interest. "You look upon all these balls, all these festivities, like a philosopher, like J.J. Rousseau. All these follies astonish without alluring you." Julien's imagination had just hit upon an epigram which banished all illusions from his mind. His mouth assumed the expression of a perhaps slightly exaggerated disdain. "J.J. Rousseau," he answered, "is in my view only a fool when he takes it upon himself to criticize society. He did not understand it, and he went into it with the spirit of a lackey who has risen above his station." "He wrote the Contrat Social," answered Matilda reverently. "While he preaches the Republic and the overthrow of monarchical dignities, the parvenu was intoxicated with happiness if a duke would go out of his way after dinner to one of his friends." "Oh yes, the Duke of Luxembourg at Montmorency used to accompany a Coindet from the neighbourhood of Paris," went on Mademoiselle de la Mole, with all the pleasure and enthusiasm of her first flush of pedantry. She was intoxicated with her knowledge, almost like the academician who discovered the existence of King Feretrius. Julien's look was still penetrating and severe. Matilda had had a moment's enthusiasm. Her partner's coldness disconcerted her profoundly. She was all the more astonished as it was she who was accustomed to produce that particular effect on others. At this moment the Marquis de Croisenois was advancing eagerly towards Mademoiselle de la Mole. He was, for the moment, 3 yards away from her. He was unable to get closer because of the crowd. He smiled at the obstacle. The young Marquise de Rouvray was near her. She was a cousin of Matilda. She was giving her arm to her husband, who had only married her a fortnight ago. The Marquis de Rouvray, who was also very young, had all the love which seizes a man who, having contracted a marriage of convenience exclusively arranged by the notaries, finds a person who is ideally pretty. Monsieur de Rouvray would be a duke on the death of a very old uncle. While the Marquis de Croisenois was struggling to get through the crowd and smiling at Matilda, she fixed her big, divinely blue eyes on him and his neighbours. "Could anything be flatter?" she said to herself. "There is Croisenois who wants to marry me. He is gentle and polite. He has perfect manners like Monsieur de Rouvray. If they did not bore, those gentlemen would be quite charming. He, too, would accompany me to the ball with that smug, limited expression. 1 year after the marriage I shall have my carriage, my horses, my dresses, my chateau 20 leagues from Paris. All this would be as nice as possible, and enough to make a Countess de Raville, for example, die of envy, and afterwards—" Matilda bored herself in anticipation. The Marquis de Croisenois managed to approach her and spoke to her, but she was dreaming and did not listen to him. The noise of his words began to get mixed with the buzz of the ball. Her eye mechanically followed Julien, who had gone away, with an air which, though respectful, was yet proud and discontented. She noticed, in a corner far from the moving crowd, the Comte Altamira, who had been condemned to death in his own country, and whom the reader knows already. One of his relatives had married a Prince de Conti in the reign of Louis XIV. This historical fact was some protection against the police of the congregation. "I think being condemned to death is the only real distinction," said Matilda. "It is the only thing which cannot be bought." "Why, that's an epigram," I just said. "What a pity it did not come at a moment when I could have reaped all the credit for it." Matilda had too much taste to work into the conversation a prepared epigram, but at the same time she was too vain not to be extremely pleased with herself. A happy expression succeeded the palpable boredom of her face. The Marquis de Croisenois, who had never left off talking, saw a chance of success, and waxed twice as eloquent. "What objection could a caviller find with my epigram?" said Matilda to herself. "I would answer my critic in this way. The title of Baron or Vicomte is to be bought. A cross, why, it is a gift. My brother has just got one. What has he done? A promotion, why, that can be obtained by being 10 years in a garrison, or have the Minister of War for a relative, and you'll be a chief of a squadron like Norbert. A great fortune, that's rather more difficult, and consequently more meritorious. It is really quite funny. It's the opposite of what the books say. Well, to win a fortune, why, you marry Monsieur Rothschild's daughter. Really, my epigram is quite deep. Being condemned to death is still the one privilege which one has never thought of canvassing." "Do you know the Comte Altamira?" she said to Monsieur de Croisenois. Her thoughts seemed to have been so far away, and this question had so little connection with all that the poor Marquis had been saying for the last 5 minutes, that his good temper was ruffled. He was, nevertheless, a man of wit, and celebrated for being so. "Matilda is eccentric," he thought. "That's a nuisance, but she will give her husband such a fine social position. I don't know how the Marquis de la Mole manages. He is connected with all that is best in all parties. He is a man who is bound to come out on top. And besides, this eccentricity of Matilda's may pass for genius. Genius, when allied with good birth and a large fortune, so far from being ridiculous, is highly distinguished. She has wit, moreover, when she wants to. That mixture, in fact, of brains, character, and ready wit, which constitutes perfection." As it is difficult to do 2 things at the same time, the Marquis answered Matilda with a vacant expression, as though he were reciting a lesson. "Who does not know that poor Altamira?" And he told her the history of his conspiracy, abortive, ridiculous, and absurd. "Very absurd," said Matilda, as if she were talking to herself. "But he has done something. I want to see a man. Bring him to me," she said to the scandalized Marquis. Comte Altamira was one of the most avowed admirers of Mademoiselle de la Mole's haughty and impertinent manner. In his opinion, she was one of the most beautiful persons in Paris. "How fine she should be on a throne," he said to Monsieur de Croisenois, and made no demur at being taken up to Matilda. There are a good number of people in society who would like to establish the fact that nothing is in such bad form as a conspiracy in the 19th century. It smacks of Jacobinism. And what could be more sordid than unsuccessful Jacobinism? Matilda's expression made fun a little of Altamira and Monsieur de Croisenois, but she listened to him with pleasure. A conspirator at a ball! What a pretty contrast, she thought. She thought that this man with his black moustache looked like a lion at rest, but she soon perceived that his mind had only one point of view: utility, admiration for utility. The young Comte thought nothing worthy his attention except what tended to give his country 2-chamber government. He left Matilda, who was the prettiest person at the ball, with alacrity, because he saw a Peruvian general come in. Despairing of Europe, such as Monsieur de Metternich had arranged it, poor Altamira had been reduced to thinking that when the states of South America had become strong and powerful, they could restore to Europe the liberty which Mirabeau had given it. A crowd of moustached young men had approached Matilda. She realized that Altamira had not felt allured, and was piqued by his departure. She saw his black eye gleam as he talked to the Peruvian general. Mademoiselle de la Mole looked at the young Frenchman with that profound seriousness which none of her rivals could imitate. Which of them, she thought, could get himself condemned to death, even supposing he had a favourable opportunity? This singular look flattered those who were not very intelligent, but disconcerted the others. They feared the discharge of some stinging epigram that would be difficult to answer. Good birth vouchsafes 100 qualities whose absence would offend me. I see as much in the case of Julien, thought Matilda, but it withers up those qualities of soul which make a man get condemned to death. At that moment someone was saying near her, Comte Altamira is the second son of the Prince of San Nazaro Pimentel. It was Pimentel who tried to save Conradin, who was beheaded in 1268. It is one of the noblest families in Naples. So, said Matilda to herself, what a pretty proof this is of my maxim, that good birth deprives man of that force of character in default of which a man does not get condemned to death. I seem doomed to reason falsely tonight. Since I am only a woman like any other, well, I must dance. She yielded to the solicitations of M. de Croisenois, who had been asking for a gallop for the last hour. To distract herself from her failure in philosophy, Matilda made a point of being perfectly fascinating. M. de Croisenois was enchanted, but neither the dance nor her wish to please one of the handsomest men at court, nor anything at all, succeeded in distracting Matilda. She could not possibly have been more of a success. She was the queen of the ball. She coldly appreciated the fact. What a blank life I shall pass with a person like Croisenois, she said to herself as he took her back to her place an hour afterwards. What pleasure do I get, she added sadly, if after an absence of 6 months I find myself at a ball which all the women of Paris were mad with jealousy to go to. And what is more, I am surrounded by the homage of an ideally constituted circle of society. The only bourgeois are some peers and perhaps 1 or 2 Juliens. And yet, she added with increasing sadness, what advantage has not fate bestowed upon me? Distinction, fortune, youth, everything except happiness. My most dubious advantages are the very ones they have been speaking to me about all the evening. Wit, I believe I have it, because I obviously frighten everyone. If they venture to tackle a serious subject, they will arrive after 5 minutes at conversation, and as though they had made a great discovery, at a conclusion which we have been repeating to them for the last hour. I am beautiful. I have that advantage, for which Madame de Staël would have sacrificed everything, and yet I am dying of boredom. Shall I have reason to be less bored when I have changed my name for that of the Marquis de Croisenois? My God, though, she added, while she almost felt as if she would like to cry, isn't he really quite perfect? He's a paragon of the education of the age. You can't look at him without his finding something charming and even witty to say to you. He is brave. But that Sorel is strange, she said to herself, and the expression of her eyes changed from melancholy to anger. I told him that I had something to say to him, and he hasn't deigned to reappear. End of section 38. Section 39 of The Red and the Black by Stendhal, translated by Horace Barnett Samuel. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dann. Chapter 39. The Ball. The luxurious dresses, the glitter of the candles, all those pretty arms and fine shoulders, the bouquet, the intoxicating strains of Rossini, the paintings of Ciceri. I am beside myself. Journeys of Usseri. You are in a bad temper, said the Marquise de la Mole to her. Let me caution you, it is ungracious at a ball. I only have a headache, answered Matilda disdainfully. It is too hot here. At this moment the old Baron Tolly became ill and fell down, as though to justify Mademoiselle de la Mole's remark. They were obliged to carry him away. They talked about apoplexy. It was a disagreeable incident. Matilda did not bother much about it. She made a point of never looking at old men or at anyone who had the reputation of being bad company. She danced in order to escape the conversation about the apoplexy, which was not apoplexy, inasmuch as the Baron put in an appearance the following day. But Sorel does not come, she said to herself after she had danced. She was almost looking round for him when she found him in another salon. Astonishing, but he seemed to have lost that impassive coldness that was so natural to him. He no longer looked English. "He is talking to Comte d'Altamira, who was sentenced to death," said Matilda to herself. "His eyes full of a sombre fire. He looks like a prince in disguise. His haughtiness has become twice as pronounced." Julien came back to where she was, still talking to Altamira. She looked at Altamira fixedly, studying his features in order to trace those lofty qualities which can earn a man the honour of being condemned to death. "Yes," he was saying to Comte Altamira as he passed by her, "Danton was a real man." "Heavens, can he be a Danton?" said Matilda to herself. "But he has so noble a face, and that Danton was so horribly ugly, a butcher, I believe." Julien was still fairly near her. She did not hesitate to call him. She had the consciousness and the pride of putting a question that was unusual for a young girl. "Was not Danton a butcher?" she said to him. "Yes, in the eyes of certain persons." Julien answered her with a most thinly disguised expression of contempt. His eyes were still ardent from his conversation with Altamira. "But unfortunately for the people of good birth, he was an advocate at Mairie-sur-Seine. That is to say, mademoiselle," he added maliciously, "he began like many peers whom I see here. It is true that Danton laboured under a great disadvantage in the eyes of beauty. He was ugly." These last few words were spoken rapidly, in an extraordinary and indeed very discourteous manner. Julien waited for a moment, leaning slightly forward and with an air of proud humility. He seemed to be saying, "I am paid to answer you, and I live on my pay." He did not deign to look up at Matilda. She looked like his slave, with her fine eyes open abnormally wide and fixed on him. Finally, as the silence continued, he looked at her, like a valet looking at his master to receive orders. Although his eyes met the full gaze of Matilda, which were fixed on him all the time with a strange expression, he went away with a marked eagerness. "To think of a man who is as handsome as he is," said Matilda to herself as she emerged from her reverie, "praising ugliness in such a way. He is not like Caylus or Croisenois. This Sorel has something like my father's look when he goes to a fancy dress ball as Napoleon." She had completely forgotten Danton. "Yes, I am decidedly bored tonight." She took her brother's arm and to his great disgust made him take her round the ballroom. The idea occurred to her of following the conversation between Julien and the man who had been condemned to death. The crowd was enormous. She managed to find them, however, at the moment when 2 yards in front of her Altamira was going near a dumb waiter to take an ice. He was talking to Julien with his body half turned round. He saw an arm in an embroidered coat which was taking an ice closer by. The embroidery seemed to attract his attention. He turned round to look at the person to whom the arm belonged. His noble and yet simple eyes immediately assumed a slightly disdainful expression. "You see that man," he said to Julien in a low voice. "That is the Prince of Araceli, ambassador of blank. He asked M. de Nerval, your Minister for Foreign Affairs, for my extradition this morning. See, there he is, over there, playing whist. M. de Nerval is willing enough to give me up, for we gave up 2 or 3 conspirators to you in 1816. If I am given up to my king, I shall be hanged in 24 hours. It will be one of those handsome, mustachioed gentlemen who will arrest me." "The wretches!" exclaimed Julien half aloud. Matilda did not lose a syllable of their conversation. Her ennui had vanished. "They are not scoundrels," replied Count Altamira. "I talk to you about myself in order to give you a vivid impression. Look at the Prince of Araceli. He casts his eyes on his golden fleece every 5 minutes. He cannot get over the pleasure of seeing that decoration on his breast. In reality, the poor man is really an anachronism. The fleece was a signal honour 100 years ago, but he would have been nowhere near it in those days. But nowadays, so far as people of birth are concerned, you have to be an Araceli to be delighted with it. He had a whole town hanged in order to get it." "Is that the price he had to pay?" said Julien anxiously. "Not exactly," answered Altamira coldly. "He probably had about 30 rich landed proprietors in his district who had the reputation of being liberals thrown into the river." "What a monster!" pursued Julien. Mademoiselle de la Mole, who was leaning her head forward with keenest interest, was so near him that her beautiful hair almost touched his shoulder. "You are very young," answered Altamira. "I was telling you that I had a married sister in Provence. She is still pretty, good, and gentle. She is an excellent mother, performs all her duties faithfully, is pious, but not a bigot. What is he driving at? Thought Mademoiselle de la Mole. She is happy, continued the Comte Altamira. She was so in 1815. I was then in hiding at her house on her estate near the Antibes. Well, the moment she learnt of Marshal Ney's execution, she began to dance. Is it possible? Said Julien, thunderstruck. It's party spirit, replied Altamira. There are no longer any real passions in the 19th century. That's why one is so bored in France. People commit acts of the greatest cruelty, but without any feeling of cruelty. So much the worse, said Julien. When one does commit a crime, one ought at least to take pleasure in committing it. That's the only good thing they have about them, and that's the only way in which they have the slightest justification. Mademoiselle de la Mole had entirely forgotten what she owed to herself, and placed herself completely between Altamira and Julien. Her brother, who was giving her his arm, and was accustomed to obey her, was looking at another part of the room, and in order to keep himself in countenance, was pretending to be stopped by the crowd. You are right, Altamira went on. One takes pleasure in nothing one does, and one does not remember it. This applies even to crimes. I can show you perhaps 10 men in this ballroom who have been convicted of murder. They have forgotten all about it, and everybody else as well. Many are moved to the point of tears if their dog breaks a paw. When you throw flowers on their grave at Père Lachaise, as you say so humorously in Paris, we learn they united all the virtues of the knights of chivalry, and we speak about the noble feats of their great-grandfathers who lived in the reign of Henry IV. If in spite of the good offices of the Prince de Aricelli I escape hanging and I ever manage to enjoy the use of my money in Paris, I will get you to dine with 8 or 10 of these respected and callous murderers. At that dinner you and I will be the only ones whose blood is pure, but I shall be despised and almost hated as a monster, while you will be simply despised as a man of the people who has pushed his way into good society. Nothing could be truer, said Mademoiselle de la Mole. Altamira looked at her in astonishment, but Julien did not deign to look at her. Observe that the revolution at whose head I found myself, continued the Comte Altamira, only failed for the one reason that I would not cut off 3 heads and distribute among our partisans 7 or 8 millions which happened to be in a box of which I happened to have the key. My king, who is burning to have me hanged today, and who called me by my Christian name before the rebellion, would have given me the great ribbon of his order if I had had those 3 heads cut off, and had had the money in those boxes distributed, for I should have had at least a semi-success, and my country would have had a charter like blank. So wags the world. It's a game of chess. At that time, answered Julien with a fiery eye, you did not know the game. Now. You mean I would have their heads cut off, and I would not be a Girondin, as you said I was the other day. I will give you your answer, said Altamira sadly, when you have killed a man in a duel, a far less ugly matter than having him put to death by an executioner. Upon my word, said Julien, the end justifies the means. If instead of being an insignificant man I had some power, I would have 3 men hanged in order to save 4 men's lives. His eyes expressed the fire of his own conscience. They met the eyes of Mademoiselle de la Mole, who was close by him, and their contempt, so far from changing into politeness, seemed to redouble. She was deeply shocked, but she found herself unable to forget Julien. She dragged her brother away, and went off in a temper. I must take some punch and dance a lot, she said to herself. I will pick out the best partner and cut some figure at any price. Good, there is that celebrated cynic, the Comte de Fervaques. She accepted his invitation. They danced. The question is, she thought, which of us 2 will be the more impertinent, but in order to make absolute fun of him I must get him to talk. Soon all the other members of the quadrille were dancing as a matter of formality. They did not want to lose any of Mathilde's cutting repartee. M. de Fervaques felt uneasy, and as he could only find elegant expressions instead of ideas, began to scowl. Mathilde, who was in a bad temper, was cruel, and made an enemy of him. She danced till daylight, and then went home terribly tired. But when she was in the carriage, the little vitality she had left was still employed in making her sad and unhappy. She had been despised by Julien, and could not despise him. Julien was at the zenith of his happiness. He was enchanted without his knowing it by the music, the flowers, the pretty women, the general elegance, and above all by his own imagination, which dreamt of distinctions for himself and of liberty for all. "What a fine ball," he said to the Comte. "Nothing is lacking." "Thought is lacking," answered Altamira, and his face betrayed that contempt which is only more deadly from the very fact that a manifest effort is being made to hide it as a matter of politeness. "You are right, Monsieur the Comte. There isn't any thought at all, let alone enough to make a conspiracy. I am here because of my name, but thought is hated in your salons. Thought must not soar above the level of the point of a vaudeville couplet. It is then rewarded. But as for your man who thinks, if he shows energy and originality, we call him a cynic. Was not the name given by one of your judges to Courier? You put him in prison as well as Béranger. The priestly congregation hands over to the police everyone who is worth anything amongst you individually, and good society applauds. The fact is, your effete society prizes conventionalism above everything else. You will never get beyond military bravery. You will have Murat, never Washingtons. I can see nothing in France except vanity. A man who goes on speaking on the spur of the moment may easily come to make an imprudent witticism, and the master of the house thinks himself insulted." As he was saying this, the carriage in which the Comte was seeing Julien home stopped before the Hôtel de la Mole. Julien was in love with his conspirator. Altamira had paid him this great compliment, which was evidently the expression of a sound conviction. "You have not got the French flippancy, and you understand the principle of utility." It happened that Julien had seen, the day before, Marino Faliero, a tragedy by Casimir della Vigne. "Has not Israel Bertuccio got more character than all those noble Venetians?" said our rebellious plebeian to himself. "And yet those are the people whose nobility goes back to the year 700, a century before Charlemagne, while the cream of the nobility at Monsieur de Ritz's ball tonight only goes back, and that rather lamely, to the 13th century. Well, in spite of all the noble Venetians whose birth makes so great, it is Israel Bertuccio whom one remembers. A conspiracy annihilates all titles conferred by social caprice. There, a man takes for his crest the rank that is given him by the way in which he faces death. The intellect itself loses some of its power. What would Danton have been today in this age of the Valenods and the Renals? Not even a deputy for the public prosecutor. What am I saying? He would have sold himself to the priests. He would have been a minister, for after all the great Danton did steal. Mirabeau also sold himself. Napoleon stole millions in Italy, otherwise he would have been stopped short in his career by poverty like Pichegru. Only Lafayette refrained from stealing. Ought one to steal? Ought one to sell oneself? Thought Julien. This question pulled him up short. He passed the rest of the night in reading the history of the Revolution. When he wrote his letters in the library the following day, his mind was still concentrated on his conversation with Count Altamira. As a matter of fact, he said to himself after a long reverie, if the Spanish liberals had not injured their nation by crimes, they would not have been cleared out as easily as they were. They were haughty, talkative children, just like I am, he suddenly exclaimed, as though waking up with a start. What difficulty have I surmounted that entitles me to judge such devils who, once alive, dared to begin to act? I am like a man who exclaims at the close of a meal, "I won't dine tomorrow," but that won't prevent me from feeling as strong and merry like I do today. Who knows what one feels when one is halfway through a great action? These lofty thoughts were disturbed by the unexpected arrival in the library of Mademoiselle de la Mole. He was so animated by his admiration for the great qualities of such invincibles as Danton, Mirabeau, and Carnot, that, though he fixed his eyes on Mademoiselle de la Mole, he neither gave her a thought nor bowed to her, and scarcely even saw her. When, finally, his big, open eyes realized her presence, their expression vanished. Mademoiselle de la Mole noticed it with bitterness. It was in vain that she asked him for Vailly's History of France, which was on the highest shelf, and thus necessitated Julien going to fetch the longer of the two ladders. Julien had brought the ladder and had fetched the volume and given it to her, but had not yet been able to give her a single thought. As he was taking the ladder back, he hit, in his hurry, one of the glass panes in the library with his elbow. The noise of the glass falling on the floor finally brought him to himself. He hastened to apologize to Mademoiselle de la Mole. He tried to be polite, and was certainly nothing more. Matilda saw clearly that she had disturbed him, and that he would have preferred to have gone on thinking about what he had been engrossed in before her arrival to speaking to her. After looking at him for some time, she went slowly away. Julien watched her walk. He enjoyed the contrast of her present dress with the elegant magnificence of the previous night. The difference between the two expressions was equally striking. The young girl who had been so haughty at the Duc de Retz's ball had, at the present moment, an almost plaintive expression. As a matter of fact, said Julien to himself, that black dress makes the beauty of her figure all the more striking. She has a queenly carriage, but why is she in mourning? If I ask someone the reason for this mourning, they will think I am putting my foot in it again. Julien had now quite emerged from the depth of his enthusiasm. I must read over again all the letters I have written this morning. God knows how many missed-out words and blunders I shall find. As he was forcing himself to concentrate his mind on the first of these letters, he heard the rustle of a silk dress near him. He suddenly turned round. Mademoiselle de la Mole was 2 yards from his table. She was smiling. This second interruption put Julien into a bad temper. Matilda had just fully realized that she meant nothing to this young man. Her smile was intended to hide her embarrassment. She succeeded in doing so. "You are evidently thinking of something very interesting, Monsieur Sorel. Is it not some curious anecdote about that conspiracy which is responsible for Comte Altamira being in Paris? Tell me what it is about. I am burning to know. I will be discreet, I swear it." She was astonished at hearing herself utter these words. What? Was she asking a favour of an inferior? Her embarrassment increased, and she added with a little touch of flippancy, "What has managed to turn such an unusually cold person as yourself into an inspired being, a kind of Michelangelo prophet?" This sharp and indiscreet question wounded Julien deeply, and rendered him madder than ever. "Was Danton right in stealing?" he said to her brusquely, in a manner that grew more and more surly. "Ought the revolutionaries of Piedmont and of Spain to have injured the people by crimes? To have given all the places in the army and all the orders to undeserving persons? Would not the persons who wore these orders have feared the return of the king? Ought they to have allowed the treasure of Turin to be looted? In a word, mademoiselle," he said, coming near her with a terrifying expression, "ought the man who wishes to chase ignorance and crime from the world to pass like the whirlwind and do evil indiscriminately?" Matilda felt frightened, was unable to stand his look, and retreated a couple of paces. She looked at him a moment, and then, ashamed of her fear, left the library with a light step. End of section 39. Section 40 of The Red and the Black by Stendhal, translated by Horace Barnett Samuel. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dann. Chapter 40. Queen Marguerite. Love, in what madness do you not manage to make us find pleasure? Letters of a Portuguese nun. Julien reread his letters. How ridiculous I must have appeared in the eyes of that Parisian doll, he said to himself when the dinner bell rang. How foolish to have really told her what I was thinking. Perhaps I was not so foolish. Telling the truth on that occasion was worthy of me. Why did she come to question me on personal matters? That question was indiscreet on her part. She broke the convention. My thoughts about Danton are not part of the sacrifice which her father pays me to make. When he came into the dining-room, Julien's thoughts were distracted from his bad temper by Mademoiselle de la Mole's mourning, which was all the more striking because none of the other members of the family were in black. After dinner, he felt completely rid of the feeling which had obsessed him all day. Fortunately, the academician who knew Latin was at dinner. "That's the man who will make the least fun of me," said Julien to himself, "if, as I surmise, my question about Mademoiselle de la Mole's mourning is in bad taste." Matilda was looking at him with a singular expression. "So this is the coquetry of the women of this part of the country, just as Madame de Renal described it to me," said Julien to himself. I was not nice to her this morning. I did not humour her caprice of talking to me. I got up in value in her eyes. The devil doubtless is no loser by it. Later on, her haughty disdain will manage to revenge itself. I defy her to do her worst. What a contrast with what I have lost! What charming naturalness! What naivety! I used to know her thoughts before she did herself. I used to see them come into existence. The only rival she had in her heart was the fear of her children's death. It was a reasonable, natural feeling to me, and even though I suffered from it, I found it charming. I have been a fool. The ideas I had in my head about Paris prevented me from appreciating that sublime woman. Great God, what a contrast! And what do I find here? And haughty vanity, all the fine shades of wounded egotism, and nothing more. And they got up from the table. I must not let my academician get snapped up, said Julien to himself. He went up to him as they were passing into the garden, assumed an air of soft submissiveness, and shared in his fury against the success of Hernani. If only we were still in the days of lettres de cachet, he said. Then he would not have dared, exclaimed the academician with a gesture worthy of Talma. Julien quoted some fine words from Virgil's Georgics in reference to a flower, and expressed the opinion that nothing was equal to the Abbé Delille's verses. In a word, he flattered the academician in every possible way. He then said to him with the utmost indifference, "I suppose Mademoiselle de la Mole has inherited something from some uncle for whom she is in mourning." "What, you belong to the house," said the academician, stopping short, "and you do not know her folly? As a matter of fact, it is strange her mother should allow her to do such things, but between ourselves, they do not shine in this household exactly in their force of character. Mademoiselle's share has to do for all of them, and governs them. Today is the 30th of April, and the academician stopped and looked meaningly at Julien. Julien smiled with the most knowing expression he could master. "What connection can there be between ruling a household, wearing a black dress, and the 30th April?" he said to himself. "I must be even sillier than I thought." "I must confess," he said to the academician, while he continued to question him with his look. "Let us take a turn round the garden," said the academician, delighted at seeing an opportunity of telling a long and well-turned story. "What, is it really possible you do not know what happened on the 30th of April, 1574? "And where?" said Julien in astonishment. "At the Place de Grève." Julien was extremely astonished that these words did not supply him with the key. His curiosity, and his expectation of a tragic interest which would be in such harmony with his own character, gave his eyes that brilliance which the teller of a story likes to see so much in the person who is listening to him. The academician was delighted at finding a virgin ear, and narrated at length to Julien how Boniface de la Mole, the handsomest young man of this century, together with Annibal de Coconasso, his friend, a gentleman of Piedmont, had been beheaded on the 30th of April, 1574. La Mole was the adored lover of Queen Marguerite of Navarre, and "Observe," continued the academician, "that Mademoiselle de la Mole's full name is Mathilde Marguerite. La Mole was at the same time a favourite of the Duc d'Alençon, and the intimate friend of his mistress's husband, the King of Navarre, subsequently Henry IV. On Shrove Tuesday of that year, 1574, the court happened to be at Saint-Germain with the poor King Charles IX, who was dying. La Mole wished to rescue his friends the princes, whom Queen Catherine of Medici was keeping prisoner in her court. He advanced 200 cavalry under the walls of Saint-Germain. The Duc d'Alençon was frightened, and La Mole was thrown to the executioner. But the thing which affects Mademoiselle Mathilde, and what she has admitted to me herself 7 or 8 years ago, when she was 12, is a head, a head!" And the academician lifted up his eyes to the heavens. What struck her in this political catastrophe was the hiding of Queen Marguerite de Navarre in a house in the Place de Grève, and her then asking for her lover's head. At midnight on the following day she took that head in her carriage and went and buried it herself in a chapel at the foot of the hill at Montmartre. "Impossible!" cried Julien, really moved. "Mademoiselle Mathilde despises her brother because, as you see, he does not bother one whit about this ancient history, and never wears mourning on the 30th of April. It is since the time of this celebrated execution, and in order to recall the intimate friendship of La Mole for the said Cocconasso, who, Italian that he was, bore the name of Annibal, that all the men of that family bear that name. And, added the academician, lowering his voice, this Cocconasso was, according to Charles IX, himself one of the cruellest assassins of the 24th August 1572. But how is it possible, my dear Sorel, that you should be ignorant of these things, you who take your meals with the family? So that is why Mademoiselle de la Mole twice called her brother Annibal at dinner. I thought I had heard wrong. It was a reproach. It is strange that the Marquise should allow such follies. The husband of that great girl will have a fine time of it. This remark was followed by 5 or 6 satiric phrases. Julien was shocked by the joy which shone in the academician's eyes. We are just a couple of servants, he thought, engaged in talking scandal about our masters, but I ought not to be astonished at anything this academy man does. Julien had surprised him on his knees one day before the Marquise de la Mole. He was asking her for a tobacco receivership for a nephew in the provinces. In the evening, a little chambermaid of Mademoiselle de la Mole, who was paying court to Julien, just as Elisa had used to do, gave him to understand that her mistress's mourning was very far from being worn simply to attract attention. This eccentricity was rooted in her character. She really loved that La Mole, the beloved lover of the most witty queen of the century, who had died through trying to set his friends at liberty. And what friends! The first prince of the blood, and Henry IV. Accustomed as he had been to the perfect naturalness which shone throughout Madame de Renal's whole demeanour, Julien could not help finding all the women of Paris affected, and, though by no means of a morose disposition, found nothing to say to them. Mademoiselle de la Mole was an exception. He now began to cease taking for coldness of heart that kind of beauty which attaches importance to a noble bearing. He had long conversations with Mademoiselle de la Mole, who would sometimes walk with him in the garden after dinner. She told him one day that she was reading the history of d'Aubigné and also Brantôme. Strange books to read, thought Julien, and the Marquis does not allow her to read Walter Scott's novels. She told him one day, with that pleased brilliancy in her eyes, which is the real test of genuine admiration, about a characteristic act of a young woman in the reign of Henry III, which she had just read in the memoirs of L'Étoile. Finding her husband unfaithful, she stabbed him. Julien's vanity was flattered. A personage who was surrounded by so much homage, and who governed the whole house, according to the academician, deigned to talk to him on a footing almost resembling friendship. I made a mistake, thought Julien soon afterwards. This is not familiarity. I am simply the confidant of a tragedy. She needs to speak to someone. I pass in this family for a man of learning. I will go and read Brantôme, d'Aubigné, L'Étoile. I shall then be able to challenge some of the anecdotes which Madame de la Mole speaks to me about. I want to leave off this rôle of the passive confidant. His conversations with this young girl, whose demeanour was so impressive and yet so easy, gradually became more interesting. He forgot his grim rôle of the rebel plebeian. He found her well informed and even logical. Her opinions in the gardens were very different to those which she owned to in the salon. Sometimes she exhibited an enthusiasm and a frankness which were in absolute contrast to her usual cold haughtiness. "The wars of the League were the heroic days of France," she said to him one day, with eyes shining with enthusiasm. "Then everyone fought to gain something which he desired for the sake of his party's triumph, and not just in order to win a cross as in the days of your emperor. Admit that there was then less egotism and less pettiness. I love that century." "And Boniface de la Mole was the hero of it," he said to her. "At least he was loved in a way that it is perhaps sweet to be loved. What woman alive now would not be horrified at touching the head of a decapitated lover?" Madame de la Mole called her daughter. To be effective, hypocrisy ought to hide itself, yet Julien had half confided his admiration for Napoleon to Mademoiselle de la Mole. Julien remained alone in the garden. "That is the immense advantage they have over us," he said to himself. "Their ancestors lift them above vulgar sentiments, and they have not got always to be thinking about their subsistence. What misery," he added bitterly. "I am not worthy to discuss these great matters. My life is nothing more than a series of hypocrisies, because I have not got 1,000 francs a year with which to buy my bread and butter." Mathilde came running back. "What are you dreaming about, monsieur?" she said to him. Julien was tired of despising himself. Through sheer pride he frankly told her his thoughts. He blushed a great deal while talking to such a person about his own poverty. He tried to make it as plain as he could that he was not asking for anything. Mathilde never thought him so handsome. She detected in him an expression of frankness and sensitiveness which he often lacked. Within a month of this episode, Julien was pensively walking in the garden of the hotel, but his face had no longer the hardness and philosophic superciliousness which the chronic consciousness of his inferior position had used to write upon it. He had just escorted Mademoiselle de la Mole to the door of the salon. She said she had hurt her foot while running with her brother. "She leant on my arm in a very singular way," said Julien to himself. "Am I a coxcomb, or is it true that she has taken a fancy to me? She listens to me so gently, even when I confess to her all the sufferings of my pride. She, too, who is so haughty to everyone. They would be very astonished in the salon if they saw that expression of hers. It is quite certain that she does not show anyone else such sweetness and goodness." Julien endeavoured not to exaggerate this singular friendship. He himself compared it to an armed truce. When they met again each day, they almost seemed, before they took up the almost intimate tone of the previous day, to ask themselves, "Are we going to be friends or enemies today?" Julien had realized that to allow himself to be insulted with impunity, even once, by this haughty girl, would mean the loss of everything. "If I have got to quarrel, would it not be better that it should be straight away in defending the rights of my own pride than in parrying the expressions of contempt which would follow the slightest abandonment of my duty to my own self-respect?" On many occasions, on days when she was in a bad temper, Mathilde tried to play the great lady with him. These attempts were extremely subtle, but Julien rebuffed them roughly. One day he brusquely interrupted her. "Has Mademoiselle de la Mole any orders to give her father's secretary?" he said to her. "If so, he must listen to her orders and execute them, but apart from that he has not a single word to say to her. He is not paid to tell her his thoughts." This kind of life, together with the singular surmises which it occasioned, dissipated the boredom which he had been accustomed to experience in that magnificent salon, where everyone was afraid and where any kind of jest was in bad form. "It would be humorous if she loved me, but whether she loves me or not," went on Julien, "I have for my confidential friend a girl of spirit, before whom I see the whole household quake, while the Marquis de Croisenois does so more than anyone else. Yes, to be sure, that same young man, who is so polite, so gentle, and so brave, and who has combined all those advantages of birth and fortune, a single one of which would put my heart at rest, he is madly in love with her. He ought to marry her. How many letters has Monsieur de la Mole made me write to the two notaries in order to arrange the contract? And I, though I am an absolute inferior when I have my pen in my hand, why, I triumph over that young man 2 hours afterwards in this very garden. For, after all, her preference is striking and direct. Perhaps she hates him because she sees in him a future husband. She is haughty enough for that. As for her kindness to me, I receive it in my capacity of confidential servant. But no, I am either mad or she is making advances to me. The colder and more respectful I show myself to her, the more she runs after me. It may be a deliberate piece of affectation, but I see her eyes become animated when I appear unexpectedly. Can the women of Paris manage to act to such an extent? What does it matter to me? I have appearances in my favour. Let us enjoy appearances. Heavens, how beautiful she is! How I like her great blue eyes when I see them at close quarters, and they look at me in the way they often do. What a difference between this spring and that of last year, when I lived an unhappy life among 300 dirty, malicious hypocrites, and only kept myself afloat through sheer force of character. I was almost as malicious as they were. That young girl is making fun of me, Julien would think in his suspicious days. She is acting in concert with her brother to make a fool of me. But she seems to have an absolute contempt for her brother's lack of energy. He is brave, and that is all. He has not a thought which dares to deviate from the conventional. It is always I who have to take up the cudgels in his defence. A young girl of 19. Can one at that age act up faithfully every second of the day to the part which one has determined to play? On the other hand, whenever Mademoiselle de la Mole fixes her eyes on me with a singular expression, Comte Norbert always goes away. I think that suspicious. Ought he not to be indignant at his sister singling out a servant of her household? For that is how I heard the Duc de Chaulnes speak about me. This recollection caused anger to supersede every other emotion. It is simply a fashion for old-fashioned phraseology on the part of the eccentric Duke. Well, she is pretty, continued Julien with a tigerish expression. I will have her. I will then go away, and woe to him that disturbs me in my flight. This idea became Julien's sole preoccupation. He could not think of anything else. His days passed like ours. Every moment when he tried to concentrate on some important matter, his mind became a blank, and he would wake up a quarter of an hour afterwards with a beating heart and an anxious mind, brooding over this idea. Does she love me? End of section 40. Section 41 of The Red and the Black by Stendhal, translated by Horace Barnett Samuel. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dann. Chapter 41. A Young Girl's Dominion. I admire her beauty, but I fear her intellect. Mérimée. If Julien had employed the time which he spent in exaggerating Mathilde's beauty, or in working himself up into a rage against that family haughtiness which he was forgetting for his sake in examining what was going on in the salon, he would have understood the secret of her dominion over all that surrounded her. When anyone displeased Mademoiselle de la Mole, she managed to punish the offender by a jest which was so guarded, so well chosen, so polite, and so neatly timed, that the more the victim thought about it, the sorer grew the wound. She gradually became positively terrible to wounded vanity. As she attached no value to many things which the rest of her family very seriously wanted, she always struck them as self-possessed. The salons of the aristocracy are nice enough to brag about when you leave them, but that is all. Mere politeness alone counts for something in its own right during the first few days. Julien experienced this after the first fascination and the first astonishment had passed off. Politeness, he said to himself, is nothing but the absence of that bad temper which would be occasioned by bad manners. Mathilde was frequently bored. Perhaps she would have been bored anywhere. She then found a real distraction and real pleasure in sharpening an epigram. It was perhaps in order to have more amusing victims than her great relations, the academician and the 5 or 6 other men of inferior class who paid her court, that she had given encouragement to the Marquis de Croisenois, the Comte Caylus, and 2 or 3 other young men of the highest rank. They simply represented new subjects for epigrams. We will admit with reluctance, for we are fond of Mathilde, that she had received many letters from several of them and had sometimes answered them. We hasten to add that this person constitutes an exception to the manners of the century. Lack of prudence is not generally the fault with which the pupils of the noble convent of the Sacred Heart can be reproached. One day the Marquis de Croisenois returned to Mathilde a fairly compromising letter which he had written the previous night. He thought that he was thereby advancing his cause a great deal by taking this highly prudent step. But the very imprudence of her correspondence was the very element in it Mathilde liked. Her pleasure was to stake her fate. She did not speak to him again for 6 weeks. She amused herself with the letters of these young men, but in her view they were all like each other. It was invariably a case of the most profound, the most melancholy passion. They all represent the same perfect man, ready to leave for Palestine, she exclaimed to her cousin. Can you conceive of anything more insipid? So these are the letters I am going to receive all my life. There can be only a change every 20 years, according to the kind of vogue which happens to be fashionable. They must have had more colour in them in the days of the Empire. In those days all these young society men had seen or accomplished feats which really had an element of greatness. The Duke of N., my uncle, was at Wagram. What brains do you need to deal a sabre blow? And when they have had the luck to do that, they talk of it so often, said Mademoiselle de Saint-Hérédité, Mathilde's cousin. Well, those tales give me pleasure. being in a real battle, a battle of Napoleon, where 6,000 soldiers were killed. Why, that's proof of courage. Exposing oneself to danger elevates the soul and saves it from the boredom in which my poor admirers seem to be sunk, and that boredom is contagious. Which of them ever thought of doing anything extraordinary? They are trying to win my hand, a pretty business to be sure. I am rich, and my father will procure advancement for his son-in-law. Well, I hope he'll manage to find someone who is a little bit amusing. Matilda's keen, sharp, and picturesque view of life spoilt her language, as one sees. An expression of hers would often constitute a blemish in the eyes of her polished friends. If she had been less fashionable, they would almost have owned that her manner of speaking was, from the standpoint of feminine delicacy, to some extent unduly coloured. She, on her side, was very unjust towards the handsome cavaliers who filled the Bois de Boulogne. She envisaged the future not with terror, that would have been a vivid emotion, but with a disgust which was very rare at her age. What could she desire? Fortune, good birth, wit, beauty? According to what the world said, and according to what she believed, all these things had been lavished upon her by the hands of chance. So this was the state of mind of the most envied heiress of the Faubourg Saint-Germain when she began to find pleasure in walking with Julien. She was astonished at his pride. She admired the ability of the little bourgeois. He will manage to get made a bishop like the Abbé Mouret, she said to herself. Soon the sincere and unaffected opposition with which our hero received several of her ideas filled her mind. She continued to think about it. She told her friend the slightest details of the conversation, but thought that she should never succeed in fully rendering all their meaning. An idea suddenly flashed across her. "I have the happiness of loving," she said to herself one day, with an incredible ecstasy of joy. "I am in love. I am in love. It is clear. Where can a young, witty, and beautiful girl of my own age find sensations if not in love? It is no good. I shall never feel any love for Croisenow, Caylus, and tutti quanti. They are unimpeachable, perhaps too unimpeachable. Anyway, they bore me." She rehearsed in her mind all the descriptions of passion which she had read in Madame Lescaut, the Nouvelle Heloise, the letters of the Portuguese nun, etc., etc. It was only a question, of course, of the grand passion. Light love was unworthy of a girl of her age and birth. She vouchsafed the name of love to that heroic sentiment which was met with in France in the time of Henry III and Bassompierre. That love did not basely yield to obstacles, but far from it inspired great deeds. How unfortunate for me that there is not a real court like that of Catherine de Medici or of Louis XIII. I feel equal to the boldest and greatest actions. What would I not make of a king who was a man of spirit like Louis XIII if he were sighing at my feet? I would take him to the Vendée, as the Baron de Tolly is so fond of saying, and from that base he would reconquer his kingdom. Then no more about a charter, and Julien would help me. What does he lack? Name and fortune. He will make a name. He will win a fortune. Croisenow lacks nothing, and he will never be anything else all his life but a duke who is half ultra and half liberal, an undecided being who never goes to extremes, and consequently always plays second fiddle. What great action is not an extreme at the moment when it is undertaken? It is only after accomplishment that it seems possible to commonplace individuals. Yes, it is love, with all its miracles, which is going to reign over my heart. I feel as much from the fire which is thrilling me. Heaven owed me this boon. It will not then have lavished in vain all its bounties on one single person. My happiness will be worthy of me. Each day will no longer be the cold replica of the day before. There is grandeur and audacity in the very fact of daring to love a man placed so far beneath me by his social position. Let us see what happens. Will he continue to deserve me? I will abandon him at the first sign of weakness which I detect. A girl of my birth, and of that medieval temperament which they are good enough to ascribe to me, she was quoting from her father, must not behave like a fool. But should I not be behaving like a fool if I were to love the Marquis de Croisenow? I should simply have a new edition over again of that happiness enjoyed by my girl cousins, which I so utterly despise. I already know everything the poor Marquis would say to me, and every answer I should make. What's the good of a love which makes one yawn? One might as well be in a nunnery. I shall have a celebration of the signing of a contract, just like my younger cousin when the grandparents all break down, provided, of course, that they are not annoyed by some condition introduced into the contract at the 11th hour by the notary on the other side. End of section 41. Section 42 of The Red and the Black by Stendhal, translated by Horace Barnett Samuel. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dann. Chapter 42. Is he a Danton? The need of anxiety. These words summed up the character of my aunt, the beautiful Marguerite de Valois, who was soon to marry the King of Navarre, whom we see reigning at present in France under the name of Henry IV. The need of staking something was the key to the character of this charming princess. Hence her quarrels and reconciliations with her brothers from the time when she was 16. Now, what can a young girl stake? The most precious thing that she has, her reputation, the esteem of a lifetime. Memoirs of the Duc d'Angoulême, the natural son of Charles IX. There is no contract to sign for Julien and me. There is no notary. Everything is on the heroic plane. Everything is the child of chance. Apart from the noble birth which he lacks, it is the love of Marguerite de Valois for the young La Mole, the most distinguished man of the time, over again. Is it my fault that the young men of the court are such great advocates of the conventional, and turn pale at the mere idea of the slightest adventure which is a little out of the ordinary? A little journey in Greece or Africa represents the highest pitch of their audacity, and moreover they can only march in troops. As soon as they find themselves alone, they are frightened, not of the Bedouin's lance, but of ridicule, and that fear makes them mad. My little Julien, on the other hand, only likes to act alone. This unique person never thinks for a minute of seeking help or support in others. He despises others, and that is why I do not despise him. If Julien were noble as well as poor, my love would simply be a vulgar piece of stupidity, a sheer mésalliance. I should have nothing to do with it. It would be absolutely devoid of the characteristic trait of grand passion, the immensity of the difficulty to be overcome, and the black uncertainty of the result. Mademoiselle de la Mole was so engrossed in these pretty arguments that without realizing what she was doing, she praised Julien to the Marquis de Croisenois and her brother on the following day. Her eloquence went so far that it provoked them. "You be careful of this young man who has so much energy," exclaimed her brother. "If we have another revolution, he will have us all guillotined." She was careful not to answer, but hastened to rally her brother and the Marquis de Croisenois on the apprehension which energy caused them. It is at bottom simply the fear of meeting the unexpected, the fear of being nonplussed in the presence of the unexpected. Always, always, gentlemen, the fear of ridicule, a monster which had the misfortune to die in 1816. Ridicule has ceased to exist in a country where there are two parties, Monsieur de la Mole was fond of saying. His daughter had understood the idea. "So, gentlemen," she would say to Julien's enemies, "you will be frightened all your life, and you will be told afterwards, 'Ce n'était pas un loup, ce n'en était que l'ombre.'" Mathilde soon left them. Her brother's words horrified her. They occasioned her much anxiety, but the day afterwards she regarded them as tantamount to the highest praise. His energy frightens them in this age where all energy is dead. I will tell him my brother's phrase. I want to see what answer he will make. But I will choose one of the moments when his eyes are shining, then he will not be able to lie to me. He must be a Danton, she added after a long and vague reverie. Well, suppose the revolution begins again. What figures will Croisenois and my brother cut then? It is settled in advance. Sublime resignation. They will be heroic sheep who will allow their throats to be cut without saying a word. Their one fear when they die will still be the fear of being bad form. If a Jacobin comes to arrest my little Julien, he would blow his brains out, however small a chance he had of escaping. He is not frightened of doing anything in bad form. These last words made her pensive. They recalled painful memories and deprived her of all her boldness. These words reminded her of the jests of Messieurs de Caylus, Croisenois, de Lou, and her brother. These gentlemen joined in censuring Julien for his priestly demeanour, which they said was humble and hypocritical. But, she went on suddenly, with her eyes gleaming with joy, the very bitterness and the very frequency of their jests prove, in spite of themselves, that he is the most distinguished man whom we have seen this winter. What matter his defects and the things which they make fun of? He has the element of greatness, and they are shocked by it. Yes, they, the very men who are so good and so charitable in other matters. It is a fact that he is poor and that he has studied in order to be a priest. They are the heads of a squadron and never had any need of studying. They found it less trouble. In spite of all the handicap of his everlasting black suit and that priestly expression which he must wear, poor boy, if he isn't to die of hunger, his merit frightens them. Nothing could be clearer. As for that priest-like expression, why, he no longer has it after we have been alone for some moments, and after those gentlemen have evolved what they imagine to be a subtle and impromptu epigram. Is not their first look towards Julien? I have often noticed it, and yet they know well that he never speaks to them unless he is questioned. I am the only one whom he speaks to. He thinks I have a lofty soul. He only answers the points they raise sufficiently to be polite. He immediately reverts into respectfulness. But with me he will discuss things for whole hours. He is not certain of his ideas so long as I find the slightest objection to them. There has not been a single rifle shot fired all this winter. Words have been the only means of attracting attention. Well, my father, who is a superior man, and will carry the fortunes of our house very far, respects Julien. Every one else hates him. No one despises him except my mother's devout friends. The Comte de Caylus had, or pretended to have, a great passion for horses. He passed his life in his stables, and often breakfasted there. This great passion, together with his habit of never laughing, won for him much respect among his friends. He was the eagle of the little circle. As soon as they had reassembled the following day behind Mademoiselle de la Mole's armchair, M. de Caylus, supported by Croisenois and by Norbert, began, in Julien's absence, to attack sharply the high opinion which Mathilde entertained for Julien. He did this without any provocation, and almost the very minute that he caught sight of Mademoiselle de la Mole. She tumbled to the subtlety immediately, and was delighted with it. "So, there, they are all leagued together," she said to herself, "against a man of genius, who has not 10 louis a year to bless himself with, and who cannot answer them except in so far as he is questioned. They are frightened of him, black coat and all. But how would things stand if he had epaulets?" She had never been more brilliant. Hardly had Caylus and his allies opened their attack than she riddled them with sarcastic jests. When the fire of these brilliant officers was at length extinguished, she said to M. de Caylus, "Suppose that some gentleman in the Franche-Comté mountains finds out tomorrow that Julien is his natural son, and gives him a name and some thousands of francs. Why, in 6 months he will be an officer of hussars like you, gentlemen. In 6 weeks he will have moustaches like you, gentlemen. And then his greatness of character will no longer be an object of ridicule. I shall then see you reduced, Monsieur the future Duke, to this stale and bad argument, the superiority of the court nobility over the provincial nobility. But where will you be if I choose to push you to extremities, and am mischievous enough to make Julien's father a Spanish duke, who was a prisoner of war at Besançon in the time of Napoleon, and who out of conscientious scruples acknowledges him on his deathbed?" M. de Caylus and de Croisenois found all these assumptions of illegitimacy in rather bad taste. That was all they saw in Mathilde's reasoning. His sister's words were so clear that Norbert, in spite of his submissiveness, assumed a solemn air, which, one must admit, did not harmonize very well with his amiable, smiling face. He ventured to say a few words. "Are you ill, my dear?" answered Mathilde, with a little air of seriousness. "You must be very bad to answer jests by moralizing." "Moralizing? From you? Are you soliciting a job as prefect?" Mathilde soon forgot the irritation of the Comte de Caylus, the bad temper of Norbert, and the taciturn despair of M. de Croisenois. She had to decide, one way or the other, a fatal question which had just seized upon her soul. "Julien is sincere enough with me," she said to herself. "A man at his age, in an inferior position, and rendered unhappy as he is by an extraordinary ambition, must have need of a woman friend. I am, perhaps, that friend, but I see no sign of love in him. Taking into account the audacity of his character, he would surely have spoken to me about his love." This uncertainty and this discussion with herself, which henceforth monopolized Mathilde's time, and in connection with which she found new arguments each time that Julien spoke to her, completely routed those fits of boredom to which she had been so liable. Daughter as she was of a man of intellect who might become a minister, Mademoiselle de la Mole had been, when in the convent of the Sacred Heart, the object of the most excessive flattery. This misfortune could never be compensated for. She had been persuaded that, by reason of all her advantages of birth, fortune, etc., she ought to be happier than anyone else. This is the cause of the boredom of princes, and of all their follies. Mathilde had not escaped the deadly influence of this idea. However intelligent one may be, one cannot at the age of 10 be on one's guard against the flatteries of a whole convent which are apparently so well founded. From the moment that she had decided that she loved Julien, she was no longer bored. She congratulated herself every day on having deliberately decided to indulge in a grand passion. This amusement is very dangerous, she thought. All the better, 1,000 times. Without a grand passion, I should be languishing in boredom during the finest time of my life, the years from 16 to 20. I have already wasted my finest years. All my pleasure consisted in being obliged to listen to the silly arguments of my mother's friends, who, when at Koblenz in 1792, were not quite so strict, so they say, as their words of today. It was while Mathilde was a prey to these great fits of uncertainty that Julien was baffled by those long looks of hers which lingered upon him. He noticed, no doubt, an increased frigidity in the manner of Comte Norbert, and a fresh touch of haughtiness in the manner of Messieurs de Caylus, de Luz, and de Croisenois. He was accustomed to that. He would sometimes be their victim in this way at the end of an evening when, in view of the position he occupied, he had been unduly brilliant. Had it not been for the especial welcome with which Mathilde would greet him, and the curiosity with which all this society inspired him, he would have avoided following these brilliant mustachioed young men into the garden when they accompanied Mademoiselle de la Mole there in the hour after dinner. Yes, Julien would say to himself, it is impossible for me to deceive myself. Mademoiselle de la Mole looks at me in a very singular way. But even when her fine blue open eyes are fixed on me, wide open with the most abandon, I always detect behind them an element of scrutiny, self-possession, and malice. Is it possible that this may be love? But how different to Madame de Renal's looks! One evening, after dinner, Julien, who had followed Monsieur de la Mole into his study, was rapidly walking back to the garden. He approached Mathilde's circle without any warning, and caught some words pronounced in a very loud voice. She was teasing her brother. Julien heard his name distinctly pronounced twice. He appeared. There was immediately a profound silence, and abortive efforts were made to dissipate it. Mademoiselle de la Mole and her brother were too animated to find another topic of conversation. Monsieur de Caylus, de Croisenois, de Lutz, and one of their friends manifested an icy coldness to Julien. He went away. End of section 42. Section 43 of The Red and the Black by Stendhal, translated by Horace Barnett Samuel. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dann. Chapter 43. A Plot. Disconnected remarks, casual meetings, become transformed in the eyes of an imaginative man into the most convincing proofs if he has any fire in his temperament. Schiller. The following day he again caught Norbert and his sister talking about him. A funereal silence was established on his arrival, as on the previous day. His suspicions were now unbounded. Can these charming young people have started to make fun of me? I must own this is much more probable, much more natural than any suggested passion on the part of Mademoiselle de la Mole for a poor devil of a secretary. In the first place, have those people got any passion at all? Mystification is their strong point. They are jealous of my poor little superiority in speaking. Being jealous, again, is one of their weaknesses. On that basis, everything is explicable. Mademoiselle de la Mole simply wants to persuade me that she is marking me out for special favour in order to show me off to her betrothed. This cruel suspicion completely changed Julien's psychological condition. The idea found in his heart a budding love which it had no difficulty in destroying. This love was only founded on Matilda's rare beauty, or rather on her queenly manners and her admirable dresses. Julien was still a parvenu in this respect. We are assured that there is nothing equal to a pretty society woman for dazzling a peasant who is at the same time a man of intellect when he is admitted to first-class society. It had not been Matilda's character which had given Julien food for dreams in the days that had just passed. He had sufficient sense to realize that he knew nothing about her character. All he saw of it might be merely superficial. For instance, Matilda would not have missed Mass on Sunday for anything in the world. She accompanied her mother there nearly every time. If, when in the salon of the Hôtel de la Mole, some indiscreet man forgot where he was and indulged in the remotest allusion to any jest against the real or supposed interests of church or state, Matilda immediately assumed an icy seriousness. Her previously arch expression reassumed all the impassioned haughtiness of an old family portrait. But Julien had assured himself that she always had one or two of Voltaire's most philosophic volumes in her room. He himself would often steal some tomes of that fine edition which was so magnificently bound. By moving each volume a little distance from the one next to it, he managed to hide the absence of the one he took away, but he soon noticed that someone else was reading Voltaire. He had recourse to a trick worthy of the seminary, and placed some pieces of hair on those volumes which he thought were likely to interest Mademoiselle de la Mole. They disappeared for whole weeks. Monsieur de la Mole had lost patience with his bookseller, who always sent him all the spurious memoirs, and had instructed Julien to buy all the new books which were at all stimulating. But in order to prevent the poison spreading over the household, the secretary was ordered to place the books in a little bookcase that stood in the Marquis's own room. He was soon quite certain that although the new books were hostile to the interests of both state and church, they very quickly disappeared. It was certainly not Norbert who read them. Julien attached undue importance to this discovery, and attributed to Mademoiselle de la Mole a Machiavellian role. This seeming depravity constituted a charm in his eyes, the one moral charm, in fact, which she possessed. He was led into this extravagance by his boredom with hypocrisy and moral platitudes. It was more a case of his exciting his own imagination than of his being swept away by his love. It was only after he had abandoned himself to reveries about the elegance of Mademoiselle de la Mole's figure, the excellent taste of her dress, the whiteness of her hand, the beauty of her arm, the disinvoltura of all her movements, that he began to find himself in love. Then, in order to complete the charm, he thought her a Catherine de Medici. Nothing was too deep or too criminal for the character which he ascribed to her. She was the ideal of the Maslon, the Friere, and the Castanade, whom he had admired so much in his youth. To put it shortly, she represented in his eyes the Paris ideal. Could anything possibly be more humorous than believing in the depth or in the depravity of the Parisian character? It is impossible that this trio is making fun of me, thought Julien. The reader knows little of his character if he has not begun already to imagine his cold and gloomy expression when he answered Matilda's looks. A bitter irony rebuffed those assurances of friendship which the astonished Mademoiselle de la Mole ventured to hazard on 2 or 3 occasions. Piqued by this sudden eccentricity, the heart of this young girl, though naturally cold, bored, and intellectual, became as impassioned as it was naturally capable of being. But there was also a large element of pride in Matilda's character, and the birth of a sentiment which made all her happiness dependent on another was accompanied by a gloomy melancholy. Julien had derived sufficient advantage from his stay in Paris to appreciate that this was not the frigid melancholy of ennui. Instead of being keen, as she had been, on homes, theatres, and all kinds of distractions, she now shunned them. Music sung by Frenchmen bored Matilda to death. Yet Julien, who always made a point of being present when the audience came out of the opera, noticed that she made a point of getting taken there as often as she could. He thought he noticed that she had lost a little of that brilliant neatness of touch which used to be manifest in everything she did. She would sometimes answer her friends with jests rendered positively outrageous through the sheer force of their stinging energy. He thought that she made a special butt of the Marquis de Croisenois. That young man must be desperately in love with money not to give the go-by to that girl, however rich she may be, thought Julien. As for himself, indignant at these outrages on masculine self-respect, he redoubled his frigidity towards her. Sometimes he went so far as to answer her with scant courtesy. In spite of his resolution not to become a dupe of Mathilde's signs of interest, these manifestations were so palpable on certain days, and Julien, whose eyes were beginning to be opened, began to find her so pretty that he was sometimes embarrassed. These young people of society will score in the long run by their skill and their coolness over my inexperience, he said to himself. I must leave and put an end to all this. The Marquis had just entrusted him with the administration of a number of small estates and houses which he possessed in Lower Languedoc. A journey was necessary. M. de la Mole reluctantly consented. Julien had become his other self, except in those matters which concerned his political career. So, when we come to balance the account, Julien said to himself as he prepared his departure, they have not caught me. Whether the jests that Mademoiselle de la Mole made to those gentlemen are real, or whether they were only intended to inspire me with confidence, they have simply amused me. If there is no conspiracy against the carpenter's son, Mademoiselle de la Mole is an enigma, but at any rate she is quite as much an enigma for the Marquis de Croisenois as she is to me. Yesterday, for instance, her bad temper was very real, and I had the pleasure of seeing her snub, thanks to her favour for me, a young man who is as noble and as rich as I am a poor scoundrel of a plebeian. That is my finest triumph. It will divert me in my post-chaise as I travel the Languedoc plains. He had kept his departure a secret, but Mathilde knew, even better than he did himself, that he was going to leave Paris the following day for a long time. She developed a maddening headache, which was rendered worse by the stuffy salon. She walked a great deal in the garden, and persecuted Norbert, the Marquis de Croisenois, Caylus, Deleuze, and some other young men who had dined at the Hôtel de la Mole, to such an extent by her mordant witticisms that she drove them to take their leave. She kept looking at Julien in a strange way. Perhaps that look is a pose, thought Julien. But how about that hurried breathing, and all that agitation? Ah, he said to himself, who am I to judge of such things? We are dealing with the cream of Parisian sublimity and subtlety. As for that hurried breathing which was on the point of affecting me, she has no doubt studied it with Léontine Fay, whom she likes so much. They were left alone. The conversation was obviously languishing. No, Julien has no feeling for me, said Mathilde to herself, in a state of real unhappiness. As he was taking leave of her, she took his arm violently. You will receive a letter from me this evening, she said to him, in a voice that was so changed that its tone was scarcely recognizable. This circumstance affected Julien immediately. My father, she continued, has a proper regard for the service you render him. You must not leave tomorrow. Find an excuse. And she ran away. Her figure was charming. It was impossible to have a prettier foot. She ran with a grace which fascinated Julien, but will the reader guess what he began to think about after she had finally left him? He felt wounded by the imperious tone with which she had said the words, "You must." Louis XV, too, when on his deathbed, had been keenly irritated by the words, "You must," which had been tactlessly pronounced by his first physician, and yet Louis XV was not a parvenu. An hour afterwards a footman gave Julien a letter. It was, quite simply, a declaration of love. The style is too affected, said Julien to himself, as he endeavoured to control by his literary criticism the joy which was spreading over his cheeks and forcing him to smile in spite of himself. At last his passionate exultation was too strong to be controlled. So I, he suddenly exclaimed, I, the poor peasant, get a declaration of love from a great lady. As for myself, I haven't done so badly, he added, restraining his joy as much as he could. I have managed to preserve my self-respect. I did not say that I loved her. He began to study the formation of the letter. Mademoiselle de la Mole had a pretty little English handwriting. He needed some concrete occupation to distract him from a joy which verged on delirium. Your departure forces me to speak. I could not bear not to see you again. A thought had just struck Julien like a new discovery. It interrupted his examination of Mathilde's letter and redoubled his joy. "So I score over the Marquis de Croisenois," he exclaimed. "Yes, I, who could only talk seriously. And he is so handsome. He has a moustache and a charming uniform. He always manages to say something witty and clever just at the psychological moment." Julien experienced a delightful minute. He was wandering at random in the garden, mad with happiness. Afterwards he went up to his desk and had himself ushered into the Marquis de la Mole, who was fortunately still in. He showed him several stamped papers which had come from Normandy, and had no difficulty in convincing him that he was obliged to put off his departure for Languedoc in order to look after the Normandy lawsuits. "I am very glad that you are not going," said the Marquis to him when they had finished talking business. "I like seeing you." Julien went out. The words irritated him. "And I am going to seduce his daughter, and perhaps render impossible that marriage with the Marquis de Croisenois to which the Marquis looks forward with such delight. If he does not get made a duke, at any rate his daughter will have a coronet." Julien thought of leaving for Languedoc in spite of Mathilde's letter, and in spite of the explanation he had just given to the Marquis. This flash of virtue quickly disappeared. "How kind it is of me," he said to himself, "me, a plebeian, takes pity on a family of this rank. Yes, me, whom the Duke of Chaulnes calls a servant. How does the Marquis manage to increase his immense fortune? By selling stock when he picks up information at the castle that there will be a panic of a coup d'etat on the following day. And shall I, who have been flung down into the lowest class by a cruel Providence, I, whom Providence has given a noble heart but not an income of 1,000 francs, that is to say, not enough to buy bread with, literally not enough to buy bread with, shall I refuse a pleasure that presents itself? A limpid fountain which will quench my thirst in this scorching desert of mediocrity which I am traversing with such difficulty. Upon my word, I am not such a fool. Each man for himself in that desert of egoism which is called life." And he remembered certain disdainful looks which Mademoiselle de la Mole, and especially her lady friends, had favoured him with. The pleasure of scoring over the Marquis de Croisenois completed the rout of this echo of virtue. "How I should like to make him angry," said Julien. "With what confidence would I give him a sword thrust now?" And he went through the Séguin thrust. "Up till now I have been a mere usher who exploited basely the little courage he had. After this letter I am his equal." "Yes," he said slowly to himself with an infinite pleasure. "The merits of the Marquis and myself have been weighed in the balance, and it is the poor carpenter from the Jura who turns the scale. Good," he exclaimed. "This is how I shall sign my answer. Don't imagine, Mademoiselle de la Mole, that I am forgetting my place. I will make you realize and fully appreciate that it is for a carpenter's son that you are betraying a descendant of the famous Guy de Croisenois who followed St. Louis to the Crusade." Julien was unable to control his joy. He was obliged to go down into the garden. He had locked himself in his room, but he found it too narrow to breathe in. To think of it being me, the poor peasant from the Jura, he kept on repeating to himself. To think of it being me, who am eternally condemned to wear this gloomy black suit. Alas, 20 years ago I would have worn a uniform like they do. In those days a man like me either got killed or became a general at 36. The letter which he held clenched in his hand gave him a heroic pose and stature. Nowadays, it is true, if one sticks to this black suit, one gets at 40 an income of 100,000 francs and the blue ribbon, like my Lord Bishop of Beauvais. "Well," he said to himself with a Mephistophelian smile, "I have more brains than they. I am shrewd enough to choose the uniform of my century," and he felt a quickening of his ambition and of his attachment to his ecclesiastical dress. What cardinals of even lower birth than mine have not succeeded in governing? My compatriot Granvelle, for instance. Julien's agitation became gradually calmed. Prudence emerged to the top. He said to himself, like his master Tartuffe, whose part he knew by heart, "Je puis croire à ces morts, un artifice honnête. Je ne me ferai point à des propos si doux, qu'un peu de ses faveurs, après quoi je soupire, ne vient m'assurer tout ce qui m'ont pu dire." Tartuffe, Act 4, Scene 5. Tartuffe, too, was ruined by a woman, and he was as good as most men. "My answer may be shown, and the way out of that is this," he added, pronouncing his words slowly, with an intonation of deliberate and restrained ferocity. We will begin by quoting the most vivid passages from the letter of the sublime Matilda. Quite so, but Monsieur de Quesnel's lackeys will hurl themselves upon me and snatch the original away. No, they won't, for I am well armed, and as we know, I am accustomed to firing on lackeys. Well, suppose one of them has courage and hurls himself upon me. He has been promised 100 Napoleons. I will kill him or wound him. Good, that's what they want. I shall be thrown into prison legally. I shall be had up in the police court, and the judges will send me off with all justice and all equity to keep Messieurs Fontaine and Magellan company in Poissy. There I shall be landed in the middle of 400 scoundrels. And am I to have the slightest pity on these people? He exclaimed, getting up impetuously. Do they show any to persons of the third estate when they have them in their power? With these words, his gratitude to Monsieur de la Mole, which had been in spite of himself torturing his conscience up to this time, breathed its last. Softly, gentlemen. I follow this little Machiavellian trick. The Abbé Maslon and Monsieur Castanade of the seminary could not have done better. You will take the provocative letter away from me, and I shall exemplify the second volume of Colonel Caron at Colmar. One moment, gentlemen. I will send the fatal letter in a well-sealed packet to Monsieur the Abbé Pirard to take care of. He is an honest man, a Jansenist, and consequently incorruptible. Yes, but he will open the letter. Fouquet is the man to whom I must send it. We must admit that Julien's expression was awful, his countenance ghastly. It breathed unmitigated criminality. It represented the unhappy man at war with all society. "To arms!" exclaimed Julien, and he bounded up the flight of steps of the hotel with one stride. He entered the stall of the street scrivener. He frightened him. "Copy this," he said, giving him Mademoiselle de la Mole's letter. While the scrivener was working, he himself wrote to Fouquet. He asked him to take care of a valuable deposit. But, he said to himself, breaking in upon his train of thought, the Secret Service of the Post Office will open my letter, and will give you gentlemen the one you are looking for. Not quite, gentlemen. He went and bought an enormous Bible from a Protestant bookseller, skilfully hid Matilda's letter in the cover, and packed it all up. His parcel left by the diligence, addressed to one of Fouquet's workmen, whose name was known to nobody at Paris. This done, he returned to the Hôtel de la Mole, joyous and buoyant. "Now it's our turn," he exclaimed as he locked himself into the room and threw off his coat. "What, mademoiselle," he wrote to Matilda, "is it Mademoiselle de la Mole who gets Arsène, her father's lackey, to hand an only too flattering letter to a poor carpenter from the Jura, in order no doubt to make fun of his simplicity?" And he copied out the most explicit phrases in the letter which he had just received. His own letter would have done honour to the diplomatic prudence of Monsieur the Chevalier de Beauvoisis. It was still only 10 o'clock when Julien entered the Italian opera, intoxicated with happiness and that feeling of his own power which was so novel for a poor devil like him. He heard his friend Geronimo sing. Music had never exalted him to such a pitch. End of section 43. Section 44 of The Red and the Black by Stendhal, translated by Horace Barnett Samuel. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dan. Chapter 44. A Young Girl's Thoughts. What perplexity! What sleepless nights! Great God! Am I going to make myself contemptible? He will despise me himself. But he is leaving. He is going away. Alfred de Musset. Matilda had not written without a struggle. Whatever might have been the beginning of her interest in Julien, it soon dominated that pride which had reigned unchallenged in her heart since she had begun to know herself. This cold and haughty soul was swept away for the first time by a sentiment of passion, but if this passion dominated her pride, it still kept faithfully to the habits of that pride. 2 months of struggles and new sensations had transformed, so to speak, her whole moral life. Matilda thought she was in sight of happiness. This vista, irresistible as it is for those who combine a superior intellect with a courageous soul, had to struggle for a long time against her self-respect and all her vulgar duties. One day she went into her mother's room at 7 o'clock in the morning and asked permission to take refuge in Villequier. The marquise did not even deign to answer her, and advised her to go back to bed. This was the last effort of vulgar prudence and respect for tradition. The fear of doing wrong and of offending those ideas which the Caylus, the Deluzes, the Croisenots held for sacred had little power over her soul. She considered such creatures incapable of understanding her. She would have consulted them if it had been a matter of buying a carriage or an estate. Her real fear was that Julien was displeased with her. Perhaps he too has only the appearance of a superior man. She abhorred lack of character. That was her one objection to the handsome young men who surrounded her. The more they made elegant fun of everything which deviated from the prevailing mode or which conformed to it but indifferently, the lower they fell in her eyes. They were brave, and that was all. And after all, in what way were they brave, she said to herself? In duels. But the duel is nothing more than a formality. The whole thing is mapped out beforehand, even the correct thing to say when you fall. Stretched on the turf and with your hand on your heart, you must vouchsafe a generous forgiveness to the adversary and a few words for a fair lady who is often imaginary, or if she does exist, will go to a ball on the day of your death for fear of arousing suspicion. One braves danger at the head of a squadron, brilliant with steel, but how about that danger which is solitary, strange, unforeseen, and really ugly? Alas, said Matilda to herself, it was at the court of Henry III that men who were both great by character and by birth were to be found. Yes, if Julien had served at Jarnac or Montcontour, I should no longer doubt. In those days of strength and vigour, Frenchmen were not dolls. The day of the battle was almost the one which presented the fewest problems. Their life was not imprisoned like an Egyptian mummy in a covering which was common to all and always the same. Yes, she added, there was more real courage in going home alone at 11 o'clock in the evening when one came out of the Hôtel de Soissons where Catherine de Medici lived than there is nowadays in running over to Algiers. A man's life was then a series of hazards. Nowadays civilization has banished hazard. There are no more surprises. If anything new appears in any idea, there are not sufficient epigrams to immortalize it, but if anything new appears in actual life, our panic reaches the lowest depths of cowardice. Whatever folly panic makes us commit is excused. What a degenerate and boring age! What would Boniface de la Mole have said if, lifting his cut-off head out of the tomb, he had seen 17 of his descendants allow themselves to be caught like sheep in 1793 in order to be guillotined 2 days afterwards? Death was certain, but it would have been bad form to have defended themselves and to have killed at least 1 or 2 Jacobins. Yes, in the heroic days of France, in the age of Boniface de la Mole, Julien would have been the chief of a squadron, while my brother would have been the young priest with decorous manners, with wisdom in his eyes and reason on his lips. Some months previously, Matilda had given up all hope of meeting any being who was a little different from the common pattern. She had found some happiness in allowing herself to write to some young society men. This rash procedure, which was so unbecoming and so imprudent in a young girl, might have disgraced her in the eyes of M. de Croisenots, the Duc de Chaulnes, his father, and the whole Hôtel de Chaulnes, who, on seeing the projected marriage broken off, would have wanted to know the reason. At that time Matilda had been unable to sleep on those days when she had written one of her letters. But those letters were only answers. But now she ventured to declare her own love. She wrote first, what a terrible word, to a man of the lowest social grade. This circumstances rendered her eternal disgrace quite inevitable in the event of detection. Who of the women who visited her mother would have dared to take her part? What official excuse could be evolved which could successfully cope with the awful contempt of society? Besides, speaking was awful enough, but writing! There are some things which are not written, Napoleon had exclaimed on learning of the capitulation of Baylen. And it was Julien who had told her that epigram, as though giving her a lesson that was to come in useful subsequently. But all this was comparatively unimportant. Matilda's anguish had other causes. Forgetting the terrible effect it would produce on society, and the ineffable blot on her scutcheon that would follow such an outrage on her own caste, Matilda was going to write to a person of a very different character to the Croisenots, the Deluzes, the Caylus. She would have been frightened at the depth and mystery in Julien's character, even if she had merely entered into a conventional acquaintance with him, and she was going to make him her lover, perhaps her master. What will his pretensions not be if he is ever in a position to do everything with me? Well, I shall say, like Medea, Au milieu de tant de Paris, il me reste moi. She believed that Julien had no respect for nobility of blood. What was more, he probably did not love her. In these last moments of awful doubt, her feminine pride suggested to her certain ideas. "Everything is bound to be extraordinary in the life of a girl like me," exclaimed Matilda impatiently. The pride, which had been drilled into her since her cradle, began to struggle with her virtue. It was at this moment that Julien's departure precipitated everything. Such characters are luckily very rare. Very late in the evening, Julien was malicious enough to have a very heavy trunk taken down to the porter's lodge. He called the valet, who was courting Mademoiselle de la Mole's chambermaid, to move it. "This manoeuvre cannot result in anything," he said to himself, "but if it does succeed, she will think that I have gone." Very tickled by this humorous thought, he fell asleep. Matilda did not sleep a wink. Julien left the hotel very early the next morning without being seen, but he came back before 8 o'clock. He had scarcely entered the library before Mademoiselle de la Mole appeared on the threshold. He handed her his answer. He thought that it was his duty to speak to her. It was certainly perfectly feasible, but Mademoiselle de la Mole would not listen to him and disappeared. Julien was delighted. He did not know what to say. If all this is not a put-up job with Comte Norbert, it is clear that it is my cold looks which have kindled the strange love which this aristocratic girl chooses to entertain for me. I should be really too much of a fool if I allowed myself to take a fancy to that big blonde doll. This train of reasoning left him colder and more calculating than he had ever been. "In the battle for which we are preparing," he added, "pride of birth will be like a high hill which constitutes a military position between her and me. That must be the field of the manoeuvres. I made a great mistake in staying in Paris. This postponing of my departure cheapens and exposes me, if all this is simply a trick. What danger was there in leaving? If they were making fun of me, I was making fun of them. If her interest for me was in any way real, I was making that interest 100 times more intense." Mademoiselle de la Mole's letter had given Julien's vanity so keen a pleasure that, wreathed as he was in smiles at his good fortune, he had forgotten to think seriously about the propriety of leaving. It was one of the fatal elements of his character to be extremely sensitive to his own weaknesses. He was extremely upset by this one, and had almost forgotten the incredible victory which had preceded this slight check, when about 9 o'clock Mademoiselle de la Mole appeared on the threshold of the library, flung him a letter, and ran away. "So this is going to be the romance by letters," he said as he picked it up. "The enemy makes a false move. I will reply by coldness and virtue." He was asked with a poignancy which merely increased his inner gaiety to give a definite answer. He indulged in the pleasure of mystifying those persons who he thought wanted to make fun of him for 2 pages, and it was out of humour again that he announced towards the end of his answer his definite departure on the following morning. The garden will be a useful place to hand her the letter, he thought as he had finished it, and he went there. He looked at the window of Mademoiselle de la Mole's room. It was on the 1st story, next to her mother's apartment, but there was a large ground floor. This latter was so high that as Julien walked under the avenue of pines with his letter in his hands, he could not be seen from Mademoiselle de la Mole's window. The dome formed by the well-clipped pines intercepted the view. "What?" said Julien to himself angrily. "Another indiscretion. If they have really begun making fun of me, showing myself with a letter is playing into my enemy's hands." Norbert's room was exactly above his sister's, and if Julien came out from under the dome formed by the clipped branches of the pine, the Comte and his friend could follow all his movements. Mademoiselle de la Mole appeared behind her window. He half showed his letter. She lowered her head. Then Julien ran up to his own room and met accidentally on the main staircase the fair Matilda, who seized the letter with complete self-possession and smiling eyes. "What passion there was in the eyes of that poor Madame de Renal," said Julien to himself, "when she ventured to receive a letter from me, even after 6 months of intimate relationship. I don't think she ever looked at me with smiling eyes in her whole life." He did not formulate so precisely the rest of his answer. Was he perhaps ashamed of the triviality of the motives which were actuating him? But how different, too, he went on to think, are her elegant morning dress and her distinguished appearance. A man of taste, on seeing Mademoiselle de la Mole 30 yards off, would infer the position which she occupies in society. That is what can be called a specific merit. In spite of all this humorousness, Julien was not yet quite honest with himself. Madame de Rênal had no Marquis de Croisenois to sacrifice to him. His only rival was that grotesque sub-prefect Monsieur Charcot, who assumed the name of Maugiron, because there were no Maugirons left in France. At 5 o'clock Julien received a third letter. It was thrown at him from the library door. Mademoiselle de la Mole ran away again. "What a mania for writing," he said to himself with a laugh, "when one can talk so easily. The enemy wants my letters, that is clear, and many of them." He did not hurry to open this one. More elegant phrases, he thought, but he paled as he read it. There were only 8 lines. "I need to speak to you. I must speak to you this evening. Be in the garden at the moment when 1 o'clock is striking. Take the big gardener's ladder near the well, place it against my window, and climb up to my room. It is moonlight. Never mind." End of section 44. Section 45 of The Red and the Black by Stendhal, translated by Horace Barnett Samuel. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dann. Chapter 45. Is it a plot? Oh, how cruel is the interval between the conception and the execution of a great project! What vain fears, what fits of irresolution! It is a matter of life and death. Even more is at stake honour. Schiller. This is getting serious, thought Julien. And a little too clear, he added after thinking a little. Why, to be sure, this fine young lady can talk to me in the library with a freedom which, thank heaven, is absolutely complete. The Marquis, frightened as he is that I show him accounts, never sets foot in it. Why, Monsieur de la Mole and the Comte Norbert, the only persons who ever come here, are absent nearly the whole day, and the sublime Matilda, for whom a sovereign prince would not be too noble a suitor, wants me to commit an abominable indiscretion. It is clear they want to ruin me, or at the least make fun of me. First, they wanted me to ruin me by my own letters. They happen to be discreet. Well, they want some act which is clearer than daylight. These handsome little gentlemen think I am too silly or too conceited. The devil! To think of climbing like this up a ladder to a story 20 feet high in the finest moonlight! They would have time to see me, even from the neighbouring houses. I shall cut a pretty figure, to be sure, on my ladder. Julien went up to his room again and began to pack his trunk, whistling. He had decided to leave, and not even to answer. But this wise resolution did not give him peace of mind. If by chance, he suddenly said to himself after he had closed his trunk, Matilda is in good faith, why then I cut the figure of an arrant coward in her eyes. I have no birth myself, so I need great qualities attested straight away by speaking actions, money down, no charitable credit. He spent a quarter of an hour in reflecting. What is the good of denying it, he said at last. She will think me a coward. I shall lose not only the most brilliant person in high society, as they all said at Monsieur the Duc de Retz's ball, but also the heavenly pleasure of seeing the Marquis de Croisenois, the son of a duke, who will be one day a duke himself, sacrificed to me. A charming young man who has all the qualities I lack, a happy wit, birth, fortune. This regret will haunt me all my life, not on her account. There are so many mistresses, but there is only one honour, says old Don Diego. And here I am, clearly and palpably shrinking from the first danger that presents itself, for the duel with Monsieur de Beauvoisis was simply a joke. This is quite different. A servant may fire at me point blank, but that is the least danger. I may be disgraced. This is getting serious, my boy, he added with a Gascon gaiety and accent. Honour is at stake. A poor devil flung by chance into as low a grade as I am will never find such an opportunity again. I shall have my conquests, but they will be inferior ones. He reflected for a long time. He walked up and down hurriedly, and then from time to time would suddenly stop. A magnificent marble bust of Cardinal de Richelieu had been placed in his room. It attracted his gaze in spite of himself. This bust seemed to look at him severely, as though reproaching him with the lack of that audacity which ought to be so natural to a French character. "Would I have hesitated in your age, great man?" "At the worst," said Julien to himself, "suppose all this is a trap. It is pretty black and pretty compromising for a young girl. They know that I am not the man to hold my tongue. They will therefore have to kill me. That was right enough in 1574, in the days of Boniface de la Mole, but nobody today would ever have the pluck. They are not the same men. Mademoiselle de la Mole is the object of so much jealousy. 400 salons would ring with her disgrace tomorrow, and how pleased they would all be. The servants gossip among themselves about how marked are the favours of which I am the recipient. I know it. I have heard them. On the other hand, they're her letters. They may think that I have them on me. They may surprise me in her room and take them from me. I shall have to deal with 2, 3, or 4 men. How can I tell? But where are they going to find these men? Where are they to find discreet subordinates in Paris? Justice frightens them. By God, it may be the Caylus, the Croisenots, the Deluzes themselves. The idea of the ludicrous figure I should cut in the middle of them at the particular minute may have attracted them. Look out for the fate of Abelard, Monsieur the Secretary. Well, by heaven, I'll mark you. I'll strike at your faces like Caesar's soldiers at Pharsalia. As for the letters, I can put them in a safe place. Julien copied out the 2 last, hid them in a fine volume of Voltaire in the library, and himself took the originals to the post. "What folly am I going to rush into?" he said to himself with surprise and terror when he returned. He had been a quarter of an hour without contemplating what he was to do on this coming night. But if I refuse, I am bound to despise myself afterwards. This matter will always occasion me great doubts during my whole life, and to a man like me, such doubts are the most poignant unhappiness. Did I not feel like that for Amanda's lover? I think I would find it easier to forgive myself for a perfectly clear crime. Once admitted, I could leave off thinking of it. Why, I shall have been the rival of a man who bears one of the finest names in France, and then out of pure light-heartedness declared myself his inferior. After all, it is cowardly not to go. These words clinch everything, exclaimed Julien as he got up. Besides, she is quite pretty. If this is not a piece of treachery, what a folly is she not committing for my sake? If it's a piece of mystification, by heaven, gentlemen, it only depends on me to turn the jest into earnest, and that I will do. But supposing they tie my hands together at the moment I enter the room, they may have placed some ingenious machine there. It's like a duel, he said to himself with a laugh. Everyone makes a full parade, says my maitre d'armes, but the good God, who wishes the thing to end, makes one of them forget to parry. Besides, he has something to answer them with. He drew his pistols out of his pocket, and although the priming was shining, he renewed it. There were still several hours to wait. Julien wrote to Fouquet in order to have something to do. My friend, do not open the enclosed letter except in the event of an accident, if you hear that something strange has happened to me. In that case, blot out the proper names in the manuscript which I am sending you, make 8 copies of it, and send it to the papers of Marseille, Bordeaux, Lyon, Brussels, etc. 10 days later have the manuscript printed. Send the first copy to Monsieur the Marquis de la Mole, and a fortnight after that throw the other copies at night into the streets of Verrières. Julien made this little memoir in defence of his position as little compromising as possible for Mademoiselle de la Mole. Fouquet was only to open it in the event of an accident. It was put in the form of a story, but in fact it exactly described his situation. Julien had just fastened his packet when the dinner bell rang. It made his heart beat. His imagination was distracted by the story which he had just composed, and fell a prey to tragic presentiments. He saw himself seized by servants, trussed, and taken into a cellar with a gag in his mouth. A servant was stationed there who never let him out of his sight, and if the family honour required that the adventure should have a tragic end, it was easy to finish everything with those poisons which leave no trace. They could then say that he had died of an illness and would carry his dead body back into his room. Thrilled like a dramatic author by his own story, Julien was really afraid when he entered the dining-room. He looked at all those liveried servants. He studied their faces. Which ones are chosen for tonight's expedition, he said to himself. The memories of the court of Henry III are so vivid in this family, and so often recalled, that if they think they have been insulted, they will show more resolution than other persons of the same rank. He looked at Mademoiselle de la Mole in order to read the family plans in her eyes. She was pale and looked quite middle-aged. He thought that she had never looked so great. She was really handsome and imposing. He almost fell in love with her. Belle de morte futura, he said to himself. Her pallor indicates her great plans. It was in vain that after dinner he made a point of walking for a long time in the garden. Mademoiselle did not appear. Speaking to her at that moment would have lifted a great weight off his heart. Why not admit it? He was afraid. As he had resolved to act, he was not ashamed to abandon himself to this emotion. So long as I show the necessary courage at the actual moment, he said to himself, what does it matter what I feel at this particular moment? He went to reconnoitre the situation and find out the weight of the ladder. This is an instrument, he said to himself with a smile, which I am fated to use both here and at Verrières. What a difference! In those days, he added with a sigh, I was not obliged to distrust the person for whom I exposed myself to danger. What a difference, also, in the danger! There would have been no dishonour for me if I had been killed in Monsieur de Renal's gardens. It would have been easy to have made my death into a mystery. But here all kinds of abominable scandal will be talked in the salon of the Hôtel de Chaulnes, the Hôtel de Caylus, de Retz, etc., everywhere, in fact. I shall go down to posterity as a monster. For 2 or 3 years, he went on, with a laugh, making fun of himself, but the idea paralysed him. And how am I going to manage to get justified? Suppose that Fouquet does print my posthumous pamphlet, it will only be taken for an additional infamy. Why, I get received into a house, and I reward the hospitality which I have received, the kindness with which I have been loaded, by printing a pamphlet about what has happened, and attacking the honour of women. Nay, I'd 1,000 times rather be duped. The evening was awful. End of section 45. Section 46 of The Red and the Black by Stendhal, translated by Horace Barnett Samuel. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dann. Chapter 46. 1 o'clock in the morning. This garden was very big. It had been planned a few years ago in perfect taste. But the trees were more than a century old. It had a certain rustic atmosphere. Massinger. He was going to write a countermanding letter to Fouquet when 11 o'clock struck. He noisily turned the lock of the door of his room as though he had locked himself in. He went with a sleuth-like step to observe what was happening over the house, especially on the 4th story where the servants slept. There was nothing unusual. One of Madame de la Mole's chambermaids was giving an entertainment. The servants were taking punch with much gaiety. Those who laugh like that, thought Julien, cannot be participating in the nocturnal expedition. If they were, they would be more serious. Eventually he stationed himself in an obscure corner of the garden. If their plan is to hide themselves from the servants of the house, they will dispatch the persons whom they have told off to surprise me over the garden wall. If Monsieur de Croisenois shows any sense of proportion in this matter, he is bound to find it less compromising for the young person whom he wishes to make his wife if he has me surprised before I enter her room. He made a military and extremely detailed reconnaissance. My honour is at stake, he thought. If I tumble into some pitfall, it will not be an excuse in my own eyes to say I never thought of it. The weather was desperately serene. About 11 o'clock the moon rose. At 12:30 it completely illuminated the façade of the hotel looking out upon the garden. She is mad, Julien said to himself. As 1 o'clock struck, there was still a light in Comte Norbert's windows. Julien had never been so frightened in his life. He only saw the dangers of the enterprise and had no enthusiasm at all. He went and took the immense ladder, waited 5 minutes to give her time to tell him not to go, and 5 minutes after 1 placed the ladder against Mathilde's window. He mounted softly, pistol in hand, astonished at not being attacked. As he approached the window, it opened noiselessly. "So, there you are, monsieur," said Mathilde to him with considerable emotion. "I have been following your movements for the last hour." Julien was very much embarrassed. He did not know how to conduct himself. He did not feel at all in love. He thought in his embarrassment that he ought to be venturesome. He tried to kiss Mathilde. "For shame," she said to him, pushing him away. Extremely glad at being rebuffed, he hastened to look round him. The moon was so brilliant that the shadows which it made in Mademoiselle de la Mole's room were black. "It's quite possible for men to be concealed without my seeing them," he thought. "What have you got in your pocket at the side of your coat?" Mathilde said to him, delighted at finding something to talk about. She was suffering strangely. All those sentiments of reserve and timidity which were so natural to a girl of good birth had reasserted their domination and were torturing her. "I have all kinds of arms and pistols," answered Julien, equally glad at having something to say. "You must take the ladder away," said Mathilde. "It is very big and may break the windows of the salon down below or the room on the ground floor." "You must not break the windows," replied Mathilde, making a vain effort to assume an ordinary conversational tone. "It seems to me you can lower the ladder by tying a cord to the first rung. I always have a supply of cords at hand." "So this is a woman in love," thought Julien. "She actually dares to say that she is in love. So much self-possession and such shrewdness in taking precautions are sufficient indications that I am not triumphing over M. de Croisenois as I foolishly believed, but that I am simply succeeding him. As a matter of fact, what does it matter to me? Do I love her? I am triumphing over the Marquis in so far as he would be very angry at having a successor, and angrier still at that successor being myself. How haughtily he looked at me this evening in the Café Tortoni when he pretended not to recognize me, and how maliciously he bowed to me afterwards when he could not get out of it." Julien had tied the cord to the last rung of the ladder. He lowered it softly and leant far out of the balcony in order to avoid its touching the window-pane. A fine opportunity to kill me, he thought, if anyone is hidden in Mathilde's room, but a profound silence continued to reign everywhere. The ladder touched the ground. Julien succeeded in laying it on the border of the exotic flowers alongside the wall. "What will my mother say," said Mathilde, "when she sees her beautiful plants all crushed? You must throw down the cord," she added with great self-possession. "If it were noticed going up to the balcony, it would be a difficult circumstance to explain." "And how am I to get away?" said Julien, in a jesting tone, affecting the Creole accent. One of the chambermaids of the household had been born in St. Domingo. "You? Why, you will leave by the door," said Mathilde, delighted at the idea. "Ah, how worthy this man is of all my love," she thought. Julien had just let the cord fall into the garden. Mathilde grasped his arm. He thought he had been seized by an enemy and turned round sharply, drawing a dagger. She had thought that she had heard a window opening. They remained motionless and scarcely breathed. The moonlight lit up everything. The noise was not renewed, and there was no more cause for anxiety. Then their embarrassment began again. It was great on both sides. Julien assured himself that the door was completely locked. He thought of looking under the bed, but he did not dare. They might have stationed 1 or 2 lackeys there. Finally, he feared that he might reproach himself in the future for this lack of prudence, and did look. Mathilde had fallen into all the anguish of the most extreme timidity. She was horrified at her position. "What have you done with my letters?" she said at last. "What a good opportunity to upset these gentlemen if they are eavesdropping and thus avoiding the battle," thought Julien. "The first is hid in a big Protestant Bible, which last night's diligence is taking far away from here." He spoke very distinctly as he went into these details, so as to be heard by any persons who might be concealed in 2 large mahogany cupboards which he had not dared to inspect. "The other 2 are in the post, and are bound for the same destination as the first." "Heavens, why all these precautions?" said Mathilde in alarm. "What is the good of my lying?" thought Julien, and he confessed all his suspicions. "So that's the cause of the coldness of your letters, dear," exclaimed Mathilde, in a tone of madness rather than of tenderness. Julien did not notice that nuance. The endearment made him lose his head, or at any rate his suspicions vanished. He dared to clasp in his arms that beautiful girl who inspired him with such respect. He was only partially rebuffed. He fell back on his memory as he had once at Besançon with Armand de Binet, and recited by heart several of the finest phrases out of the Nouvelle Heloise. "You have the heart of a man," was the answer she made, without listening too attentively to his phrases. "I wanted to test your courage, I confess it. Your first suspicions and your resolutions show you even more intrepid, dear, than I had believed." Matilda had to make an effort to call him dear, and was evidently paying more attention to this strange method of speech than to the substance of what she was saying. Being called dear, without any tenderness in the tone, afforded no pleasure to Julien. He was astonished at not being happy, and eventually fell back on his reasoning in order to be so. He saw that he was respected by this proud young girl, who never gave undeserved praise. By means of this reasoning he managed to enjoy the happiness of satisfied vanity. It was not, it was true, that soulful pleasure which he had sometimes found with Madame de Rênal. There was no element of tenderness in the feelings of these first few minutes. It was the keen happiness of a gratified ambition, and Julien was, above all, ambitious. He talked again of the people whom he had suspected, and of the precautions which he had devised. As he spoke, he thought of the best means of exploiting his victory. Matilda was still very embarrassed, and seemed paralyzed by the steps which she had taken. She appeared delighted to find a topic of conversation. They talked of how they were to see each other again. Julien extracted a delicious joy from the consciousness of the intelligence and the courage of which he again proved himself possessed during this discussion. They had to reckon with extremely sharp people. The little Tanbeau was certainly a spy, but Matilda and himself as well had their share of cleverness. What was easier than to meet in the library, and there make all arrangements? "I can appear in all parts of the hotel," added Julien, "without raising suspicions, almost, in fact, in Madame de la Mole's own room." It was absolutely necessary to go through it in order to reach her daughter's room. If Matilda thought it preferable for him always to come by a ladder, then he would expose himself to that paltry danger with a heart intoxicated with joy. As she listened to him speaking, Matilda was shocked by this air of triumph. "So he is my master," she said to herself. She was already a prey to remorse. Her reason was horrified at the signal folly which she had just committed. If she had had the power, she would have annihilated both herself and Julien. When for a few moments she managed by sheer willpower to silence her pangs of remorse, she was rendered very unhappy by her timidity and wounded shame. She had quite failed to foresee the awful plight in which she now found herself. "I must speak to him, however," she said at last. "That is the proper thing to do. One does talk to one's lover." And then, with a view of accomplishing a duty, and with a tenderness which was manifested rather in the words which she employed than in the inflection of her voice, she recounted various resolutions which she had made concerning him during the last few days. She had decided that if he should dare to come to her room by the help of the gardener's ladder, according to his instructions, she would be entirely his. But never were such tender passages spoken in a more polite and frigid tone. Up to the present, this assignation had been icy. It was enough to make one hate the name of love. What a lesson in morality for a young and imprudent girl! Is it worth while to ruin one's future for moments such as this? After long fits of hesitation, which a superficial observer might have mistaken for the result of the most emphatic hate, so great is the difficulty which a woman's self-respect finds in yielding even to so firm a will as hers, Matilda became, eventually, a charming mistress. In point of fact, these ecstasies were a little artificial. Passionate love was still more the model which they imitated than a real actuality. Mademoiselle de la Mole thought she was fulfilling a duty towards herself and towards her lover. "The poor boy," she said to herself, "has shown a consummate bravery. He deserves to be happy, or it is really I who will be showing a lack of character." But she would have been glad to have redeemed the cruel necessity in which she found herself, even at the price of an eternity of unhappiness. In spite of the awful violence she was doing to herself, she was completely mistress of her words. No regret and no reproach spoiled that night which Julien found extraordinary rather than happy. Great heavens! What a difference to his last 24 hours' stay in Verrières! These fine Paris manners managed to spoil everything, even love, he said to himself, quite unjustly. He abandoned himself to these reflections as he stood upright in one of the great mahogany cupboards into which he had been put at the sign of the first sounds of movement in the neighbouring apartment, which was Madame de la Mole's. Mathilde followed her mother to Mass. The servant soon left the apartment, and Julien easily escaped before they came back to finish their work. He mounted a horse and tried to find the most solitary spots in one of the forests near Paris. He was more astonished than happy. The happiness which filled his soul from time to time resembled that of a young sub-lieutenant who, as the result of some surprising feat, has just been made a full-fledged colonel by the commander-in-chief. He felt himself lifted up to an immense height. Everything which was above him the day before was now on a level with him, or even below him. Little by little, Julien's happiness increased in proportion as he got further away from Paris. If there was no tenderness in his soul, the reason was that, however strange it may appear to say so, Mathilde had in everything she had done simply accomplished a duty. The only thing she had not foreseen in all the events of that night was the shame and unhappiness which she had experienced instead of that absolute felicity which is found in novels. "Can I have made a mistake and not be in love with him?" she said to herself. End of section 46. Section 47 of The Red and the Black by Stendhal, translated by Horace Barnett Samuel. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dann. Chapter 47. An Old Sword. I now mean to be serious. It is time, since laughter nowadays is deemed too serious. A jest at vice by virtues called a crime. Don Juan, Canto 13. She did not appear at dinner. She came for a minute into the salon in the evening, but did not look at Julien. He considered this behaviour strange, but, he thought, I do not know their usages. She will give me some good reason for all this. None the less, he was a prey to the most extreme curiosity. He studied the expression of Mathilde's features. He was bound to own to himself that she looked cold and malicious. It was evidently not the same woman whom on the preceding night had, or pretended to have, transports of happiness which were too extravagant to be genuine. The day after, and the subsequent day, she showed the same coldness. She did not look at him. She did not notice his existence. Julien was devoured by the keenest anxiety, and was 1,000 leagues removed from that feeling of triumph which had been his only emotion on the first day. Can it be, by chance, he said to himself, a return to virtue? But this was a very bourgeois word to apply to the haughty Mathilde. Placed in an ordinary position in life, she would disbelieve in religion, thought Julien. She only likes it in so far as it is very useful to the interests of her class. But perhaps she may, as a mere matter of delicacy, be keenly reproaching herself for the mistake which she has committed. Julien believed that he was her first lover. But, he said to himself at other moments, I must admit that there is no trace of naivety, simplicity, or tenderness in her own demeanour. I have never seen her more haughty. Can she despise me? It would be worthy of her to reproach herself simply because of my low birth, for what she has done for me. While Julien, full of these preconceived ideas which he had found in books and in his memories of Verrières, was chasing the phantom of a tender mistress, who from the minute when she had made her lover happy no longer thinks of her own existence, Mathilde's vanity was infuriated against him. As for the last 2 months, she had no longer been bored. She was not frightened of boredom. Consequently, without being able to have the slightest suspicion of it, Julien had lost his greatest advantage. I have given myself a master, said Mademoiselle de la Mole to herself, a prey to the blackest sorrow. Luckily he is honour itself, but if I offend his vanity, he will revenge himself by making known the nature of our relations. Mathilde had never had a lover, and though passing through a stage of life which affords some tender illusions even to the coldest souls, she fell a prey to the most bitter reflections. He has an immense dominion over me, since his reign is one of terror, and he is capable, if I provoke him, of punishing me with an awful penalty. This idea alone was enough to induce Mademoiselle de la Mole to insult him. Courage was the primary quality in her character. The only thing which could give her any thrill and cure her from a fundamental and chronically recurring ennui was the idea that she was staking her entire existence on a single throw. As Mademoiselle de la Mole obstinately refused to look at him, Julien, on the third day, in spite of her evident objection, followed her into the billiard-room after dinner. "Well, sir, you think you have acquired some very strong rights over me," she said to him with scarcely controlled anger, "since you venture to speak to me in spite of my very clearly manifested wish. Do you know that no one in the world has had such effrontery?" The dialogue of these two lovers was incomparably humorous. Without suspecting it, they were animated by mutual sentiments of the most vivid hate. As neither the one nor the other had a meekly patient character, while they were both disciples of good form, they soon came to informing each other quite clearly that they would break forever. "I swear eternal secrecy to you," said Julien. "I should like to add that I would never address a single word to you, were it not that a marked change might perhaps jeopardize your reputation." He saluted respectfully and left. He accomplished easily enough what he believed to be a duty. He was very far from thinking himself much in love with Mademoiselle de la Mole. He had certainly not loved her 3 days before, when he had been hidden in the big mahogany cupboard. But the moment that he found himself estranged from her forever, his mood underwent a complete and rapid change. His memory tortured him by going over the least details of that night, which had, as a matter of fact, left him so cold. In the very night that followed this announcement of a final rupture, Julien almost went mad at being obliged to own to himself that he loved Mademoiselle de la Mole. This discovery was followed by awful struggles. All his emotions were overwhelmed. 2 days later, instead of being haughty towards M. de Croisenois, he could have almost burst into tears and embraced him. His habituation to unhappiness gave him a gleam of common sense. He decided to leave for Languedoc, packed his trunk, and went to the post. He felt he would faint when, on arriving at the office of the mails, he was told that by a singular chance there was a place in the Toulouse mail. He booked it, and returned to the Hôtel de la Mole to announce his departure to the Marquis. M. de la Mole had gone out. More dead than alive, Julien went into the library to wait for him. What was his emotion when he found Mademoiselle de la Mole there! As she saw him come, she assumed a malicious expression which it was impossible to mistake. In his unhappiness and surprise, Julien lost his head, and was weak enough to say to her in a tone of the most heartfelt tenderness, "So you love me no more?" "I am horrified at having given myself to the first man who came along," said Matilda, crying with rage against herself. "The first man who came along!" cried Julien, and he made for an old medieval sword which was kept in the library as a curiosity. His grief, which he thought was at its maximum at the moment when he had spoken to Mademoiselle de la Mole, had been rendered 100 times more intense by the tears of shame which he saw her shedding. He would have been the happiest of men if he had been able to kill her. When he was on the point of drawing the sword with some difficulty from its ancient scabbard, Matilda, rendered happy by so novel a sensation, advanced proudly towards him. Her tears were dry. The thought of his benefactor, the Marquis de la Mole, presented itself vividly to Julien. "Shall I kill his daughter?" he said to himself. "How horrible!" He made a movement to throw down the sword. She will certainly, he thought, burst out laughing at the sight of such a melodramatic pose. That idea was responsible for his regaining all his self-possession. He looked curiously at the blade of the old sword, as though he had been looking for some spot of rust, then put it back in the scabbard, and replaced it with the utmost tranquillity on the gilt bronze nail from which it hung. The whole manoeuvre, which towards the end was very slow, lasted quite a minute. Mademoiselle de la Mole looked at him in astonishment. "So I have been on the verge of being killed by my lover," she said to herself. This idea transported her into the palmiest days of the age of Charles IX and of Henry III. She stood motionless before Julien, who had just replaced the sword. She looked at him with eyes whose hatred had disappeared. It must be owned that she was very fascinating at this moment. Certainly no woman looked less like a Parisian doll. This expression symbolized Julien's great objection to the women of this city. "I shall relapse into some weakness for him," thought Matilda. "It is quite likely that he will think himself my lord and master after a relapse like that, at the very moment that I have been talking to him so firmly." She ran away. "By heaven, she is pretty," said Julien as he watched her run. "And that's the creature who threw herself into my arms with so much passion scarcely a week ago. And to think that those moments will never come back, and that it's my fault. To think of my being lacking in appreciation at the very moment when I was doing something so extraordinarily interesting. I must own that I was born with a very dull and unfortunate character." The Marquis appeared. Julien hastened to announce his departure. "Where to?" said M. de la Mole. "For Languedoc." "No, if you please. You are reserved for higher destinies. If you leave, it will be for the north. In military phraseology, I actually confine you in the hotel. You will compel me to be never more than 2 or 3 hours away. I may have need of you at any moment." Julien bowed and retired without a word, leaving the Marquis in a state of great astonishment. He was incapable of speaking. He shut himself up in his room. He was there, free to exaggerate to himself all the awfulness of his fate. "So," he thought, "I cannot even get away. God knows how many days the Marquis will keep me in Paris. Great God, what will become of me, and not a friend whom I can consult? The Abbé Pirard will never let me finish my first sentence, while the Comte Altamira will propose enlisting me in some conspiracy. And yet I am mad. I feel it. I am mad. Who will be able to guide me? What will become of me?" End of section 47. Section 48 of The Red and the Black by Stendhal, translated by Horace Barnett Samuel. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dann. Chapter 48. Cruel Moments. And she confesses it to me. She goes into even the smallest details, her beautiful eyes fixed on mine, and describes the love which she felt for another. Schiller. The delighted Mademoiselle de la Mole thought of nothing but the happiness of having been nearly killed. She went so far as to say to herself, "He is worthy of being my master, since he was on the point of killing me. How many handsome young society men would have to be melted together before they were capable of so passionate a transport? I must admit that he was very handsome at the time when he climbed up on the chair to replace the sword in the same picturesque position in which the decorator hung it. After all, it was not so foolish of me to love him. If at that moment some honourable means of reconciliation had presented itself, she would have embraced it with pleasure." Julien, locked in his room, was a prey to the most violent despair. He thought in his madness of throwing himself at her feet. If, instead of hiding himself in an out-of-the-way place, he had wandered about the garden of the hotel so as to keep within reach of any opportunity, he would perhaps have changed in a single moment his awful unhappiness into the keenest happiness. But the tact for whose lack we are now reproaching him would have been incompatible with that sublime seizure of the sword which at the present time rendered him so handsome in the eyes of Mademoiselle de la Mole. This whim in Julien's favour lasted the whole day. Mathilde conjured up a charming image of the short moments during which she had loved him. She regretted them. "As a matter of fact," she said to herself, "my passion for this poor boy can, from his point of view, only have lasted from 1 hour after midnight, when I saw him arrive by his ladder with all his pistols in his coat pocket, till 8 o'clock in the morning. It was a quarter of an hour after that, as I listened to Mass at St. Valère, that I began to think that he might very well try to terrify me into obedience." After dinner, Mademoiselle de la Mole, so far from avoiding Julien, spoke to him and made him promise to follow her into the garden. He obeyed. It was a new experience. Without suspecting it, Mathilde was yielding to the love which she was now feeling for him again. She found an extreme pleasure in walking by his side, and she looked curiously at those hands which had seized the sword to kill her that very morning. After such an action, after all that had taken place, some of the former conversation was out of the question. Mathilde gradually began to talk confidentially to him about the state of her heart. She found a singular pleasure in this kind of conversation. She even went so far as to describe to him the fleeting moments of enthusiasm which she had experienced for M. de Croisenois, for M. de Caylus. "What, M. de Caylus as well?" exclaimed Julien, and all the jealousy of a discarded lover burst out in those words. Mathilde thought as much, but did not feel at all insulted. She continued torturing Julien by describing her former sentiments with the most picturesque detail and the accent of the most intimate truth. He saw that she was portraying what she had in her mind's eye. He had the pain of noticing that as she spoke she made new discoveries in her own heart. The unhappiness and jealousy could not be carried further. It is cruel enough to suspect that a rival is loved, but there is no doubt that to hear the woman one adores confess in detail the love which rivals inspires is the utmost limit of anguish. Oh, how great a punishment was there now for those impulses of pride which had induced Julien to place himself as superior to the Caylus and the Croisenois. How deeply did he feel his own unhappiness as he exaggerated to himself their most petty advantages. With what hearty good faith he despised himself. Matilda struck him as adorable. All words are weak to express his excessive admiration. As he walked beside her, he looked surreptitiously at her hands, her arms, her queenly bearing. He was so completely overcome by love and unhappiness as to be on the point of falling at her feet and crying, "Pity!" Yes, and that person who is so beautiful, who is so superior to everything, and who loved me once, will doubtless soon love Monsieur de Caylus. Julien could have no doubts of Mademoiselle de la Mole's sincerity. The accent of truth was only too palpable in everything she said. In order that nothing might be wanting to complete his unhappiness, there were moments when, as a result of thinking about the sentiments which she had once experienced for Monsieur de Caylus, Matilda came to talk of him as though she loved him at the present time. She certainly put an inflection of love into her voice. Julien distinguished it clearly. He would have suffered less if his bosom had been filled inside with molten lead. Plunged as he was in this abyss of unhappiness, how could the poor boy have guessed that it was simply because she was talking to him that Mademoiselle de la Mole found so much pleasure in recalling those weaknesses of love which he had formerly experienced for Monsieur de Caylus or Monsieur de Luz? Words fail to express Julien's anguish. He listened to these detailed confidences of the love she had experienced for others in that very avenue of pines where he had waited so few days ago for 1 o'clock to strike that he might invade her room. No human being can undergo a greater degree of unhappiness. This kind of familiar cruelty lasted for 8 long days. Matilda sometimes seemed to seek opportunities of speaking to him, and sometimes not to avoid them, and the one topic of conversation to which they both seemed to revert with a kind of cruel pleasure was the description of the sentiments she had felt for others. She told him about the letters which she had written. She remembered their very words. She recited whole sentences by heart. She seemed, during these last days, to be envisaging Julien with a kind of malicious joy. She found a keen enjoyment in his pangs. One sees that Julien had no experience of life. He had not even read any novels. If he had been a little less awkward, and he had coolly said to the young girl whom he adored so much and who had been giving him such strange confidences, "Admit that though I am not worth as much as all these gentlemen, I am none the less the man whom you loved," she would perhaps have been happy at being thus guessed. At any rate, success would have entirely depended on the grace with which Julien had expressed the idea and on the moment which he had chosen to do so. In any case, he would have extricated himself well and advantageously from a situation which Matilda was beginning to find monotonous. "And you love me no longer, me who adores you," said Julien to her one day, overcome by love and unhappiness. This piece of folly was perhaps the greatest which he could have committed. These words immediately destroyed all the pleasure which Mademoiselle de la Mole found in talking to him about the state of her heart. She was beginning to be surprised that he did not, after what had happened, take offence at what she had told him. She had even gone so far as to imagine at the very moment when he made that foolish remark that perhaps he did not love her any more. "His pride has doubtless extinguished his love," she was saying to herself. "He is not the man to sit still and see people like Caylus, de Luz, Croisenois, whom he admits are so superior, preferred to him. No, I shall never see him at my feet again." Julien had often, in the naivety of his unhappiness during the previous days, praised sincerely the brilliant qualities of these gentlemen. He would even go so far as to exaggerate them. This nuance had not escaped Mademoiselle de la Mole. She was astonished by it, but did not guess its reason. Julien's frenzied soul, in praising a rival whom he thought was loved, was sympathizing with his happiness. These frank but stupid words changed everything in a single moment. Confident that she was loved, Matilda despised him utterly. She was walking with him when he made his ill-timed remark. She left him, and her parting look expressed the most awful contempt. She returned to the salon and did not look at him again during the whole evening. This contempt monopolized her mind the following day. The impulse which during the last week had made her find so much pleasure in treating Julien as her most intimate friend was out of the question. The very sight of him was disagreeable. The sensation Matilda felt reached the point of disgust. Nothing can express the extreme contempt which he experienced when her eyes fell upon him. Julien had understood nothing of the history of Matilda's heart during the last week, but he distinguished the contempt. He had the good sense only to appear before her on the rarest possible occasions, and never looked at her. But it was not without a mortal anguish that he, as it were, deprived himself of her presence. He thought he felt his unhappiness increasing still further. The courage of a man's heart cannot be carried further, he said to himself. He passed his life seated at a little window at the top of the hotel. The blind was carefully closed, and from here at any rate he could see Mademoiselle de la Mole when she appeared in the garden. What were his emotions when he saw her walking after dinner with M. de Caylus, M. de Luz, or some other for whom she had confessed to him some former amorous weakness? Julien had no idea that unhappiness could be so intense. He was on the point of shouting out. This firm soul was at last completely overwhelmed. Thinking about anything else except Mademoiselle de la Mole had become so odious to him, he became incapable of writing the simplest letters. "You are mad," the Marquise said to him. Julien was frightened that his secret might be guessed, talked about illness, and succeeded in being believed. Fortunately for him, the Marquis rallied him at dinner about his next journey. Matilda understood that it might be a very long one. It was now several days that Julien had avoided her, and the brilliant young men who had all that this pale, sombre being she had once loved was lacking, had no longer the power of drawing her out of her reverie. An ordinary girl, she said to herself, would have sought out the man she preferred among those young people who are the cynosure of a salon, but one of the characteristics of genius is not to drive its thoughts over the rut traced by the vulgar. Why, if I were the companion of a man like Julien, who only lacks the fortune that I possess, I should be continually exciting attention. I should not pass through life unnoticed. Far from incessantly fearing a revolution like my cousins, who are so frightened of the people that they have not the pluck to scold a postillion who drives them badly, I should be certain of playing a role, and a great role, for the man whom I have chosen has a character and a boundless ambition. What does he lack? Friends? Money? I will give them to him. But she treated Julien in her thought as an inferior being whose love one could win whenever one wanted. End of section 48. Section 49 of The Red and the Black by Stendhal, translated by Horace Barnett Samuel. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dann. The Opera Bouffe. How the spring of love resembleth the uncertain glory of an April day, which now shines all the beauty of a sun, and by a cloud takes all away. Shakespeare. Engrossed by thoughts of her future and the singular role which she hoped to play, Matilda soon came to miss the dry metaphysical conversations which she had often had with Julien. Fatigued by these lofty thoughts, she would sometimes also miss those moments of happiness which she had found by his side. These last memories were not unattended by remorse, which at certain times even overwhelmed her. But one may have a weakness, she said to herself. A girl like I am should only forget herself for a man of real merit. They will not say that it is his pretty moustache or his skill in horsemanship which have fascinated me, but rather his deep discussions on the future of France, and his ideas on the analogy between the events which are going to burst upon us and the English Revolution of 1688. I have been seduced, she answered in her remorse. I am a weak woman, but at least I have not been led astray like a doll by exterior advantages. If there is a revolution, why should not Julien Sorel play the role of Roland, and I the role of Madame Roland? I prefer that part to Madame de Staël's. The immortality of my conduct will constitute an obstacle in this age of ours. I will certainly not let them reproach me with an act of weakness. I should die of shame. Matilda's reveries were not all as grave, one must admit, as the thoughts which we have just transcribed. She would look at Julien and find a charming grace in his slightest action. I have doubtless, she would say, succeeded in destroying in him the very faintest idea he had of anyone else's rights. The air of unhappiness and deep passion with which the poor boy declared his love to me 8 days ago proves it. I must own it was very extraordinary of me to manifest anger at words in which there shone so much respect and so much of passion. Am I not his real wife? These words of his were quite natural, and I must admit were really very nice. Julien still continued to love me, even after those eternal conversations in which I had only spoken to him, cruelly enough I admit, about those weaknesses of love which the boredom of the life I lead had inspired me for those young society men of whom he is so jealous. Ah, if he only knew what little danger I have to fear from them, how withered and stereotyped they seem to me in comparison with him. While indulging in these reflections, Matilda made a random pencil sketch of a profile on a page of her album. One of the profiles she had just finished surprised and delighted her. It had a striking resemblance to Julien. "It is the voice of heaven. That's one of the miracles of love," she cried ecstatically. "Without suspecting it, I have drawn his portrait." She fled to her room, shut herself up in it, and with much application made strenuous endeavours to draw Julien's portrait, but she was unable to succeed. The profile she had traced at random still remained the most like him. Matilda was delighted with it. She saw in it a palpable proof of the grand passion. She only left her album very late, when the Marquise had her called to go to the Italian opera. Her one idea was to catch sight of Julien, so that she might get her mother to request him to keep them company. He did not appear, and the ladies had only ordinary, vulgar creatures in their box. During the first act of the opera, Matilda dreamt of the man she loved with all the ecstasies of the most vivid passion, but a love maxim in the second act, sung, it must be owned, to a melody worthy of Cimarosa, pierced her heart. The heroine of the opera said, "You must punish me for the excessive adoration which I feel for him. I love him too much." From the moment that Matilda heard this sublime song, everything in the world ceased to exist. She was spoken to. She did not answer. Her mother reprimanded her. She could scarcely bring herself to look at her. Her ecstasy reached a state of exaltation and passion analogous to the most violent transports which Julien had felt for her for some days. The divinely graceful melody to which the maxim, which seemed to have such a striking application to her own position, was sung, engrossed all the minutes when she was not actually thinking of Julien. Thanks to her love for music, she was on this particular evening like Madame de Rênal always was when she thought of Julien. Love of the head has doubtless more intelligence than true love, but it only has moments of enthusiasm. It knows itself too well. It sits in judgment on itself incessantly. Far from distracting thought, it is made by sheer force of thought. On returning home, Matilda, in spite of Madame de la Mole's remonstrances, pretended to have a fever, and spent a part of the night in going over this melody on her piano. She sang the words of the celebrated air which had so fascinated her. "Devo punirmi, se troppo amai," etc. As a result of this night of madness, she imagined that she had succeeded in triumphing over her love. This page will be prejudicial in more than one way to the unfortunate author. Frigid souls will accuse him of indecency. But the young ladies who shine in the Paris salons have no right to feel insulted at the supposition that one of their number might be liable to those transports of madness which have been degrading the character of Matilda. That character is purely imaginary, and is even drawn quite differently from that social code which will guarantee so distinguished a place in the world's history to 19th century civilization. The young girls who have adorned this winter's balls are certainly not lacking in prudence. I do not think either that they can be accused of being unduly scornful of a brilliant fortune, horses, fine estates, and all the guarantees of a pleasant position in society. Far from finding these advantages simply equivalent to boredom, they usually concentrate on them their most constant desires, and devote to them such passion as their hearts possess. Nor again is it love which is the dominant principle in the career of young men, who, like Julien, are gifted with some talent. They attach themselves with an irresistible grip to some coterie, and when the coterie succeeds, all the good things of society are rained upon them. Woe to the studious man who belongs to no coterie. Even his smallest and most doubtful successes will constitute a grievance, and lofty virtue will rob him and triumph. Yes, monsieur, a novel is a mirror which goes out on a highway. Sometimes it reflects the azure of the heavens, sometimes the mire of the pools of mud on the way, and the man who carries this mirror in his knapsack is forsooth to be accused by you of being immoral. His mirror shows the mire, and you accuse the mirror. Rather, accuse the main road where the mud is, or rather the inspector of roads who allows the water to accumulate and the mud to form. Now that it is quite understood that Matilda's character is impossible in our age, which is as discreet as it is virtuous, I am less frightened of offence by continuing the history of the follies of this charming girl. During the whole of the following day she looked out for opportunities of convincing herself of her triumph over her mad passion. Her great aim was to displease Julien in everything, but not one of his movements escaped her. Julien was too unhappy, and above all too agitated, to appreciate so complicated a stratagem of passion. Still less was he capable of seeing how favourable it really was to him. He was duped by it. His unhappiness had perhaps never been so extreme. His actions were so little controlled by his intellect that if some mournful philosopher had said to him, "Think how to exploit as quickly as you can those symptoms which promise to be favourable to you. In this kind of head-love which is seen at Paris, the whole mood cannot last more than 2 days. He would not have understood him. But however ecstatic he might feel, Julien was a man of honour. Discretion was his first duty. He appreciated it. Asking advice, describing his agony to the first man who came along, would have constituted a happiness analogous to that of the unhappy man who, when traversing a burning desert, receives from heaven a drop of icy water. He realized the danger, was frightened of answering an indiscreet question by a torrent of tears, and shut himself up in his own room. He saw Matilda walking in the garden for a long time. When she at last left it, he went down there and approached the rose-bush from which she had taken a flower. The night was dark, and he could abandon himself to his unhappiness without fear of being seen. It was obvious to him that Mademoiselle de la Mole loved one of those young officers with whom she had chatted so gaily. She had loved him, but she had realized his little merit, and as a matter of fact I had very little, Julien said to himself with full conviction. Taking me all round, I am a very dull, vulgar person, very boring to others and quite unbearable to myself. He was mortally disgusted with all his good qualities, and with all the things which he had once loved so enthusiastically, and it was when his imagination was in this distorted condition that he undertook to judge life by means of its aid. This mistake is typical of a superior man. The idea of suicide presented itself to him several times. The idea was full of charm, and like a delicious rest, because it was the glass of iced water offered to the wretch dying of thirst and heat in the desert. "My death will increase the contempt she has for me," he exclaimed. "What a memory I should leave her!" Courage is the only resource of a human being who has fallen into this last abyss of unhappiness. Julien did not have sufficient genius to say to himself, "I must dare," but as he looked at the window of Matilda's room, he saw through the blinds that she was putting out her light. He conjured up that charming room which he had seen, alas, once in his whole life. His imagination did not go any further. 1 o'clock struck. Hearing the stroke of the clock and saying to himself, "I will climb up the ladder," scarcely took a moment. It was the flash of genius. Good reasons crowded on his mind. "May I be more fortunate than before," he said to himself. He ran to the ladder. The gardener had chained it up. With the help of the cock of one of his little pistols, which he broke, Julien, who for the time being was animated by a superhuman force, twisted one of the links of the chain which held the ladder. He was master of it in a few minutes, and placed it against Matilda's window. She will be angry and riddle me with scornful words. What does it matter? I will give her a kiss, one last kiss. I will go up to my room and kill myself. My lips will touch her cheek before I die. He flew up the ladder and knocked at the blind. Matilda heard him after some minutes, and tried to open the blind, but the ladder was in the way. Julien hung to the iron hook, intending to keep the blind open, and at the imminent risk of falling down, gave the ladder a violent shake which moved it a little. Matilda was able to open the blind. He threw himself into the window, more dead than alive. "So it is you, dear," she said, as she rushed into his arms. The excess of Julien's happiness was indescribable. Matilda's almost equalled his own. She talked against herself to him and denounced herself. "Punish me for my awful pride," she said to him, clasping him in her arms so tightly as almost to choke him. "You are my master, dear. I am your slave. I must ask your pardon on my knees for having tried to rebel." She left his arms to fall at his feet. "Yes," she said to him, still intoxicated with happiness and with love. "You are my master. Reign over me for ever. When your slave tries to revolt, punish her severely." In another moment she tore herself from his arms and lit a candle, and it was only by a supreme effort that Julien could prevent her from cutting off a whole tress of her hair. "I want to remind myself," she said to him, "that I am your handmaid. If I am ever led astray again by my abominable pride, show me this hair and say, 'It is not a question of the emotion which your soul may be feeling at present. You have sworn to obey. Obey on your honour.'" But it is wiser to suppress the description of so intense a transport of delirious happiness. Julien's unselfishness was equal to his happiness. "I must go down by the ladder," he said to Matilda, when he saw the dawn of day appear from the quarter of the east over the distant chimneys beyond the garden. "The sacrifice that I impose on myself is worthy of you. I deprive myself of some hours of the most astonishing happiness that a human soul can savour, but it is a sacrifice I make for the sake of your reputation. If you know my heart, you will appreciate how violent is the strain to which I am putting myself. Will you always be to me what you are now? But honour speaks. It suffices. Let me tell you that since our last interview, thieves have not been the only object of suspicion. Monsieur de la Mole has set a guard in the garden. Monsieur Croisenow is surrounded by spies. They know what he does every night." Matilda burst out laughing at this idea. Her mother and a chambermaid were woken up. They suddenly began to speak to her through the door. Julien looked at her. She grew pale as she scolded the chambermaid, and she did not deign to speak to her mother. "But suppose they think of opening the window? They will see the ladder," Julien said to her. He clasped her again in his arms, rushed on to the ladder, and slid, rather than climbed, down. He was on the ground in a moment. 3 seconds after, the ladder was in the avenue of pines, and Matilda's honour was saved. Julien returned to his room, and found that he was bleeding, and almost naked. He had wounded himself in sliding down in that daredevil way. Extreme happiness had made him regain all the energy of his character. If 20 men had presented themselves, it would have proved at this moment only an additional pleasure to have attacked them unaided. Happily, his military prowess was not put to the proof. He laid the ladder in its usual place, and replaced the chain which held it. He did not forget to efface the mark which the ladder had left on the bed of exotic flowers under Matilda's window. As he was moving his hand over the soft ground in the darkness, and satisfying himself that the mark had entirely disappeared, he felt something fall down on his hands. It was a whole tress of Matilda's hair, which he had cut off and thrown down to him. She was at the window. "That's what your servant sends you," she said to him, in a fairly loud voice. "It is the sign of eternal gratitude. I renounce the exercise of my reason. Be my master." Julien was quite overcome, and was on the point of going to fetch the ladder again and climbing back up into her room. Finally, reason prevailed. Getting back into the hotel from the garden was not easy. He succeeded in forcing the door of a cellar. Once in the house, he was obliged to break through the door of his room as silently as possible. In his agitation he had left in the little room which he had just abandoned so rapidly the key which was in the pocket of his coat. "I only hope she thinks of hiding that fatal trophy," he thought. Finally, fatigue prevailed over happiness, and as the sun was rising, he fell into a deep sleep. The breakfast bell only just managed to wake him up. He appeared in the dining-room. Shortly afterwards, Matilda came in. Julien's pride felt deliciously flattered as he saw the love which shone in the eyes of this beautiful creature who was surrounded by so much homage, but soon his discretion had occasion to be alarmed. Making an excuse of the little time that she had had to do her hair, Matilda had arranged it in such a way that Julien could see at the first glance the full extent of the sacrifice that she had made for his sake by cutting off her hair on the previous night. If it had been possible to spoil so beautiful a face by anything whatsoever, Matilda would have succeeded in doing it. A whole tress of her beautiful blonde hair was cut off to within half an inch of the scalp. Matilda's whole manner during breakfast was in keeping with this initial imprudence. One might have said that she had made a specific point of trying to inform the whole world of her mad passion for Julien. Happily, on this particular day, M. de la Mole and the Marquise were very much concerned about an approaching bestowal of blue ribbons which was going to take place, and in which M. de Chaulnes was not comprised. Towards the end of the meal, Mathilde, who was talking to Julien, happened to call him "my master." He blushed up to the whites of his eyes. Mathilde was not left alone for an instant that day, whether by chance or the deliberate policy of Madame de la Mole. In the evening, when she passed from the dining-room into the salon, however, she managed to say to Julien, "You may be thinking I am making an excuse, but Mamma has just decided that one of her women is to spend the night in my room." This day passed with lightning rapidity. Julien was at the zenith of happiness. At 7 o'clock in the morning of the following day, he installed himself in the library. He hoped that Mademoiselle de la Mole would deign to appear there. He had written her an interminable letter. He only saw her several hours afterwards at breakfast. Her hair was done today with the very greatest care. A marvellous art had managed to hide the place where the hair had been cut. She looked at Julien once or twice, but her eyes were polite and calm, and there was no question of calling him "my master." Julien's astonishment prevented him from breathing. Mathilde was reproaching herself for all she had done for him. After mature reflection, she had come to the conclusion that he was a person who, though not absolutely commonplace, was yet not sufficiently different from the common ruck to deserve all the strange follies that she had ventured for his sake. To sum up, she did not give love a single thought. On this particular day she was tired of loving. As for Julien, his emotions were those of a child of 16. He was a successive prey to awful doubt, astonishment, and despair during this breakfast which he thought would never end. As soon as he could decently get up from the table, he flew rather than ran to the stable, saddled his horse himself, and galloped off. "I must kill my heart through sheer force of physical fatigue," he said to himself as he galloped through the Meudon woods. "What have I done, what have I said, to deserve a disgrace like this? I must do nothing and say nothing today," he thought as he re-entered the hotel. "I must be as dead physically as I am morally." Julien saw nothing any more. It was only his corpse which kept moving. End of section 49. Section 50 of The Red and the Black by Stendhal, translated by Horace Barnett Samuel. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dann. Chapter 50. The Japanese Vase. His heart does not first realize the full extremity of his unhappiness. He is more troubled than moved. But as reason returns, he feels the depth of his misfortune. All the pleasures of life seem to have been destroyed. He can only feel the sharp barbs of a lacerating despair. But what is the use of talking of physical pain? What pain which is only felt by the body can be compared to this pain? Jean-Paul. The dinner bell rang. Julien had barely time to dress. He found Mathilde in the salon. She was pressing her brother and M. de Croisenois to promise her that they would not go and spend the evening at Suresnes with Madame the Maréchale de Fervaques. It would have been difficult to have shown herself more amiable or fascinating to them. Messieurs de Leu, de Caylus, and several of their friends came in after dinner. One would have said that Mademoiselle de la Mole had commenced again to cultivate the most scrupulous conventionality at the same time as her sisterly affection. Although the weather was delightful this evening, she refused to go out into the garden, and insisted on their all staying near the armchair where Madame de la Mole was sitting. The blue sofa was the centre of the group, as it had been in the winter. Mathilde was out of temper with the garden, or at any rate she found it absolutely boring. It was bound up with the memory of Julien. Unhappiness blunts the edge of the intellect. Our hero had the bad taste to stop by that little straw chair which had formerly witnessed his most brilliant triumphs. Today none spoke to him. His presence seemed to be unnoticed, and worse than that. Those of Mademoiselle de la Mole's friends who were sitting near him at the end of the sofa made a point of somehow or other turning their back on him. At any rate, he thought so. It is a court disgrace, he thought. He tried to study for a moment the people who were endeavouring to overwhelm him with their contempt. Monsieur de Luz had an important post in the king's suite, the result of which was that the handsome officer began every conversation with every listener who came along by telling him this special piece of information. His uncle had started at 7 o'clock for St. Cloud, and reckoned on spending the night there. This detail was introduced with all the appearance of good nature, but it never failed to be worked in. As Julien scrutinized M. de Croisenois with a stern gaze of unhappiness, he observed that this good, amiable young man attributed a great influence to occult causes. He even went so far as to become melancholy and out of temper if he saw an event of the slightest importance ascribed to a simple and perfectly natural cause. There is an element of madness in this, Julien said to himself. This man's character has a striking analogy with that of the Emperor Alexander, such as the Prince Korsakov described it to me. During the first year of his stay in Paris, poor Julien, fresh from the seminary and dazzled by the graces of all these amiable young people whom he found so novel, had felt bound to admire them. Their true character was only beginning to become outlined in his eyes. "I am playing an undignified rôle here," he suddenly thought. The question was how he could leave the little straw chair without undue awkwardness. He wanted to invent something, and tried to extract some novel excuse from an imagination which was otherwise engrossed. He was compelled to fall back on his memory, which was, it must be owned, somewhat poor in resources of this kind. The poor boy was still very much out of his element, and could not have exhibited a more complete and noticeable awkwardness when he got up to leave the salon. His misery was only too palpable in his whole manner. He had been playing for the last 3/4 of an hour the rôle of an officious inferior from whom one does not take the trouble to hide what one really thinks. The critical observations he had just made on his rivals prevented him, however, from taking his own unhappiness too tragically. His pride could take support in what had taken place the previous day. Whatever may be their advantages over me, he thought, as he went into the garden alone, Matilda has never been to a single one of them what, twice in my life, she has deigned to be to me. His penetration did not go further. He absolutely failed to appreciate the character of the extraordinary person whom chance had just made the supreme mistress of all his happiness. He tried on the following day to make himself and his horse dead tired with fatigue. He made no attempt in the evening to go near the blue sofa to which Matilda remained constant. He noticed that Comte Norbert did not even deign to look at him when he met him about the house. He must be doing something very much against the grain, he thought. He is naturally so polite. Sleep would have been a happiness to Julien. In spite of his physical fatigue, memories which were only too seductive commenced to invade his imagination. He had not the genius to see that, inasmuch as his long rides on horseback over forests on the outskirts of Paris only affected him and had no effect at all on Matilda's heart or mind, he was consequently leaving his eventual destiny to the caprice of chance. He thought that one thing would give his pain an infinite relief. It would be to speak to Matilda. Yet what would he venture to say to her? He was dreaming deeply about this at 7 o'clock one morning when he suddenly saw her enter the library. "I know, monsieur, that you are anxious to speak to me." "Great heavens, who told you?" "I know, anyway. That is enough. If you are dishonourable, you can ruin me, or at least try to. But this danger, which I do not believe to be real, will certainly not prevent me from being sincere. I do not love you any more, monsieur. I have been led astray by my foolish imagination." Distracted by love and unhappiness as a result of this terrible blow, Julien tried to justify himself. Nothing could have been more absurd. Does one make any excuses for failure to please? But reason had no longer any control over his actions. A blind instinct urged him to get the determination of his fate postponed. He thought that so long as he kept on speaking, all could not be over. Matilda had not listened to his words. Their sound irritated her. She could not conceive how he could have the audacity to interrupt her. She was rendered equally unhappy this morning by remorseful virtue and remorseful pride. She felt to some extent pulverized by the idea of having given a little abbé, who was the son of a peasant, rights over her. It is almost, she said to herself in those moments when she exaggerated her own misfortune, as though I had a weakness for one of my footmen to reproach myself with. In bold, proud natures there is only one step from anger against themselves to wrath against others. In these cases, the very transports of fury constitute a vivid pleasure. In a single minute, Mademoiselle de la Mole reached the point of loading Julien with the signs of the most extreme contempt. She had infinite wit, and this wit was always triumphant in the art of torturing vanity and wounding it cruelly. For the first time in his life, Julien found himself subjected to the energy of a superior intellect which was animated against him by the most violent hate. Far from having at present the slightest thought of defending himself, he came to despise himself. Hearing himself overwhelmed with such marks of contempt which were so cleverly calculated to destroy any good opinion that he might have of himself, he thought that Matilda was right, and that she did not say enough. As for her, she found it deliciously gratifying to her pride to punish in this way both herself and him for the adoration that she had felt some days previously. She did not have to invent and improvise the cruel remarks which she addressed to him with so much gusto. All she had to do was to repeat what the advocate of the other side had been saying against her love in her own heart for the last 8 days. Each word intensified 100-fold Julien's awful unhappiness. He wanted to run away, but Mademoiselle de la Mole took hold of his arm authoritatively. "Be good enough to remark," he said to her, "that you are talking very loud. You will be heard in the next room." "What does it matter?" Mademoiselle de la Mole answered haughtily. "Who would dare to say they have heard me? I want to cure your miserable vanity once and for all of any ideas you may have indulged in on my account." When Julien was allowed to leave the library, he was so astonished that he was less sensitive to his unhappiness. "She does not love me any more," he repeated to himself, speaking aloud, as though to teach himself how he stood. "It seems that she has loved me 8 or 10 days, but I shall love her all my life. Is it really possible she was nothing to me, nothing to my heart so few days back?" Matilda's heart was inundated by the joy of satisfied pride. So she had been able to break with him forever. So complete a triumph over so strong an inclination rendered her completely happy. So this little gentleman will understand once and for all that he is not and will never have any dominion over me. She was so happy that in reality she ceased to love at this particular moment. In a less passionate being than Julien, love would have become impossible after a scene of such awful humiliation. Without deviating for a single minute from the requirements of her own self-respect, Mademoiselle de la Mole had addressed to him some of those unpleasant remarks which are so well thought out that they may seem true, even when remembered in cold blood. The conclusion which Julien drew in the first moment of so surprising a scene was that Matilda was infinitely proud. He firmly believed that all was over between them forever, and none the less he was awkward and nervous towards her at breakfast on the following day. This was a fault from which up to now he had been exempt. Both in small things as in big, it was his habit to know what he ought and wanted to do, and he used to act accordingly. The same day, after breakfast, Madame de la Mole asked him for a fairly rare, seditious pamphlet which her curé had surreptitiously brought her in the morning, and Julien, as he took it from a bracket, knocked over a blue porcelain vase which was as ugly as it could possibly be. Madame de la Mole got up, uttering a cry of distress, and proceeded to contemplate at close quarters the ruins of her beloved vase. "It was old Japanese," she said. "It came to me from my great-aunt, the Abbess of Chelles. It was a present from the Dutch to the Regent, the Duke of Orleans, who had given it to his daughter." Matilda had followed her mother's movements, and felt delighted at seeing that the blue vase, that she had thought horribly ugly, was broken. Julien was taciturn and not unduly upset. He saw Mademoiselle de la Mole quite near him. "This vase," he said to her, "has been destroyed forever. The same is the case with the sentiment which was once master of my heart. I would ask you to accept my apologies for all the pieces of madness which it has made me commit." And he went out. "One would really say," said Madame de la Mole as he went out of the room, "that this Monsieur Sorel is quite proud of what he has just done." These words went right home to Matilda's heart. "It is true," she said to herself, "my mother has guessed right. That is the sentiment which animates him." It was only then that she ceased rejoicing over yesterday's scene. "Well, it is over," she said to herself with an apparent calm. "It is a great lesson, anyway. It is an awful and humiliating mistake. It is enough to make me prudent all the rest of my life." "Why didn't I speak the truth?" thought Julien. Why am I still tortured by the love which I once had for that mad woman? Far, however, from being extinguished as he had hoped it would be, his love grew more and more rapidly. She is mad, it is true, he said to himself. Is she any the less adorable for that? Is it possible for anyone to be prettier? Is not Mademoiselle de la Mole the ideal quintessence of all the most vivid pleasures of the most elegant civilization? These memories of a bygone happiness seized hold of Julien's mind, and quickly proceeded to destroy all the work of his reason. It is in vain that reason wrestles with memories of this character. Its stern struggles only increase the fascination. 24 hours after the breaking of the Japanese vase, Julien was unquestionably one of the most unhappy men in the world. End of section 50. Section 51 of The Red and the Black by Stendhal, translated by Horace Barnett Samuel. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dann. Chapter 51. The Secret Note. I have seen everything I relate, and if I may have made a mistake when I saw it, I am certainly not deceiving you in telling you of it. Letter to the author. The Marquis summoned him. Monsieur de la Mole looked rejuvenated. His eye was brilliant. Let us discuss your memory a little, he said to Julien. It is said to be prodigious. Could you learn 4 pages by heart and go and say them at London, but without altering a single word? The Marquis was irritably fingering the day's quotidienne, and was trying in vain to hide an extreme seriousness which Julien had never noticed in him before, even when discussing the Friere lawsuit. Julien had already learned sufficient manners to appreciate that he ought to appear completely taken in by the lightness of tone which was being manifested. This number of the quotidienne is not very amusing, possibly, but if Monsieur the Marquis will allow me, I shall do myself the honour tomorrow morning of reciting it to him from beginning to end. What, even the advertisements? Quite accurately, and without leaving out a word. You give me your word, replied the Marquis with sudden gravity. Yes, monsieur. The only thing which could upset my memory is the fear of breaking my promise. The fact is, I forgot to put this question to you yesterday. I am not going to ask for your oath never to repeat what you are going to hear. I know you too well to insult you like that. I have answered for you. I am going to take you into a salon where 12 persons will be assembled. You will make a note of what each one says. Do not be uneasy. It will not be a confused conversation by any means. Each one will speak in his turn, though not necessarily in an orderly manner, added the Marquis, falling back into that light, subtle manner which was so natural to him. While we are talking, you will write out 20 pages and will come back here with me, and we will get those 20 pages down to 4, and those are the 4 pages you will recite to me tomorrow morning instead of the 4 pages of the quotidienne. You will leave immediately afterwards. You must post about like a young man travelling on pleasure. Your aim will be to avoid attracting attention. You will arrive at the house of a great personage. You will there need more skill. Your business will then be to take in all his entourage, for among his secretaries and his servants are some people who have sold themselves to our enemies, and who spy on our travelling agents in order to intercept them. You will have an insignificant letter of introduction. At the moment His Excellency looks at you, he will take out this watch of mine, which I will lend you for the journey. Wear it now, it will be so much done. At any rate, give me yours. The Duke himself will be good enough to write at your dictation the 4 pages you have learnt by heart. Having done this, but not earlier, mind you, you can, if His Excellency questions you, tell him about the meeting at which you are now going to be present. You will be prevented from boring yourself on the journey between Paris and the minister's residence by the thought that there are people who would like nothing better than to fire a shot at Monsieur the Abbé Sorel. In that case, that gentleman's mission will be finished, and I see a great delay, for how are we to know of your death, my dear friend? Even your zeal cannot go to the length of informing us of it. Run straight away and buy a complete suit, went on the Marquis seriously. Dress in the fashion of 2 years ago. Tonight you must look somewhat badly groomed. When you travel, on the other hand, you will be as usual. Does this surprise you? Does your suspiciousness guess the secret? Yes, my friend, one of the venerable personages you are going to hear deliver his opinion is perfectly capable of giving information as the result of which you stand a very good chance of being given at least opium some fine evening in some good inn where you will have asked for supper. It is better, said Julien, to do an extra 30 leagues and not take the direct road. It is a case of Rome, I suppose. The Marquis assumed an expression of extreme haughtiness and dissatisfaction, which Julien had never seen him wear since Bray-le-Haut. That is what you will know, monsieur, when I think it proper to tell you. I do not like questions. That was not one, answered Julien eagerly. I swear, monsieur, I was thinking quite aloud. My mind was trying to find out the safest route. Yes, it seems your mind was a very long way off. Remember that an emissary, and particularly one of your age, should not appear to be a man who forces confidences. Julien was very mortified. He was in the wrong. His vanity tried to find an excuse, and did not find one. You understand, added Monsieur de la Mole, that one always falls back on one's heart when one has committed some mistake. An hour afterwards Julien was in the Marquis's antechamber. He looked quite like a servant, with his old clothes, a tie of a dubious white, and a certain touch of the usher in his whole appearance. The Marquis burst out laughing as he saw him, and it was only then that Julien's justification was complete. If this young man betrays me, said Monsieur de la Mole to himself, whom is one to trust? And yet, when one acts, one must trust someone. My son and his brilliant friends of the same calibre have as much courage and loyalty as 100,000 men. If it were necessary to fight, they would die on the steps of the throne. They know everything, except what one needs in emergency. Devil take me if I can find a single one among them who can learn 4 pages by heart and do 100 leagues without being tracked down. Norbert would know how to sell his life as dearly as his grandfather's did, but any conscript could do as much. The Marquis fell into a profound reverie. As for selling one's life, too, he said with a sigh, perhaps this Sorel would manage it quite as well as he could. Let us get into the carriage, said the Marquis, as though to chase away an unwanted idea. Monsieur, said Julien, while they were getting this suit ready for me, I learnt the first page of today's quotidienne by heart. The Marquis took the paper. Julien recited it without making a single mistake. Good, said the Marquis, who this night felt very diplomatic. During the time he takes over this, our young man will not notice the streets through which we are passing. They arrived in a big salon that looked melancholy enough and was partly upholstered in green velvet. In the middle of the room a scowling lackey had just placed a big dining table, which he subsequently changed into a writing table by means of an immense green ink-stained tablecloth which had been plundered from some minister. The master of the house was an enormous man whose name was not pronounced. Julien thought he had the appearance and eloquence of a man who ruminated. At a sign from the Marquis, Julien had remained at the lower end of the table. In order to keep himself in countenance, he began to cut quills. He counted out of the corner of his eye 7 visitors, but Julien could only see their backs. 2 seemed to him to be speaking to Monsieur de la Mole on a footing of equality. The others seemed more or less respectful. A new person entered without being announced. This is strange, thought Julien. People are not announced in this salon. Is this precaution taken in my honour? Everybody got up to welcome the new arrival. He wore the same extremely distinguished decoration as 3 of the other persons who were in the salon. They talked fairly low. In endeavouring to form an opinion of the newcomer, Julien was reduced to seeing what he could learn from his features and his appearance. He was short and thick-set. He had a high colour and a brilliant eye, and an expression that looked like a malignant boar, and nothing else. Julien's attention was partly distracted by the almost immediate arrival of a very different kind of person. It was a tall, very thin man who wore 3 or 4 waistcoats. His eye was caressing, his demeanour polite. He looks exactly like the old Bishop of Besançon, thought Julien. This man evidently belonged to the church, was apparently not more than 50 to 55 years of age, and no one could have looked more paternal than he did. The young Bishop of Agde appeared. He looked very astonished when, in making a scrutiny of those present, his gaze fell upon Julien. He had not spoken to him since the ceremony of Bray-le-Haut. His look of surprise embarrassed and irritated Julien. "What," he said to himself, "will knowing a man always turn out unfortunate for me? I don't feel the least bit intimidated by all those great lords whom I have never seen, but the look of that young bishop freezes me. I must admit that I am a very strange and very unhappy person." An extremely swarthy little man entered noisily soon afterwards, and started talking as soon as he reached the door. He had a yellow complexion and looked a little mad. As soon as this ruthless talker arrived, the others formed themselves into knots with the apparent object of avoiding the bother of listening to him. As they went away from the mantelpiece, they came near the lower end of the table where Julien was placed. His countenance became more and more embarrassed, for whatever efforts he made, he could not avoid hearing, and in spite of all his lack of experience, he appreciated all the moment of the things which they were discussing with such complete frankness, and the importance which the high personages whom he apparently had under his observation must attach to their being kept secret. Julien had already cut 20 quills as slowly as possible. This distraction would shortly be no longer available. He looked in vain at M. de la Mole's eyes for an order. The Marquis had forgotten him. "What I am doing is ridiculous," he said to himself as he cut his quills, "but persons with so mediocre an appearance, and who are handling such great interest either for themselves or for others, must be extremely liable to take offence. My unfortunate look has a certain questioning and scarcely respectful expression, which will doubtless irritate them. But if I palpably lower my eyes, I shall look as if I were picking up every word they said." His embarrassment was extreme. He was listening to strange things. End of section 51. Section 52 of The Red and the Black by Stendhal, translated by Horace Barnett Samuel. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dann. Chapter 52. The Discussion. The Republic. For one man today who will sacrifice everything for the public welfare, there are thousands and millions who think of nothing except their enjoyments and their vanity. One is requested in Paris by reason of the qualities not of one's self, but of one's carriage. Napoleon, Memorial. The footman rushed in, saying, "Monsieur the Duc de Blank." "Hold your tongue, you are just a fool," said the Duke as he entered. He spoke these words so well and with so much majesty that Julien could not help thinking this great person's accomplishments were limited to the science of snubbing a lackey. Julien raised his eyes and immediately lowered them. He had so fully appreciated the significance of the new arrival that he feared that his look might be an indiscretion. The Duke was a man of 50, dressed like a dandy, and with a jerky walk. He had a narrow head with a large nose, and a face that jutted forward. It would have been difficult to have looked at the same time more insignificant. His arrival was the signal for the opening of the meeting. Julien was sharply interrupted in his physiognomical observations by de la Mole's voice. "I present to you Monsieur the Abbé Sorel," said the Marquis. "He is gifted with an astonishing memory. It is scarcely an hour since I spoke to him of the mission by which he might be honoured, and he has learned the first page of the Quotidienne by heart in order to give proof of his memory." "Ah, foreign news of that poor N," said the master of the house. He took up the paper eagerly and looked at Julien in a manner rendered humorous by his own self-importance. "Speak, monsieur," he said to him. The silence was profound. All eyes were fixed on Julien. He recited so well that the Duke said at the end of 20 lines, "That is enough." The little man, who looked like a boor, sat down. He was the president, for he had scarcely taken his place before he showed Julien a card table, and signed to him to bring it near him. Julien established himself at it with writing materials. He counted 12 persons seated round the green tablecloth. "Monsieur Sorel," said the Duke, "retire into next room. You will be cold." The master of the house began to look very anxious. "The shutters are not shut," he said to his neighbour in a semi-whisper. "It is no good looking out of the window," he stupidly cried to Julien. "So here I am, more or less mixed up in a conspiracy," thought the latter. "Fortunately, it is not one of those which lead to the Place de Grève. Even though there were danger, I owe this and even more to the Marquis, and should be glad to be given the chance of making up for all the sorrow which my madness may one day occasion him." While thinking of his own madness and his own unhappiness, he regarded the place where he was in such a way as to imprint it upon his memory forever. He then remembered for the first time that he had never heard the lackey tell the name of the street, and that the Marquis had taken a fiacre, which he never did in the ordinary way. Julien was left to his own reflections for a long time. He was in a salon upholstered with red velvet, with large pieces of gold lace. A large ivory crucifix was on the console table, and a gilt-edged, magnificently bound copy of M. de Maistre's book The Pope was on the mantelpiece. Julien opened it so as not to appear to be eavesdropping. From time to time they talked loudly in the next room. At last the door was opened, and he was called in. "Remember, gentlemen," the President was saying, "that from this moment we are talking in the presence of the Duke of blank. This gentleman," he said, pointing to Julien, "is a young acolyte devoted to our sacred cause, who, by the aid of his marvellous memory, will repeat quite easily our very slightest words." "It is your turn to speak, monsieur," he said, pointing to the paternal-looking personage who wore 3 or 4 waistcoats. Julien thought it would have been more natural to have called him the gentleman in the waistcoats. He took some paper and wrote a great deal. At this juncture the author would have liked to have put a page of dots. That, said his publisher, would be clumsy, and in the case of so light a work, clumsiness is death. "Politics," replied the author, "is a stone tied round the neck of literature, which submerges it in less than 6 months. Politics in the midst of imaginative matter is like a pistol shot in the middle of a concert. The noise is racking without being energetic. It does not harmonize with the sound of any instrument. These politics will give mortal offence to one half of the readers, and will bore the other half, who will have already read the ideas in question as set out in the morning paper in its own drastic manner." "If your characters don't talk politics," replied the publisher, "they cease to be Frenchmen of 1830, and your book is no longer a mirror, as you claim." Julien's record ran to 26 pages. Here is a very diluted extract, for it has been necessary to adopt the invariable practice of suppressing those ludicrous passages whose violence would have seemed either offensive or intolerable. See the Gazette des Tribunaux. The man with the waistcoats and the paternal expression, he was perhaps a bishop, often smiled, and then his eyes, which were surrounded with a floating forest of eyebrows, assumed a singular brilliance and an unusually decided expression. This personage, whom they made speak first before the Duke, but what Duke is it, thought Julien to himself, with the apparent object of expounding various points of view and fulfilling the functions of an advocate general, appeared to Julien to fall into the uncertainty and lack of definiteness with which those officials are so often taxed. During the course of the discussion, the Duke went so far as to reproach him on this score. After several sentences of morality and indulgent philosophy, the man in the waistcoats said, "Noble England, under the guiding hand of a great man, the immortal Pitt, has spent 40 milliards of francs in opposing the Revolution. If this meeting will allow me to treat so melancholy a subject with some frankness, England fails to realize sufficiently that in dealing with a man like Bonaparte, especially when they have nothing to oppose him with except a bundle of good intentions, there is nothing decisive except personal methods." "Ah, praising assassination again," said the master of the house anxiously. "Spare us your sentimental sermons," cried the President angrily. His boar-like eyes shone with a savage brilliance. "Go on," he said to the man with the waistcoats. The cheeks and the forehead of the President became purple. "Noble England," replied the Advocate General, "is crushed today, for each Englishman, before paying for his own bread, is obliged to pay the interest on 40 milliards of francs which we used against the Jacobins. She has no more Pitt." "She has the Duke of Wellington," said a military personage, looking very important. "Please, gentlemen, silence!" exclaimed the President. "If we are still going to dispute, there is no point in having Monsieur Sorel in." "We know that Monsieur has many ideas," said the Duke irritably, looking at the interrupter, who was an old Napoleonic general. Julien saw that these words contained some personal and very offensive allusion. Everybody smiled. The turncoat general appeared beside himself with rage. "There is no longer a Pitt, gentlemen. went on the speaker, with all the despondency of a man who has given up all hope of bringing his listeners to reason. If there were a new Pitt in England, you would not dupe a nation twice over by the same means. That's why a victorious general, a Bonaparte, will be henceforth impossible in France, exclaimed the military interrupter. On this occasion, neither the President nor the Duke ventured to get angry, though Julien thought he read in their eyes that they would very much like to have done so. They lowered their eyes, and the Duke contented himself with sighing in quite an audible manner. But the speaker was put upon his mettle. "My audience is eager for me to finish," he said vigorously, completely discarding that smiling politeness and that balanced diction that Julien thought had expressed his character so well. "It is eager for me to finish. It is not grateful to me for the efforts I am making to offend nobody's ears, however long they may be. Well, gentlemen, I will be brief. I will tell you in quite common words. England has not got a sou with which to help the good cause. If Pitt himself were to come back, he would never succeed with all his genius in duping the small English landowners, for they know that the short Waterloo campaign alone cost them 1,000,000 of francs. As you like clear phrases," continued the speaker, becoming more and more animated, "I will say this to you. Help yourselves, for England has not got a guinea left to help you with, and when England does not pay, Austria, Russia, and Prussia, who will only have courage but have no money, cannot launch more than 1 or 2 campaigns against France. One may hope that the young soldiers who will be recruited by the Jacobins will be beaten in the first campaign, and possibly in the second. But even though I seem a revolutionary in your prejudiced eyes, in the third campaign, I say, you will have the soldiers of 1794 who are no longer the soldiers enlisted in 1792. At this point interruption broke out simultaneously from 3 or 4 quarters. "Monsieur," said the President to Julien, "go and make a précis in the next room of the beginning of the report which you have written out." Julien went out, to his great regret. The speaker was just dealing with the question of probabilities which formed the usual subject for his meditations. "They are frightened of my making fun of them," he thought. When he was called back, M. de la Mole was saying with a seriousness which seemed quite humorous to Julien, who knew him so well, "Yes, gentlemen, one finds the phrase, 'Is it God, table, or tub?' especially applicable to this unhappy people." "It is God," exclaims the writer of fables. It is to you, gentlemen, that this noble and profound phrase seems to apply. Act on your own initiative, and noble France will appear again, almost such as our ancestors made her, and as our own eyes have seen her before the death of Louis XVI. England execrates disgraceful Jacobinism as much as we do, or at any rate her noble lords do. Without English gold, Austria and Prussia would only be able to give battle 2 or 3 times. Would that be sufficient to ensure a successful occupation like the one which M. de Richelieu so foolishly failed to exploit in 1817? I do not think so." At this point there was an interruption which was stifled by the hushes of the whole room. It came again from the old imperial general, who wanted the blue ribbon and wished to figure among the authors of the secret note. "I do not think so," replied M. de la Mole, after the uproar had subsided. He laid stress on the "I" with an insolence which charmed Julien. "That's a pretty piece of acting," he said to himself, as he made his pen almost keep pace with the Marquis's words. M. de la Mole annihilated the 20 campaigns of the turncoat with a well-turned phrase. "It is not only on foreign powers," continued the Marquis in a more even tone, "on whom we shall be able to rely for a new military occupation. All those young men who write inflammatory articles in the Globe will provide you with 3,000 or 4,000 young captains, among whom you may find men with the genius, but not the good intentions, of a Kleber, a Hoche, a Jourdan, a Pichegru." "We do not know how to glorify him," said the President. "He should have been immortalized." "Finally, it is necessary for France to have 2 parties," went on M. de la Mole, "but 2 parties, not merely in name, but with clear-cut lines of cleavage. Let us realize what has got to be crushed. On the one hand, the journalists and the electors, in a word, public opinion, youth, and all that admire it. While it is stupefying itself with the noise of its own vain words, we have certain advantages of administrating the expenditure of the budget." At this point there was another interruption. "As for you, monsieur," said Monsieur de la Mole to the interrupter with an admirable haughtiness and ease of manner, "you do not spend if the words choke you, but you devour the 40,000 francs put down to you in the state budget and the 80,000 which you receive from the civil list. Well, monsieur, since you have forced me to it, I will be bold enough to take you for an example. Like your noble ancestors who followed St. Louis to the Crusade, you ought, in return for those 120,000 francs, to show us at any rate a regiment, a company. Why, what am I saying? Say half a company, even if it only had 50 men, ready to fight and devoted to the good cause to the point of risking their lives in its service. You have nothing but lackeys, who in the event of a rebellion would frighten you yourselves. Throne, church, nobility are liable to perish tomorrow, gentlemen, so long as you refrain from creating in each department a force of 500 devoted men. Devoted, I mean, not only with all the French courage, but with all the Spanish constancy. Half of this force ought to be composed of our children, our nephews, of real gentlemen, in fact. Each of them will have beside him not a little talkative bourgeois ready to hoist the tricolour cockade if 1815 turns up again, but a good, frank and simple peasant like Catilineux. Our gentleman will have educated him. It will be his own foster brother, if it is possible. Let each of us sacrifice the fifth of his income in order to form this little devoted force of 500 men in each department. Then you will be able to reckon on a foreign occupation. The foreign soldier will never penetrate even as far as Dijon if he is not certain of finding 500 friendly soldiers in each department. The foreign kings will only listen to you when you are in a position to announce to them that you have 20,000 gentlemen ready to take up arms in order to open to them the gates of France. The service is troublesome, you say. Gentlemen, it is the only way of saving our lives. There is war to the death between the liberty of the press and our existence as gentlemen. Become manufacturers, become peasants, or take up your guns. Be timid if you like, but do not be stupid. Open your eyes. Form your battalions, I would say to you in the words of the Jacobin songs. Some noble Gustavus Adolphus will then be found, who, touched by the imminent peril of the monarchical principle, will make a dash 300 leagues from his own country, and will do for you what Gustavus did for the Protestant princes. Do you want to go on talking without acting? In 50 years' time there will be only presidents or republics in Europe, and not one king, and with those letters ROI you will see the last of the priests and the gentlemen. I can see nothing but candidates paying court to squalid majorities. It is no use your saying that at the present time France has not a single accredited general who is universally known and loved, that the army is only known and organised in the interest of the throne and the church, and that it has been deprived of all its old troopers, while each of the Prussian and Austrian regiments count 50 non-commissioned officers who have seen fire. 200,000 young men of the middle classes are spoiling for war. "A truce to disagreeable truths," said a grave personage in a pompous tone. He was apparently a very high ecclesiastical dignitary, for M. de la Mole smiled pleasantly instead of getting angry, a circumstance which greatly impressed Julien. "A truce to unpleasant truths. Let us resume, gentlemen. The man who needs to have a gangrened leg cut off would be ill-advised to say to his surgeon, 'This disease is very healthy.' If I may use the metaphor, gentlemen, the noble Duke of Blank is our surgeon." So, the great words have at last been uttered, thought Julien. It is towards the Blank that I shall gallop tonight. End of section 52.